Welcome, all of you. Thank you so much for joining early in the morning in News Derby's live telecast, the morning show. ਅੱਜ 21 ਮਈ ਹੈ, ਦਿਨ ਹੈ ਵੀਰਵਾਰ ਦਾ, ਔਰ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕੈਲੀਫੋਰਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਵਾਸ਼ਿੰਗਟਨ ਸਟੇਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵਕਤ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ 7:04 ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਔਰ ਈਸਟ ਕੋਸਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ, ontario, ਨਿਊਯਾਰਕ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 10:04 ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਟੈਕਸਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਵੇਰ ਦੇ 9:04 ਹੋਏ ਆ 21 ਮਈ ਦੇ, ਔਰ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ 7:34 ਔਰ ਪਾਕਿਸਤਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 7:04 ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਔਰ ਅਗਲੇ ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟੇ ਤੱਕ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਤੇ ਮੇਰਾ ਸਾਥ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਣਿਆ ਰਹੇਗਾ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਤੋਂ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਾਊਥ ਏਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਭਾਈਚਾਰੇ ਨੂੰ ਜੋੜਦੀਆਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਨੇ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵਿਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ, ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਉਹ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵਿਤ ਕਰਦੀਆਂ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੇਨ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀਜ਼ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਹੈ ਟਰੱਕ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਪਹਿਲੂ ਨੇ। ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਨਾਲ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੀਆਂ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ, ਔਰ ਵੱਡੇ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਕਨੋਮੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਹਿੰਗਾਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਜੇਕਰ ਇਸ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੋਈ ਸਮੱਸਿਆ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਇੰਡਸਟਰੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਚੁਣੌਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗੁਜ਼ਰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਚੈਲੰਜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਗੁਜ਼ਰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਇਕਨੋਮੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਪੈਂਦਾ, ਔਰ ਨਾ ਕੇਵਲ ਇਕਨੋਮੀ ਤੇ ਪੈਂਦਾ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਚੇਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਪੈਂਦਾ। ਸਮਾਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਉਣਾ, ਜਾਣਾ, ਭੇਜਣਾ, ਲਿਆਉਣਾ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਦੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ, ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਅਸਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਜੇਕਰ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵਿਤ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਕੁਝ ਮਿੰਟ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਇਸੇ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਚੇਨ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਟਰੱਕਰ ਡੀਲਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨੇ, ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਟਰੱਕ ਡੀਲਰਸ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆਯੋਜਿਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੈ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਹਿੱਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਯੋਜਿਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਹਿੱਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਯੋਜਿਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇਣਾ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਦੱਸਦਾ ਕਿ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੈ। ਦਰਅਸਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਟਰੱਕਰ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ 2027 ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਰੂਲਸ ਨੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਪੋਲਿਊਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਰੂਲਸ ਨੇ, ਐਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਰੂਲਸ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਚੇਨ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਸਿਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ। ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਟਰੱਕ ਡੀਲਰਸ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਯੂਐਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ EPA 27 ਐਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਨਵੇਂ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਐਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਯੂਐਸ ਦਾ EPA 27, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਚੇਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਹੈਵੀ ਡਿਊਟੀ ਟਰੱਕਸ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵਿਤ ਹੋਏਗੀ। ਔਰ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਗਰਮੀਆਂ 'ਚ ਹੀ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਹੈ ਦਿਖਣਾ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਡੀ ਇਕਨੋਮੀ ਤੇ ਔਰ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਚੇਨ ਤੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਫਰਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪਏਗਾ। ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਟਰੱਕ ਡੀਲਰਸ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਡਿਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਆਟੋਮੋਬਾਈਲ ਡੀਲਰਸ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨ, ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਡੀਲਰਸ ਐਸੋਸੀਏਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਰ ਨੇ ਕੈਵਿਨ ਡਿਸ਼ਰ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ, ਔਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਗੰਭੀਰਤਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਈ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਾਰਲੀਮੈਂਟ ਹਿੱਲ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅੱਜ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਵੀ, ਉਹ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਔਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਨੇ। ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਦੀ ਵਿਵਸਥਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਪੋਲਿਟਿਕਸ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਏਗੀ। ਹੋਰ ਵੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਅਗਲੇ ਹਿੱਸਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਸੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬਣੇ ਰਹੋ ਔਰ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਰਹੋ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਮਾਰਨਿੰਗ ਸ਼ੋ। ਔਰ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਟਰੱਕ ਡਰਾਈਵਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦੇਣਾ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟਸ ਗੋ ਦੇਅਰ, ਔਰ ਉਸ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਨੂੰ ਆਪਾਂ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ।
truck industry in this country. We were an essential service during COVID. Canada cannot be built without the use of heavy trucks. As I walked up to Parliament Hill this morning, there were 2 heavy trucks in service, one for a cement truck, one for a crane truck. Our trucks literally keep the economy rolling. Construction, agriculture, mining, supply chain logistics, every single grocery store in this country relies on heavy trucks, and we have an issue of utmost importance that we need to be resolved. This morning we have with us Mr. Kevin Disher, who's the Executive Director of the Truck Division, the Canadian Truck Division of CADA, to talk to us about this important regulatory problem. And of course, avec nous ce matin, on a Monsieur Charles Bernard, notre porte-parole pour CADA et CTD. Gentlemen, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kevin Disher, and I'm the Executive Director of the Canadian Truck Dealers Association, a division of the Canadian Automobile Dealers Association. CTD represents more than 700 heavy truck dealerships, and over 40,000 people are employed in Canada. Our members support businesses and supply chains in every region of the country and played a critical role in keeping goods moved across Canada every single day. Each year, approximately 30,000 Class 8 trucks are sold in Canada. This represents more than $8 billion in economic activity. We're here today because our industry is facing a serious challenge around the regulations and allow the importation of heavy trucks into Canada. And the consequences of inaction could have a significant impact on our supply chains, businesses, and consumer affordability across the country. A few targeted regulatory adjustments are needed to ensure Canada maintains a clear, workable path for the importation of U.S. certified heavy-duty trucks into the Canadian market. Without timely action and regulatory certainty from Canadian officials, there is a risk that the availability and the importation of new trucks in Canada could face significant disruptions as early as January 1st, 2027. Canada has limited domestic manufacturing capacity for medium and heavy-duty trucks. This underlines the importance of continued access to U.S. products, which are currently 95% of the supply in Canada. What we're looking to do today is to ensure that the urgency level is properly reflective of the risk that the Canadian economy is facing if this issue isn't solved rapidly. If Canada faces a shortage of heavy trucks, the impact will extend far beyond our industry. This issue affects every major sector of the Canadian economy: shipping, infrastructure, construction, forestry, mining, agricultural, and many more industries. Trucking moves most goods in Canada. Nearly $2 trillion in freight is transported annually across the country, supporting business, workers, and communities from coast to coast. If trucks become more difficult or more expensive to access, those costs move throughout the supply chain and ultimately impact Canadian businesses and households. We've had productive discussions over the last couple of days with key public officials, and there's been a real intent on collaborating with the industry to ensure that Canada has a practical regulations in place to preserve access to the commercial vehicles across the country. This is a priority of the CTD and our members, which is why we will continue to work constructively and with government officials to provide the industry insight and market intelligence needed to address this issue before it becomes a larger crisis for Canada transportation, network, supply chains, and overall economy. Thank you very much, and I will now hand things over to Charles Bernard for remarks in French.
Thank you, Kevin.
Bonjour tout le monde, je me présente, je m'appelle We're going to move directly to the English once again.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Charles. Thank you, Kevin. A couple of commentary just to make this real for Canadians. Number one, for our dealers, we obviously care about this. A complete shutdown in our ability to sell heavy trucks will obviously be catastrophic for the 600 dealers that we represent and the 40,000 employees. That's one factor. But for the objectives of the government, which are rightly placed on building Canada's economy, the objectives of the government, which are about a infrastructure program, a mining program, a competitiveness of the economy program, a loss of the ability to sell heavy trucks would be catastrophic for the economy. When we look at the overall picture of what it means on a just a tactical basis, the average large fleet turns over their vehicles on a pace that's once every 3 years. They get to 1 million miles and they move them out. So for a large fleet to lose a complete year, a model year, would be an absolute disaster for Canadian supply chain and logistics. Even for smaller fleets, they're turning these heavy trucks over every 5 years. So you'd imagine a 20% lack of productivity. That is reflected not just in Canada's ability to move forward on our ambitious agenda for infrastructure, our ambitious and proper agenda to make the Canadian economy work, but more seriously, it would have ramifications well beyond our industry. So we're here not just on behalf of our members, not just on behalf of the technicians that keep these trucks rolling, but more importantly for the economy and the Canadian people as a whole. This is a very serious issue, and we appreciate your time to it. And now happy to take questions.
Merci. Thank you. So we can go ahead with the question period. Nick, I don't know if you just arrived, if you have a question in the room. If not, for the people who are on Zoom, I just ask you to raise your hand, please, and I'll get to you as soon as I can. So let's go with Todd Phillip from Canadian Auto Dealer. You can go ahead.
Yeah, good morning, gentlemen. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, good morning, Todd.
Hey, Hugh, this is a question, maybe a political question for you off the hop here. We know kind of politically Canada's trying to chart a more independent policy, you know, in a lot of areas, certainly with CUSMA negotiations coming up and, you know, trying to flex their own muscles. So is there a risk that, you know, we're getting swept up to a certain extent in this independent regulatory path, you know, ignoring the kind of day-to-day, you know, as you mentioned, the supply integration issues that the government just isn't largely aware of? Is that kind of what's at play here?
Well, I would say this. The Prime Minister has been very vocal, as have leaders of the opposition, to talk about the fact that we're in a trade rupture with the U.S. And the U.S. is charting somewhat of an independent path on a number of fronts, probably too many to name. I think this is a case where we've had a long history of regulatory alignment. And because of some, you know, independent regulatory shifts, and some of them quite major in terms of, you know, moving from EPA to NHTSA as an example, the language on both sides of the border no longer matches. So this is you know, more of a paperwork problem and a paperwork misalignment than it is a misalignment of vision. These trucks, I think it's important to note, are going to be cleaner than ever in terms of their NOx emissions and cleaner than ever in terms of the greenhouse gas emissions. But without the right regulatory recognition, we will not be able to have these trucks sold in Canada. I would also make the very important point that my colleague spoke about the January 1st deadline. That's the actual deadline for those trucks coming over for the 2027 model year. But in our business, the truck business, what happens is truck dealers are in discussions for pre-orders, for pre-allocation now with manufacturers. That process can't go on, and allocation for the Canadian market is currently being lost. The pre-order period for the 2027 model year begins this August. So at the end of August, what happens is the trucking companies, the fleets that I spoke of earlier, are making decisions for what they need to renew, and they will not be able to order those trucks. I think that the government may be operating under the impression that this is a 2027 problem. This is a yesterday problem that we've talked about you know, as a trucking association, and manufacturers have been in dialogue with officials for well over a year. This is the first time we, as the actual retailers, have recognized that the manufacturers and the government have not been able to resolve this problem.
I think, Todd, you might have a follow-up. You raised your hand again. Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, if that's okay. This is a question either for Kevin or Hugh, really. I mean, I know the association is newly formed. And had an official launch a couple months ago, Canadian Truck World. So do you find that it's taken a while, or do you find that you're now getting the government's attention in these discussions? You mentioned that there was some discussions with officials. Until now, probably there wasn't the same, you know, high-level advocacy work going on. So are they starting to, I guess, recognize the CTD and have these conversations?
Yeah, a couple of points there, Todd. And I'm glad you raised it. The heavy-duty truck dealers, and they're an important and have been an important part of the Canadian Auto Dealers Association since the 1980s. I think what's changed recently is the structure internally of CADA to create a specific executive director to deal with those challenges. One of the examples that I used with officials yesterday is that when we've worked on issues for the Canadian Auto Dealers Association and our truck dealer members in conjunction, we've usually been able to resolve the issues that affect them both. The best example of that, and it actually relates to today's discussion, is the issue of during COVID being named an essential business. During COVID, car dealers, heavy truck dealers on this side of the border, we had discussions with government about the fact that the economy couldn't roll without our dealer members on the service, the parts, and new sales of heavy trucks, and they couldn't function without the sale service of new automobiles. We do all the maintenance work on police vehicles, emergency, provide all the entire new car support and new car truck supply chain. So in Canada, both heavy trucks and light duty dealers were named essential services, and we had similar discussions with our U.S. counterparts with Homeland Security, where dealerships were named an essential service. Canada, and that recognition clearly shows that you cannot run an economy without our services. So what's happened is that Kevin, who I'll let speak here in a moment, has a deep background in senior level management in the trucking world, but actually started as a truck technician and knows firsthand how important these trucks are. And Kevin, I wouldn't mind if you wouldn't mention the impact of trucking when we have a national disaster and trucking is held back. Over to you.
Yeah, this issue of pre-ordering in the truck world is not new. I mean, it did happen in COVID, for one thing, when supply chains were interrupted and lead times were very long. Some other emission regulations happened in 2008 as well too. When we take a look at that interruption with Canada, roughly about 30,000 vehicles, you're about 10% is the issue. You're about $8,000 to $10,000 units a year in a loss. So that's significant in Canada. When we take a look at the supply chain as well, that slows down fleet purchases. That slows down repair in that division. So it's not just the actual order of the truck; it's also parts and service that suffer as well too.
Thank you.
Sorry. I guess just you guys talked about how the manufacturers had been engaged with government for more than a year on this, and then you guys have come in more recently. I'm just wondering if you're able to contextualize why we're at a point where it's so urgent and we're so close up on the timelines, right? It seems like a lot of times in government, it's kind of this, we need to make a last-ditch Hail Mary on this thing. So I'm just wondering if discussions have been ongoing for more than a year, like how did we get to this point where it's just such an urgency now?
Yeah, as we brought on an executive director for the truck division, we began surveying dealers and asking them what their most important issue was. And it was no surprise that dealers had a high level of business anxiety with respect to the supply of vehicles with this 2027 model year problem that manufacturers had been speaking to them about. The manufacturers are very active, and they also have an engine manufacturer association, and they're active in all kinds of jurisdictions to make sure that their vehicles are compliant. When we heard from dealers that this was their number one issue, we took the step of meeting with every manufacturer and asking them, what is the state of the discussions with government? What are the technicalities that are involved here, and what are some of the solutions? And we heard from every manufacturer in lockstep that this was an industry-wide problem, and one that needed a regulatory fix, and we explored those options with them. So, going through their pathways to discussions with different ministers' offices, different senior officials who are responsible for this, detailed technical briefings, we were aware of an entire chain of discussions between the manufacturers who have rightly responsibility for getting these regulations correct. But they were just at a loss as to why things hadn't moved ahead. So once we were armed with that knowledge, we immediately reached out to officials to brief them. We have more meetings today with senior ECCC, Environment Climate Change Canada, to see what solutions they have. but nobody to date has been able to say, hey, we have a clear path and we're moving immediately on it. And as I said before, this is a yesterday problem as opposed to a tomorrow problem.
And so just to follow up on that very last point, that there's no clear path, I guess I'll rephrase the question a little bit. It's just, why is Ottawa moving slowly on this, I guess, considering the issues at play?
I want to be fair to Canadian officials that this, number one, is not a problem of their making. We've had, regulatory alignment for a long time. For various reasons, that has been, changes in the U.S. side of the equation have made it out of step. I think officials, on a very top level, tell us, the focus has been on light duty emissions, capacity problems, those sorts of things. I think what's important, though, to recognize at this moment in time is that, whether they have capacity issues or other constraints that are on them, if the Prime Minister rightly sends the message we're in a trade rupture and we have to do extraordinary things, regulatory fixes like this that will drive the economy have to be treated with that same level of urgency. I'm pleased to report that we got that level of urgency from ministers' offices yesterday, but level of urgency has to be met with an actual solution.
I'm just wondering which ministers' offices have you been engaged with?
We had very productive discussions with the Transport Minister's senior leadership yesterday. We also had very productive discussions with Dominic LeBlanc's office yesterday, who immediately understood the gravity of the situation. Productive discussions with the Minister of Environment's staff, and actually throughout the day, there were a number of conference calls where ministers were not ministers, but minister staff were joined in for cell phone conferences to advance the ball. I'm confident that, when the Canadian public hears this challenge, they'll understand that the government has to move on this. And I think that the process, though, needs an expeditious review because it's happening as we speak. Thank you.
All right, there are no more questions in the room, no questions on Zoom. Did you have anything you wanted to add to your statement?
I appreciate the coverage. We'll be busy on Parliament Hill today with officials and others, and available for interviews throughout the day if others have more detailed technical questions. So thank you for having us.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you. This concludes the press conference.
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਈ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਦਿਖਾਓ, ਕੰਮ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਹੈ। ਪ੍ਰਧਾਨ ਮੰਤਰੀ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਾਫੀ ਆਸ਼ਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਦਿਖਾਈ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਇੱਕ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀ ਉਮੀਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਟਰੱਕ ਡੀਲਰ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਯਕੀਨ ਜਤਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਹਾਂ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਜੇ ਇਹ ਤੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੰਭੀਰਤਾ ਦਿਖਾਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਵਧੀਆ ਕੰਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਥ੍ਰੈਟ ਜਿਹਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਪਿਆ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਬਚਿਆ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਇਕਨੋਮੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਇੱਕਦਮ ਝਟਕਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਮਹਿਸੂਸ ਨਾ ਹੋਵੇ। ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ, ਦੈਟ ਇਜ਼ ਆਲਸੋ ਵੈਰੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ। ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਹੈਗੀ ਹੈ ਰਿਲੀਜੀਅਸ ਮੋਟੀਵੇਟਡ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਟ ਐਕਸਟ੍ਰੀਮਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹਿੰਸਕ ਗਤੀਵਿਧੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ। RCMP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਵਿਚ ਆਈ ਐਮ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਟੂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ, ਇੱਥੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰੂੰਗਾ ਕਿ RCMP ਨੇ ਕੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰੇ RCMP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਿ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਕੱਟਰਵਾਦਤਾ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਹਿੰਸਕ ਗਤੀਵਿਧੀਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਔਰ ਇਹਦੀ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਪਾਲੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਕਿੱਡਾ ਕੁ ਵੱਡਾ ਖਤਰਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਬਣ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਮਝਣਾ ਪਏਗਾ। ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਰੀ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਆ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ RCMP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਅੱਜ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਦਿਸ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਇਸ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਫ ਯੂ ਲੁੱਕ ਐਟ ਦਿਸ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਇਹ 'ਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਕਲੀਅਰ ਲਫ਼ਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹੈ ਕੁਬੈਕ ਦਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲਾ, ਇਸ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਅਲੀ ਬਿਨ ਚਾਊਆ। ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਅਲੀ ਬਿਨ ਚਾਊਆ 40 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ, ਲੈਵਿਸ ਦਾ, ਕੁਬੈਕ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਹੈ ਲੈਵਿਸ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲਾ। ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰੇ 21 ਮਈ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਇਹਦੀ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰੀ ਪਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਪਾਰਟ ਆਫ national security investigation. As part of national security investigation, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਅਲੀ ਬਿਨ ਚਾਵਾ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਅੱਛਾ, ਹੁਣ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਕੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਆ? ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਟਿਕਟੌਕ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਟਿਕਟੌਕ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਐਕਟਿਵ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਐਕਟਿਵ ਹੋ ਕੇ ਨਾ ਕੇਵਲ ਟਿਕਟੌਕ ਤੇ ਐਕਟਿਵ ਸੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੁਝ ਐਸੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ, ਜਾਂ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਯੂ ਕੈਨ ਸੇ ਕਿ ਫੈਲਾਈਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਟੈਰਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਸੀ, ਟੈਰਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਿੰਨੀਆਂ ਪੋਸਟ ਬਣਾਉਂਦਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਕਥਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਇਸਲਾਮਿਕ ਸਟੇਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ISIS ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਸਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਣਾਉਂਦਾ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਹੱਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਣਾਉਂਦਾ ਸੀ। ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਪਿਛਲੇ ਸਾਲ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ। ਇੱਕ ਆਨਲਾਈਨ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਆਈ ਸੀ RCMP ਦੇ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਨੈਟਵਰਕ ਨੂੰ। ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ, ਇਹਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਸਾਰਾ ਕੁਝ ਚੈੱਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਆਖਰਕਾਰ ਇਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹੈ ਕੌਣ, ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਪੋਸਟਾਂ ਉਹ ਬਣਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਤਾਂ ਫਿਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਅਲੀ ਬਿਨ ਚਾਵਾ ਨੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਟੈਰਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਐਲੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਲਾ ਕੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਦਾ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ ਇੱਕ ਵੱਡੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ RCMP ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਹੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਕਿਉਂ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ? ਉਹ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ show you from the RCMP's direct page. ਜਿਹੜਾ RCMP ਦਾ ਵੈਬ ਪੇਜ ਹੈ, ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਮੈਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇਣਾ। ਸੋ ਟੈਰਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਚਾਰजेस ਦੇ ਅਧੀਨ, ਐਲੀਗੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਅਧੀਨ ਇਸ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਨੂੰ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਔਰ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ 40 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ ਇਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਅਲੀ ਬਿਨ ਚਾਵਾ ਇਹ 'ਤੇ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ, ਡਰੇ 'ਚ ਇਹ ਜਤਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਟੈਰਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਆਫੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ, ਕਮਿਟ ਕਰ ਸਕਦਾ, ਅੱਤਵਾਦ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਥਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਦੇ ਸਕਦਾ। ਔਰ ਇਹਨੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ allegedly he made numerous posts on TikTok in support of Islamic State. ਔਰ ਪਰਪਸ ਕੀ ਹੈ? ਕਹਿੰਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸਸਪੀਸ਼ੀਅਸ ਐਕਟੀਵਿਟੀਜ਼ ਸੀ and to lay a terrorism peace bond under section 810.011. ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹਦੀਆਂ ਮੋਨੀਟਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਟੈਰਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਅਫੈਂਸ ਹੈ ਪੋਟੈਂਸ਼ੀਅਲੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮਿਟੀਗੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਡਿਸਟਰਪਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ। ਐਸੀਆਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ। ਹੁਣ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਕੀ ਹੈ? ਚਲੋ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕੋਰਟ 'ਚ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਇੱਕ ਅਲੱਗ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰਿਲੀਜੀਅਸਲੀ ਮੋਟੀਵੇਟਡ ਐਕਸਟ੍ਰੀਮਿਸਟ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਟ ਐਕਸਟ੍ਰੀਮਿਜ਼ਮ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹ ਅੱਤਵਾਦ ਹੈ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਦਾ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਵੱਧ ਰਿਹਾ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਅੱਤਵਾਦ ਫੈਲਾਇਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ 'ਚ ਇਹਦੀਆਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਤੇਜ਼ੀ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਧਣ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਮਿਲਦੀਆਂ, ਸ਼ਿਕਾਇਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਹਵਾਲਾ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਅੱਤਵਾਦ ਫੈਲਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਹਿੰਸਕ ਰੂਪ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਆ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਊਂਟਰਿੰਗ radicalization to violence is a top priority for the government of Canada. The RCMP remain committed to countering religiously motivated violent extremism. Collaboration and information sharing are key to detection and disruption efforts by law enforcement and their partners. ਇਹ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਧਾਰਮਿਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਨਮਾਦਤਾ ਜਾਂ ਕੱਟਰਵਾਦਤਾ ਜਾਂ ਧਰਮ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੋਟੀਵੇਟ ਕਰਕੇ ਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਧਰਮ ਨੂੰ ਖਤਰਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਜੇ ਰਹੋਗੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਆਹ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੋਗੇ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਏਗਾ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ਾਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅੱਤਵਾਦ ਫੈਲਾਇਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਕੇਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੱਧ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਔਰ ਉਸੇ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੇਸਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਧਾਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ RCMP ਦੀ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਪੁਲਿਸਿੰਗ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦਾ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਰੀਜਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮੁਹੰਮਦ ਅਲੀ ਬਿਨ ਚਾਵਾ 40 ਸਾਲ ਦਾ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅੱਜ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਕੀਤਾ। ਔਰ ਕਿਹਾ ਇਹੀ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਇਸ ਡਰ ਤੋਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਬੈਨ ਚਾਵਾ ਮੇ ਕਮਿਟ ਟੈਰਰਿਜ਼ਮ ਆਫੈਂਸ। ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਕਰਨਾ ਸੀ। ਕੁਝ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੋਰ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਨੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਬੜੀਆਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਨੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਡਿਸਕਸ਼ਨ ਕਰਨੀ ਆ। ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਸੈਪਰੇਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਰੈਫਰੈਂਡਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ ਐਲਬਰਟਾ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਲਬਰਟਾ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੀਮੀਅਰ ਨੇ ਡੈਨੀਅਲ ਸਮਿਥ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਉਹ ਅੱਜ ਕਿਸੇ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕੁਝ ਵਿਸ਼ਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੰਬੋਧਨ ਕਰਨਗੇ। ਉਹ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ ਔਰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੇ, ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਰਨੀ ਆ। ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਬਿੱਲ C-22 ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਬਿੱਲ C-22 ਦੀ ਪਹਿਲੀ ਰੀਡਿੰਗ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ 12 ਮਾਰਚ 2026 ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਆ। ਇਹ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਕਿਸ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਕਿਸ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੇ ਸ਼ੰਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਤਾਏ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਡੇਟਾ ਹੈ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦਾ, ਕੀ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਐਕਸੈਸ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ? ਜੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ 'ਚ ਕਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਸ ਬਿੱਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੁਣ ਮਿਲੇਗਾ ਔਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਸਰਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਜਤਾਏ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ। ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਨੇ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਥਿਤ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਦੋਸ਼ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਿਵ ਜਾਂਚ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਕ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ W5 ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਔਰ ਇਹ 4 ਹਿੱਸਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ। CTV ਦਾ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਹੈ W5, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਐਕਸਪੋਜ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਬਹੁਤ ਗੰਭੀਰ ਮਾਮਲਾ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਆਮ ਲੋਕ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫਸ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਇਸ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦਾ ਅੱਜ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਪਹਿਲੂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਜਾਗਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ CTV ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਐਵਰੀ ਹੇਨਜ਼ ਔਰ ਜੋਸੈਫ ਲੋਇਰੋ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਔਰ ਉਧਰੋਂ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਤੋਂ ਖਬਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤਹਿਰਾਨ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਉਹ US ਦੇ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸ ਨੂੰ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰਪੋਜ਼ਲ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰਿਵਿਊ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਆਪਾਂ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਰਾਂਗੇ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਸਥਿਤੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਕਿ ਵੈਸਟ ਏਸ਼ੀਆ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੌਲਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਰੌਲਾ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਭਾਰਤ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਥਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਖੜਾ? ਭਾਰਤ ਦੀਆਂ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੀਆਂ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਔਨ ਟੋਜ਼ ਹੋਈਆਂ। ਔਨ ਟੋਜ਼ ਉਹ ਕਿਸ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੋਈਆਂ? ਉਹ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਤੇਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਇਲ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਿੰਨਾ, ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ એનર્ਜੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਅੱਜ ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀਜ਼ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸੈਕਟਰੀਜ਼ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਲਾ ਦਰਜੇ ਦੇ ਆਫੀਸਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਆਪਾਂ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਵਿਸ਼ਾ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ। ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਟਰ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀਅਲ ਬਰੀਫਿੰਗ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦਾ ਆਇਲ LPG ਗੈਸ ਸਪਲਾਈ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਅਸਰ ਪਿਆ? ਪਿਛਲੇ ਦਿਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਰਤ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੈਸ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੀਮਤਾਂ, ਤੇਲ ਦੀਆਂ ਕੀਮਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਵਧੀਆਂ, ਹਾਈ ਹੋਈਆਂ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਲੇਟੈਸਟ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਕੁਝ ਘੰਟੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ, ਉਹ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ।
We'll begin with updates from the Petroleum Ministry. Over to you, Sujata.
ਪੈਟਰੋਲੀਅਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰੀ शुरुआत ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ।
नमस्कार। जैसा कि आप जानते हैं कि वेस्ट एशिया क्राइसिस को स्टार्ट हुए 81 दिन से अधिक हो चुके हैं और हमारे इंपोर्ट्स उससे अफेक्ट हुए हैं, परंतु भारत सरकार ने सभी संभव स्टेप्स लिए हैं ताकि जो आम जनता है उसको कम से कम परेशानी का सामना करना पड़े। इसके चलते मैं दोबारा से ये बात कहना चाहूँगी कि हमारे पास सफिशिएंट सप्लाईज हैं, क्रूड हो, नेचुरल गैस हो, पेट्रोल हो या डीजल हो। हमारी रिफाइनरीज ऑप्टिमम कैपेसिटी पर ऑपरेट कर रही हैं ताकि जो देश की डिमांड है उसको मीट किया जा सके। इसके अलावा रिफाइनरीज में LPG प्रोडक्शन को रैंप अप किया गया है और लगभग 46 से 47 हज़ार टन LPG देश की रिफाइनरीज में बनाई जा रही है। किसी भी कुछ पेट्रोल पंप पर और कुछ एरियाज में ये देखा जा रहा है कि जो बाइंग है वो इंक्रीज हुई है और काफ़ी ज़्यादा ग्रोथ भी देखी जा रही है। मंत्रालय में भी इसे एनालाइज किया है और ये पाया है कि कुछ इंक्रीज तो एग्रीकल्चर सीजन के चलते है। इसके अलावा कुछ इंक्रीज इसलिए भी है क्योंकि बल्क जो हमारा डीजल था, जो बल्क सप्लाईज थी वो रिटेल पर शिफ्ट हो रही हैं। इसके अलावा प्राइस डिफरेंस है, जो सरकारी तेल कंपनियां हैं उन वो जिस भाव पर पेट्रोल और डीजल बेच रही हैं और उसके मुकाबले जो जो प्राइवेट कंपनीज हैं वहाँ पर दाम कुछ अधिक है। इसके चलते भी ये डिमांड जो है वो सरकारी कंपनियों पर शिफ्ट हो रही है। परंतु इसके बावजूद भी हमारे पास सफिशिएंट सप्लाईज हैं और डिमांड के हिसाब से तुरंत के तुरंत एक्शन लिया जा रहा है और हर पेट्रोल पंप पर सप्लाई को सुनिश्चित करने का हर प्रयास किया जा रहा है। एलपीजी कुकिंग गैस की सप्लाई भी यथावत है। इनफैक्ट पिछले 3 दिनों में 1,34,00,000 डिलीवरीज की गई हैं डोमेस्टिक एलपीजी सिलेंडर की और इसके अगेंस्ट जो बुकिंग है वो 1,32,00,000 है और 96% ये जो डिलीवरी की गई है इसकी 96% डिलीवरी विद डीएसी कोड की गई है। कमर्शियल एलपीजी की सप्लाई 1 मई से लेकर अब तक लगभग 1,32,000 टन की गई है। पिछले 3 दिनों में भी 23,588 टन कमर्शियल एलपीजी की सेल की गई है। इसी तरह पिछले 3 दिनों में ऑटो एलपीजी भी 963 टन की सेल की गई है। 5 किलो के सिलेंडर्स की सेल पिछले 3 दिनों में लगभग 1,87,000 सिलेंडर है। इसके अलावा नेचुरल गैस के संबंध में मैं ये आपको बताना चाहूँगी कि मार्च के महीने से लेकर अब तक 7.64 लाख पीएनजी कनेक्शंस को गैसीफाई किया गया है। 2.81 लाख कनेक्शंस के लिए इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट है और 7.99 लाख कस्टमर्स नए रजिस्टर हुए हैं। C3 C4 मॉलिक्यूल्स की सेल भी रिफाइनरीज से की जा रही है और 1 मई से लेकर अब तक 10,600 टन प्रोपिलीन और ब्यूटाइलीन की सेल हुई है और 3,940 टन ब्यूटाइल एक्रिलेट की भी सेल की गई है। एनफोर्समेंट एक्शन राज्य सरकारों के द्वारा और ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज के द्वारा जारी है और लगभग पिछले 3 दिनों में लगभग 500 रेड की गई हैं और ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज के द्वारा भी जो इंस्पेक्शंस किए गए हैं उसमें पिछले 3 दिनों में 111 शो कॉज नोटिस दिए गए हैं। 35 डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर्स पर पेनल्टी लगाई गई है और 1 को सस्पेंड भी किया गया है। अंत में मैं आप सभी के माध्यम से देशवासियों से अपील करना चाहूँगी कि कृपया पैनिक बाइंग से बचें। आवश्यकता के अनुसार पेट्रोल डीजल का क्रय करें और हमारे पास पर्याप्त स्टोर्स हैं, अवेलेबिलिटी है, सप्लाईज हैं। किसी भी अफवाह पर विश्वास न करें और जहां तक संभव हो ऊर्जा को बचाने का हर संभव प्रयास करें। धन्यवाद।
Thank you, ma'am. The Ministry of Port Shipping and Waterways continues to coordinate with Ministry of External Affairs, Indian missions and maritime stakeholders to ensure seafarer welfare and uninterrupted maritime operations. All the Indian seafarers in the region are safe and no incident involving Indian flagged vessel or foreign flagged vessel with Indian crew has been reported in past 72 hours. DG Shipping Control Room update, that's control room has handled 10,106 calls and around 22,215 emails since its activation. In past 72 hours, a total 404 calls and 903 emails have been received. The ministry through DG Shipping has facilitated the safe repatriation of more than 3,300 Indian seafarers, including 99 in last 72 hours. Port operation across India remains normal and no congestion reported. And then there was a question last time that what is the shipping rates to Middle East from 15th of April to 19th of May. So that is around that time on 15th of April per container means 20 feet container. It was $2,400, which is now around $2,000. Thank you.
Thank you, Mukeshji. Now we'll take questions. We'll start from the first row and we'll keep passing the mic. Thank you.
Question is for Sujata ma'am. Ma'am, you spoke about the demand rise at the pumps owned by the state-fuel retailers. Can you give a percentage number as to how much are we seeing the surge in diesel and gasoline demand at the state-owned pumps? Or you also said that the prices, the bulk prices are higher than the retail prices. Can you give a number as to how much is the difference between the bulk and the retail?
Hi, this is from Mangal, sir. There have been news reports saying that India is preparing to send its tankers inside Hormuz, on the west of Hormuz, to get energy supplies from there. So what's the plan like? By when can we see that the first Indian tanker entering into the Strait of Hormuz to get the products from there?
Thank you. Question to Sujata ma'am. Just wanted to understand how do you calculate under recoveries and losses? I'm asking you this because on one day you said it's 30,000 crore per month is the under recovery or losses. And the next day the secretary MOPNG says 1 lakh is the total loss. The day after that the minister says 1.98 crore is the under recovery, while loss is 1 lakh crore. So what is the difference between loss and under recovery? One. Two, why are we including LPG in these under recoveries or losses? Because LPG, as to my understanding, is a regulated product, and Government of India is committed to compensating the PSUs for their losses. Why can't the Government of India make timely payments so that at least these under recoveries, to that extent, it's mitigated? If you look at the earning statements of all the 3 OMCs that have come, they have made some 77,000 crore of profit in FY26 with one month of stress, and they have a negative LPG buffer of running into some 26,000 crore. If at least that is cleared, why is the government not making those payments on regular basis? Thank you.
Hi, this is Udit from the print. So my question to Sujata ma'am is that, so on Monday, ma'am, you said that the companies are daily losses around 750 crore rupees. Before that, we were told that it was 1,000 crores. So after hike of 3 rupees, it comes to at 750 crores. So what is the hike needed that this becomes a break even, or the companies, those losses starts getting recovered?
Hi, ma'am. My question is to Sujata, ma'am. I wanted to get your clarity on the recent US waiver extension that they have given for vessels loading before 17th of April. Now, there are a lot of vessels that are coming to India that have been loaded after 17th of April. So how is Indian refiners going to navigate that situation? Thank you.
Ma'am, could you please share current under recovery on petrol, diesel, and LPG?
Hello, ma'am. I'm Shivani Sharma from India Today. My question is for Sujata, ma'am. Ma'am, there are reports, especially in states like Uttarakhand, that there are several petrol pumps where a capping has been done for consumers. Like people are getting a petrol of only 1,000 rupees or so. There are multiple reports like that. Is there any direction that has been given by the ministry? And the second question is regarding a report that has been published in Nikkei Asia that quotes Kepler. And it says that India, which is the third largest consumer of LPG, reportedly faces a supply gap of 4 lakh barrels per day. Your reactions on that?
Hi, question for Sujata ma'am. I just wanted to understand, because we've been getting these reports of certain shortages in some pockets at the RO level, although, at the macro level, the production and the supplies seem to be all right in terms of production. But these regional imbalances and supply shortages, you've been mentioning for the past few days that a lot of the commercial and bulk demand has shifted to OMC ROs, right? Isn't there any mechanism at the disposal of the local administration, the state government, or even the OMCs to prevent the commercial or the bulk consumers from getting to retail ROs and lifting fuel from there? Because essentially, the reason why there's a different price for industrial and bulk consumer, commercial consumers is so that the retail consumers can be provided a relatively cheaper fuel, right? But so isn't there any sort of mechanism at your disposal where you can stop this migration of commercial and bulk users from getting from their supply channels onto the OMC channels? Thank you.
मैम मेरा सवाल सुजाता मैम से है। मैम पेट्रोल पंप डीलर एसोसिएशन ने पंजाब के चीफ सेक्रेटरी को खत लिखा है और उन्होंने बताया है कि कई ऐसे जगहें पेट्रोल पंप हैं जहां पर पेट्रोल की आपूर्ति सुनिश्चित नहीं है और उनका सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट से अनुरोध है कि तेल की आपूर्ति को वहां पर सुनिश्चित कराया जाए।
Anybody on this side? That's all. Okay. Okay.
Ma'am, today AITWA, it's a big transport organization. They have written to all the companies that because of disruption in supply, particularly in port areas, so they have asked them that because of this crisis, don't put any kind of penalty. They have asked to companies, but that's primarily coming from the shortage of diesel at some areas. Like companies, if they get delayed in delivering of products, then companies can put penalty on the transporters. No? So they have said that because of the problem with diesel supply, particularly at port areas, so they are unable to supply. Any kind of report that you have, any response? And usually AITW always talks to government. So have they also written to you about this?
Okay. There was one question from shipping. I think first you can answer.
Thank you, ma'am. So question was, when India is planning to send tanker to west of Strait of Hormuz, so we are in touch with MEA and coordinating with them. And whenever the situation become conducive for sending vessels there, so that time we'll let you know. Thank you.
Okay, Sujata.
देखिए पहले तो मैं ये दोबारा से क्लियर कर दूं कि हमारे पास पेट्रोल, डीजल, एलपीजी में हमें जो शॉर्टेज है वो हमने अलग तरह से मैनेज किया है, लेकिन हमारा पास सफिशिएंट क्रूड अवेलेबल है, हमारे पास पेट्रोल डीजल सफिशिएंट अवेलेबल है, हमारी रिफाइनरीज पिछले पूरे साल 105% ऑफ नेम प्लेट कैपेसिटी पर ऑपरेट हुई हैं। इसलिए ये कहना कि कहीं पर पेट्रोल या डीजल की कमी है ये बिल्कुल ठीक नहीं है। और हमको ये भी समझना होगा कि किसी भी पेट्रोल पंप पर 2, 2.5 या 3 दिन का ही स्टॉक होता है। अगर वहां पर 20%, 30% अगर इस तरह का ग्रोथ देखा जाएगा तो there are, last mile logistic arrangements also. So these kind of petrol pumps, these kind of locations are continuously monitored and the replenishments are also done. As far as the support from the state government is concerned, the different mechanism to control, yes, this is monitored by the oil marketing companies and the support is coming from the state governments also, in fact from the district administrations also. And there are a couple of states and district administrations where the letters have been issued to their officers or requesting that the bulk should take from the bulk supply points and the retail consumers should go to the petrol pump. Anybody, because this is an opportunity to inform the people also, the people who want bulk supply can contact the state level nodal officer of the oil marketing companies. The details of all the state level officers is there on the website of all the 3 oil marketing companies. So they can be contacted for the bulk demand. See, it is, I told you, there are mechanism and the oil marketing companies are working on that. They know what kind of transactions are happening from where. So that kind of monitoring is done. So wherever there is an issue, the support of the local police is also taken wherever the need is required. I mean, there is a need. And regarding the LPG, I think we should not lose the fact, our sight on the fact that there is huge increase in the domestic LPG production. ये बात हम सब जानते हैं कि वी आर एन इम्पोर्ट डिपेंडेंट कंट्री. 60% हमारा एलपीजी हॉर्मुज से आता था, सॉरी इंपोर्ट हमारा 60% है, उसका 90% was coming from Hormuz. Now the fact is that how effectively we are able to manage this situation, and in this government has taken lot of steps to ensure that the inconvenience to the consumer is minimum. जो हमारा डोमेस्टिक एलपीजी प्रोडक्शन है हमारी रिफाइनरीज में वो रैंप अप हुआ. इसके अलावा जो डिमांड साइड मैनेजमेंट है वो भी किया गया, जो बुकिंग पीरियड्स हैं. इसके अलावा जो कुकिंग गैस है उसको प्रायोरिटाइज किया गया. कमर्शियल को 70% है, लेकिन डोमेस्टिक कुकिंग के लिए घर के खाना बनाने की जो गैस है वो 100% सप्लाई की जा रही है. तो हमें इसको इस तरह से देखना चाहिए कि भारत सरकार ने और ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज ने कितने इफेक्टिव स्टेप्स लिए हैं ताकि जो देश की जनता है उसको कम से कम कठिनाई का सामना करना पड़े. आपने क्रूड की बात करी तो मैं सिर्फ इतना ही कहना चाहूँगी कि देश का हित, कंज्यूमर्स का हित, देश की एनर्जी सिक्योरिटी, ये हमारे लिए सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है. इसके लिए जो भी करना पड़ेगा, जो भी भारत सरकार को करना है या ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को करना है वो किया जाएगा और किया जा रहा भी है. इसके अलावा आपने लॉसेस की बात की. देखिए हमारे जो एलपीजी का जो लॉसेस की आप बात कर रहे हैं, पहले भी भारत सरकार ने कई बार, 2 बार तो मुझे अभी रिसेंट पास में याद है, जब भारत सरकार ने ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट किया है. 2023 में 22,000 करोड़ दिया, उनको अप्रूव किया. पिछले साल 30,000 करोड़ का भी उनको अप्रूवल किया. तो जब ज़रूरत हुई है भारत सरकार ने अपनी ऑयल मार्केटिंग कंपनीज को सपोर्ट किया है. डिफरेंस आपने पूछा, ग्रोथ मैं आपको बता चुकी हूँ. किसी एरिया में किसी 20% और 30% ग्रोथ भी देखी जा रही है. देयर इज अ प्राइस डिफरेंस, 40-42 रुपए का फर्क है पर लीटर, जो हमारा रिटेल है और जो हमारा बल्क है. आई थिंक आई हैव कवर्ड मोस्ट ऑफ द क्वेश्चंस. डीजल की है. मैं आपको लोकलाइज्ड एरिया बता रही हूँ जहाँ पर आप जिन एरियाज के आप इशू रेज कर रहे हैं उन एरियाज की बता रही हूँ कि 20 से 30% तक ग्रोथ है. पेट्रोल का डाटा आई डोंट हैव.
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ ਚ ਆਇਲ ਦੇ ਗੈਸ ਦੇ ਕੀ ਇੰਪੈਕਟ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੈ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ. ਸੁਮਿਤ ਗੁਪਤਾ ਜੀ, ਪ੍ਰੋਫੈਸਰ ਸੁਮਿਤ ਗੁਪਤਾ ਐਂਡ ਸੁਰਿੰਦਰ ਸ਼ਰਮਾ ਜੀ, ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ. ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਹੁਣ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਨਾ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਹੈ. ਹੁਣ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ. ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਸੀਟੀਵੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ. ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਬੜੀ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਹੈ. ਉਹ ਮਹੱਤਵਪੂਰਨ ਕਿਉਂ ਆ, ਉਹਦਾ ਕੀ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਮੈਂ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦੇਣਾ. ਔਰ ਇਹਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਸੀਟੀਵੀ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਿਵ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਹੈ W5. ਇਹਦੇ ਮੁਤਾਬਿਕ ਜੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੀਏ ਜੋ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ, ਇਸ ਦੇ ਮੁਤਾਬਿਕ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਧਾਂਦਲੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਕਥਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ. ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਕੁਝ ਸਾਂਝ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਪਾਣਾ ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਦੇਣਾ. ਇਹ ਖਬਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਲਗਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਸੀਟੀਵੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਇਹਦੇ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਚਰਚਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇੱਥੇ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਔਰ ਆਮ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕਰਪਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਕਰਮਚਾਰੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ, ਅਧਿਕਾਰੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੀਤੇ ਹੋਏ ਕੰਮਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਫਸੇ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਦੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੈਗ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸੀ, ਟੈਗ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਟੈਗ ਉਹ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸੀ। ਕੁਝ ਦਿਨ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਵੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਫਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਬਾਏ ਸੀਟੀਵੀ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਿਵ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਹੈਗਾ W5 ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੈਰਾਨ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੈ, ਬਹੁਤ ਚੌਂਕਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਨੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਸਮ ਆਫ ਦਾ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਡਾਇਰੈਕਟਲੀ ਫਰੋਮ ਦੈਟ ਪੇਜ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਵਾਰਦਾਤਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਅੰਜਾਮ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਐਂਡ ਐਜ਼ ਆਈ ਸੈਡ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਅਸੀਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿਆਂਗੇ ਉਹ ਅਸੀਂ ਕ੍ਰੈਡਿਟ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਦਿਆਂਗੇ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਕਿ ਮੈਂ ਕੋਈ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਲਿਆ। ਯੈਸ, ਅਸੀਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਇਹਦੀ ਰਿਸਰਚ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ, ਪੜ੍ਹਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਟਾਈਮ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਲੱਗਦਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕੰਟੈਕਸਟ ਉਹ ਲਿਆਉਣ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਲਿਖੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਟਾਈਮ ਲੱਗਦਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮਿਹਨਤ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ W5 ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀ ਐਕਸਕਲੂਸਿਵ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਦੈਟਸ ਦ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਸੀਟੀਵੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਲੱਗੀ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਤੀਜਾ ਪਾਰਟ ਹੈ 4 ਪਾਰਟਸ ਦਾ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਠੱਗੀਆਂ ਨੇ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੁਝ EMPLOYEES ਨੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ EMPLOYEES, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਗਰੁੱਪਸ, ਡਰੱਗ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕਿੰਗ ਔਰ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਕਿਤੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਤੇ ਕਥਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ। ਔਰ ਇਸ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਦਾ ਖੁਲਾਸਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਸੀਟੀਵੀ ਦੇ W5 ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਸ ਦਾ ਖੁਲਾਸਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। 4 ਹਿੱਸਿਆਂ ਦੀ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਦਾ ਤੀਜਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ 에ਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ EMPLOYEE ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਗੋਲਡ ਹੀਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੋਨੇ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੁੱਟ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਸੋਨੇ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਬੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਖੇਪ ਆਈ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹ ਖਪਾ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਆਪ ਵੀ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹ ਵੈਨਿਸ਼ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਮਿਲੀਅਨਸ ਆਫ ਡਾਲਰ ਦੀ। ਉਹ ਵੀ ਇੱਕ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦਾ ਹੀ ਬੜੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਅਹੁਦੇ ਦਾ EMPLOYEE ਸੀ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ W5 ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ, ਕੋਰਟ ਔਰ ਰਿਕਾਰਡਸ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਡੇਟਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਐਕਸਕਲੂਸਿਵ ਉਹ ਅਨਕਵਰ ਕੀਤਾ, ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਇਹ ਸਵਾਲ ਆਉਂਦੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ EMPLOYEES ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਥਿਤ ਲਿੰਕ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਡਰੱਗ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਔਰ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਦਾ। ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦਾ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਆਉਂਦਾ। ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਕੌਣ ਹੈ? ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਲੋਕ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਆ। This guy is ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ। ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਇਹ ਉਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਹੈ, ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ। ਇਹ ਉਸ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ 2 EMPLOYEES ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਸੀ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਇਸ ਗੋਲਡ ਹੇਸਟ ਦਾ ਦੋਸ਼ ਲੱਗਾ ਔਰ ਇਹ $22 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦਾ ਗੋਲਡ ਤੇ ਫੋਰਨ ਕਰੰਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ 2023 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਕਾਰਗੋ ਫੈਸਿਲਿਟੀ ਚੋਂ ਚੋਰੀ ਕਰ ਲਈ ਗਈ। ਪਤਾ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਣ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। At that time he was working in that airport, ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ। ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ, ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਆ ਚੁੱਕੀਆਂ, ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਈ ਆ। ਔਰ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਬੇਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਬਾਹਰ ਵੀ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ, ਇਹ ਜਿਮ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਉਦੋਂ ਰਿਮੋਰਸ ਵਗੈਰਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਮੁਕਰਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਰਮਚਾਰੀ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦੀ ਵਾਈਫ ਤਾਂ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਗਾਣੇ ਗੁਣੇ ਵੀ ਸ਼ੂਟ ਕਰਦੀ ਰਹੀ। ਆਈ ਡੋਂਟ ਨੋ ਪੈਸਾ ਪੂਸਾ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਕਿਵੇਂ, ਦੁਬਈ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੇਸ ਆਂਦਾ ਸੀ। ਖੈਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਸ ਸਟੋਰੀ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਰਹਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਨੇ ਦੱਸਿਆ W5 ਨੂੰ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹਦੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ 2023 ਚ ਹੋਇਆ ਨਾ ਇਹਦਾ ਵਾਕਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਫੋਰਨ ਕਰੰਸੀ ਔਰ $22 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਦੇ ਗੋਲਡ ਹੀਸਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਲਜ਼ਾਮ ਲੱਗੇ ਆ, ਕੁਝ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ 에ਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ EMPLOYE ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ, ਪੂਰਾ ਗਰੁੱਪ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ, ਫਿਲਮੀ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਇੱਕ ਸਕ੍ਰਿਪਟ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆ। ਇਹ ਤਾਂ 2023 'ਚ ਹੋਇਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਨੇ W5 ਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦਾ ਨਾਂ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੀ ਸਾਲ 2008 ਤੋਂ 3 ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਸੈਪਰੇਟ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਡਰੱਗ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਆਇਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦਾ ਜੇ ਨਾਮ 2008 ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਤਾਂ ਉਹ 2023 ਤੱਕ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ। 3 ਸੈਪਰੇਟ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਡਰੱਗ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ। ਇਹ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਖਰੀ ਗੋਲਡ ਹੇਸ ਤੋਂ 2008 ਤੋਂ, ਔਰ ਉਹ 2023 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਐਕਸੈਸ ਸੀ ਪੂਰਾ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦਾ। ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਲੀ ਹੌਸਲੇ ਵੱਧਦੇ ਗਏ ਔਰ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕੀ ਬਣ ਗਏ। ਦਿਸ ਗਾਇ ਇਜ਼ ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ, ਜਿਹਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ ਦਿਖਾ ਚੁੱਕਾ। ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ W5 ਨੇ ਇੱਕ ਸੈਂਸਿਟਿਵ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਲ 2012 ਦਾ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹ ਦੇਖਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਤੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਈ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਤਾਂ ਲੀਡਰ ਸੀ ਇੱਕ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਡਰੱਗ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕਿੰਗ ਰਿੰਗ ਦਾ। ਦਿਸ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਵਾਸ ਅ ਰਿੰਗ ਲੀਡਰ ਫॉर ਅ ਡਰੱਗ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕਿੰਗ, ਇੱਕ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਸੈਕਟਰ ਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਿ ਲਾਰਜ ਕੁਆਂਟੀਟੀ ਵਿੱਚ, ਵੱਡੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਨਸ਼ੀਲੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ, ਨਸ਼ੀਲੀਆਂ ਵਸਤੂਆਂ, ਉਹ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੋਂ ਮੂਵ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਐਕਸੈਸ ਸੀ, ਇਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਉਸ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਚੁੱਕਿਆ ਔਰ 2012 ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਉਸ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਡਰੱਗ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕਿੰਗ ਰਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਲੀਡਰ ਸੀ 2012 'ਚ। ਇਹ 2012 ਦੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟ ਹੈ, ਔਰ 2023 'ਚ ਇਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੋਲਡ ਹੀਸਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ, ਜਿਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਫੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਸੋ 2008 ਤੋਂ ਇਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਜਿਹੜਾ 3 ਸੈਪਰੇਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਰੱਗ ਬਸਟ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਉਂਦਾ, ਔਰ 2012 ਦੀ ਇਹ ਸੈਂਸਿਟਿਵ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਜਿਸ 'ਚ ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੰਘ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਹੀ ਵਾਜ਼ ਦ ਲੀਡਰ ਆਫ ਐਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਡਰੱਗ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕਿੰਗ ਰਿੰਗ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੱਸੋਗੇ ਇਹ ਛੋਟੀ ਚੀਜ਼ ਹੈ? ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋ ਕੀ ਰਿਹਾ, ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕੀ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਹੈ, ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਇਨ ਫਰੰਟ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਕਿ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਕੀ ਬਣੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ। ਇਹ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਉਸ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਦਾ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਚੁੱਕ ਕੇ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਨਾਰਕੋਟਿਕਸ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਮੂਵ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ ਬੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ 'ਚ। ਔਰ ਕੋਟ ਅਨਕੋਟ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਲੈਜਿਟੀਮੇਟ ਗਵਰਨਮੈਂਟ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਫॉर द पर्पस ऑफ कैरिंग आउट देयर क्रिमिनल एक्टिविटीज and infiltrating legitimate government organizations for the purpose of carrying out their criminal activities. ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ W5 ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਿਵ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੇ ਡਿਟਰਮਿਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ, ਦੇ ਕੁਡ ਨਾਟ ਡਿਟਰਮਿਨ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਇਹ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟ ਕਦੀ 에ਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਬਿਕੋਜ਼ ਇਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਜੌਬ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਰੱਖੀ ਔਰ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਰੱਖੀ ਅੰਟਿਲ ਦ ਗੋਲਡ ਹੀਸਟ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ 2023 ਤੱਕ ਉਹਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਜੌਬ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ, 2012 ਚ ਨਾਮ ਆਉਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਵੀ, ਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਵੀ ਉਹਨੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰੱਖਿਆ। ਹੁਣ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਹੈਗਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਹੋਰ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਜੇ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ। ਔਰ ਕੀ ਇਹ ਇਕੱਲਾ ਸੀ? ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਕੱਲਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ, ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਸੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਇਲਾਵਾ ਹੋਰ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਕੇਸ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ his case is one of the several uncovered by W5 involving airport employees who retained access to restricted areas despite serious allegations, criminal investigations or repeated security concerns. ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕੱਲ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ MLA ਆ, ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਚੂਰਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਖਾਇਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਆਹ ਚੂਰਨ ਬੜਾ ਸਵਾਦ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਉਸੇ ਚੂਰਨ ਦੀਆਂ ਪੁੜੀਆਂ ਫੇਰ ਦੁਆਰਾ ਦੇਣ ਲੱਗਾ ਹੋਇਆ। ਇੱਥੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਜੁੜਦੇ, ਉਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਵਾਦ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਪੱਕੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣ। ਸਮਟਾਈਮ ਆਈ ਫੀਲ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਕਿਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਹ ਰੀਅਲ ਮੁੱਦੇ ਆ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ। ਇੱਥੇ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਕੱਲੀ ਇਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਰਕਾਰ ਨੂੰ ਘਾਟਾ ਪੈ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਬੇਦੋਸ਼ੇ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਨੋਸੈਂਟ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਾਨ ਜੋਖਿਮ 'ਚ ਪੈ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕਰਪਟ EMPLOYEES ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਟੈਗ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ, ਲੋਕ ਬੇਕਸੂਰ ਲੋਕ ਦੂਜੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ 'ਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਫੜ ਲਏ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਕਰਪਟ ਆਫੀਸ਼ੀਅਲਸ ਨੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਟੈਗ ਚੇਂਜ ਕੀਤੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੈਗਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਅੰਦਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੈਗਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੋਈ ਨਸ਼ੀਲੇ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਪਾ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਆ, ਜੋ ਫਸ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਤਾਂ ਮੌਤ ਤੱਕ ਦੀ ਸਜ਼ਾ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਪਰਵਾਹ ਨਹੀਂ। ਔਰ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਬੇਸ਼ਰਮ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਨਾ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਸ਼ਬਦ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਛੋਟਾ ਹੈ, ਬੇਸ਼ਰਮੀ ਦੀ ਹੱਦ ਟੱਪੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ ਕਿ ਆਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਆ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ। ਇਹ ਤੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਖੋਲੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ, ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰ ਸਭ ਦੇ ਨਵੇਂ ਸਿਰ ਤੋਂ ਬਣਾਏ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਜਾਂ ਉਹ 'ਚ ਹੋਰ ਸਖਤੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾਂਦੀ, ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹ ਕਾਗਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ 2012 'ਚ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਡਾਕੂਮੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਇਆ ਉਹ 2023 ਤੱਕ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਲੁਕਿਆ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕਿਉਂ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ? ਜੇ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਕਿਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ? 2008 ਤੋਂ ਇਹ 3 ਡਿਫਰੈਂਟ ਡਰੱਗ ਬਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ, ਤਾਂ 2023 ਤੱਕ ਵੇਟ ਕਿਉਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ? ਕੀ ਇਹ ਸਵਾਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਬਣਦੇ? ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਖੰਗਾਲਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਕਰੋ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਲੱਭਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ, ਬਹੁਤ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਲੱਭਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ। ਦੂਜਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਉਂਗਲ ਚੁੱਕਣੀ, ਦੂਜਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਂਗਲ ਚੁੱਕਣੀ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਦੀ ਇੱਕ ਨਵੀਂ ਹੌਬੀ ਬਣ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਦੂਜੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਉਂਗਲਾਂ ਚੁੱਕੋ, ਦੂਜੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਤੇ ਉਂਗਲਾਂ ਚੁੱਕੋ, ਵਾਟ ਅਬਾਊਟਰੀ ਕਰੋ ਕਿ ਫਲਾਣੇ ਨੇ ਆ ਕੀਤਾ, ਫਲਾਣੇ ਨੇ ਆ ਕਰਤਾ, ਫਲਾਣੇ ਨੇ ਆ ਕਰਤਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਲਕ 'ਚ ਕੀ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਿਉਂ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ? ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਪੋਲੀਟੀਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਉਹ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਚੂਰਨ ਉਹ ਵੇਚੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਚੂਰਨ ਉਹ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੰਡੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਐਂਡ ਇਟਸ ਅ ਰਿਐਲਿਟੀ, ਇਟਸ ਅ ਰਿਐਲਿਟੀ। ਇਹ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਦੋ ਰਾਏ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਕੋਈ ਲਕੋਚ ਪੋ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਬਹੁਤ ਘੱਟ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰੀਅਲ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਕਥਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦਾ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਵਾਰ ਕਿਹਨੂੰ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਜਾਏ? ਜਿਹੜੇ EMPLOYEE, ਬੜੇ ਹਾਈ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ EMPLOYEE, ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਡਿਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ EMPLOYEE, ਜਿਹੜੇ 2008 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹਦਾ ਨਾਂ 3 ਸੈਪਰੇਟ ਡਰੱਗ ਬਸਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਥਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਉਂਦਾ, ਉਹ 2023 ਤੱਕ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ। ਔਰ 23 ਤੱਕ ਵੀ ਤਾਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ 2023 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਦੀ ਗੋਲਡ ਹੀਸਟ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਗੋਲਡ ਚੋਰੀ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਫਿਲਮੀ ਸਟਾਈਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਔਰ ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਉਹਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਮੁੱਖ ਮੋਹਰਾ ਜਾਂ ਮੁੱਖ ਚਿਹਰਾ। 2012 ਦੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਕਹਿੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਡਰੱਗ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕਿੰਗ ਰਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਲੀਡਰ ਸੀ। ਆਹ ਇਸ਼ੂਜ਼ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਨੋ ਵਨ ਇਜ਼ ਸਪੀਕਿੰਗ, ਸਪੈਸ਼ਲੀ ਸਾਡੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੀਡਰਸ ਨੇ। ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਲੀਡਰ ਐਸੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਆਏ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਪਿਛੋਕੜ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਚੂਰਨ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਚਟਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕੇਵਲ ਵੋਟਸ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਲਕ 'ਚ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਏ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਨੂੰ ਅਸੀਂ ਆਪਣਾ ਮੰਨ ਲਿਆ, ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਪਾਸਪੋਰਟ ਲੈ ਲਿਆ, ਇੱਥੇ ਦੇ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ, ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਆਹ ਵਾਲੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਬੇਕਸੂਰ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨਸ ਨੂੰ ਪਰੇਸ਼ਾਨ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ। ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਧਿਆਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਉਧਰ। ਹੁਣੇ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੀ ਜੌਬ ਵੀ ਰੱਖੀ, ਆਪਣਾ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦਾ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਰੱਖਿਆ, ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕੱਲਾ EMPLOYEE ਨਹੀਂ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ EMPLOYEE ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਐਲੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਲੱਗਣ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ, ਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨਲ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੋਣ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ, ਰਿਪੀਟਡ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕੰਸਰਨ, ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਸਵਾਲ ਉੱਠਦੇ ਨੇ, ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਉਹ ਉੱਥੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੇ। ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਰਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟਡ ਏਰੀਆਜ਼ ਦਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਪਾਬੰਦੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਆਮ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਦੇ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਏਰੀਆਜ਼ ਦੀ ਐਕਸੈਸ ਸੀ, ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਣ ਦਾ ਅਧਿਕਾਰ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ। ਇਹ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਅ ਟਰੂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ। ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਕੇਸ, ਇਹ ਵੀ ਬੜਾ ਇੰਟਰਸਟਿੰਗ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਕੇਸ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੇਸ ਅਨਕਵਰਡ ਬਾਈ W5, 에ਅਰ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਬੈਗੇਜ ਹੈਂਡਲਰ ਲੇਵੀ ਡੇਵਿਸ, ਇਹਨੂੰ ਚਾਰਜ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ 2025 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਦੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨੋਸੈਂਟ ਬਜ਼ੁਰਗ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਡਿਟੇਨ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਬਰਮੂਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਲਗੇਜ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਅਧੀਨ ਸੀ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਮਿਲੇ। ਪੈਸੰਜਰ ਨੂੰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਬੈਗ ਟੈਗ ਸਵਿਚਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਵਿਕਟਮ ਹੈ, ਕਿ ਉਹ ਟੈਗ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਬੈਗ ਦਾ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਟੈਗ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਸਵਿਚ ਕਰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਉਹ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਵਾਲੇ ਬੈਗ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਨਾਮ ਵਾਲਾ ਟੈਗ ਲਗਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਜਦੋਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਬੋਰਡਿੰਗ ਪਾਸ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਭਾਰ ਤੋਲਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਲਗੇਜ ਛੱਡਦੇ ਹੋ, weighing ਮਸ਼ੀਨ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਉਦੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਟੈਗ ਲਗਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਰਪਟ EMPLOYEES ਨੇ ਉਹ ਅੰਦਰ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਟੈਗ ਚੇਂਜ ਕਰ ਦਿੰਦੇ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਟੈਗ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਬੈਗ ਵਾਲਾ ਉਹ ਲਾਉਂਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਵਾਲੇ ਬੈਗ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਲਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ, ਔਰ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਵਾਲਾ ਬੈਗ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਉਹ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਬੈਗ ਤੇ ਲਾ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਆ। ਜੇ ਫੜੇ ਗਏ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਤਰਨਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਤਾਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਕਿਸਮਤ, ਨਹੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਡੈਸਟੀਨੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਸਿੱਧੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ ਉੱਥੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਬੈਗ ਚੇਂਜ ਸਵਿਚ ਕਰਨੇ ਆ, ਟੈਗ ਆਪਣਾ ਬੈਗ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਘਰ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਐਕਸੈਸ ਹੈ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆਫੀਸਰਸ ਨੇ। ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਕੇਵਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਡਿਊਰਿੰਗ ਪਲੇਨ ਦੂਜੇ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੱਕ ਜਾਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਇੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਦੀ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ, ਇਹ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਦਾ ਜੇ ਬੈਗ ਉੱਥੇ ਪਹੁੰਚਿਆ ਤਾਂ ਪਹੁੰਚਿਆ ਕਿਵੇਂ? ਸਵਾਲ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਆਉਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ। ਟੈਗ ਤਾਂ ਸਵਿਚ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਵਾਲਾ ਬੈਗ ਪਹੁੰਚਿਆ ਹੋਏਗਾ। ਪਹਿਲਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਤਾਂ ਇਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਵਾਲਾ ਬੈਗ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਜਾਂਦਾ? ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਪੋਰਟਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ 1% ਵੀ ਸਕਰੀਨਿੰਗ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਦੀ, ਨਾਟ ਇਵਨ 1%। ਤੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਸ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ। ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਦਾ ਵੀ ਇਹੀ ਹਾਲ ਹੈ। ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਸਮੁੰਦਰ ਤੱਟ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ। ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦਾ ਐਕਚੁਅਲ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਆਫ ਦ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ। ਅੱਛਾ, ਉਹ ਡੇਵਿਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚਾਰजेस ਲੱਗੇ ਸੀ, ਲੈਵੀ ਡੇਵਿਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਬੈਗੇਜ ਹੈਂਡਲਰ ਸੀ, ਉਹ ਚਾਰਜ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਵਿਡਰਾਅ ਕਰ ਲਏ ਗਏ। ਕਾਰਨ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ। ਫਿਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ W5 ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਾ ਕਿ ਡੇਵਿਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ had also been implicated in a separate cocaine smuggling investigation dating back in 2010। 2010 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ ਅਲੱਗਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੈਪਰੇਟ ਕੋਕੇਨ ਸਮਗਲਿੰਗ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਇੱਥੇ 2025 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਚਾਰਜ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਜਦਕਿ 2010 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ। ਸੋ 15 ਸਾਲ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਉਸ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਦੇ ਅਧੀਨ ਹੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਥਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ। that involved allegation of bag tag switching at Pearson International Airport। ਉਹ ਵੀ ਬੈਗ ਟੈਗ ਸਵਿਚਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਸੀ 2010 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, 2010 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। and even in 2025 he was charged, then later withdrawn for reasons that remain unclear। ਅੱਛਾ, ਜਿਹੜਾ 2010 ਦਾ ਮਾਮਲਾ ਸੀ, he was never charged in that investigation and he kept both his job and security clearance। ਇਹਦੇ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਪਰਮਪਾਲ ਸਿੱਧੂ ਵਾਂਗੂ ਡੇਵਿਸ ਲੈਨੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਲੈਵੀ ਡੇਵਿਸ, ਉਹਨੇ ਵੀ ਆਪਣੀ ਜੌਬ ਵੀ ਰੱਖੀ ਔਰ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਰੱਖੀ। ਸੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਕੀ ਨੈਕਸਸ ਕਿੱਡਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ EMPLOYEES ਦਾ ਉੱਥੇ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਰਪਟ EMPLOYEES ਨੇ, ਕਿੰਨਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਨੈਕਸਸ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਤੂੰ ਵੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਜਾ ਤੇ ਮੈਂ ਵੀ ਕਮਾਈ ਜਾਣਾ ਤੇ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਾਰੇ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਕਮਾਈ ਜਾਈਏ। ਐਂਡ ਆਹ ਸਿਚੁਏਸ਼ਨ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਦੀ ਹੈ, ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਦੀ, ਕਿਸੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਮੋਟੇ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਫਿਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਇੱਕ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਡਰੱਗ ਬਸਟ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਆਸਟ੍ਰੇਲੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 2025 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਨਾਗਰਿਕ ਮਨੀ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਇਹ ਆਸਟ੍ਰੇਲੀਆ ਦੀ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੀ ਡਰੱਗ ਸਮਗਲਿੰਗ ਭਾਂਡਾਫੋੜ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ। ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਦਾ ਭਾਂਡਾਫੋੜ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ ਆਸਟ੍ਰੇਲੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਾਲ 2025 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਮਨੀ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਆਇਆ ਸੀ। ਉਹਦਾ ਬਲਰ ਕਰਕੇ ਚਿਹਰਾ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ। ਨਿਊ ਸਾਊਥ ਵੇਲਸ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਫੋਰਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦੀ ਤਸਵੀਰ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਆਸਟ੍ਰੇਲੀਆ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੀ ਸੀਲ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਔਰ ਬੈਠਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਮਨੀ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ। ਜੂਨ 2025 ਚ, 1 ਸਾਲ ਵੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਹਜੇ, ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਕੋਕੇਨ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਕੀਮ ਦਾ ਵੱਡਾ ਹਿੱਸਾ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਹੈਰਾਨੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਮਨੀ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਵੀ ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਇਹ ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ। ਔਰ ਕੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ? ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਆਫਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ। ਕੰਮ ਕੀ ਸੀ ਇਹਦਾ? ਇਹ ਲਾਈਜ਼ਨਿੰਗ ਕਰਦਾ ਸੀ RCMP ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨਲ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਔਰ ਡਰੱਗ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕਿੰਗ ਕੇਸਿਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਸ਼ਰਮਨਾਕ ਗੱਲ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ RCMP ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨਲ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਦੇ ਮੈਟਰਸ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਡਰੱਗ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕਿੰਗ ਕੇਸਿਸ ਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਹੋਵੇ, ਉਹ ਖੁਦ ਆਸਟ੍ਰੇਲੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਆਸਟ੍ਰੇਲੀਆ ਦੇ ਇਤਿਹਾਸ ਦੇ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡੇ ਕੋਕੇਨ ਦੇ ਡਰੱਗ ਸਮਗਲਿੰਗ ਬਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫੜਿਆ ਜਾਵੇ, ਗ੍ਰਿਫਤਾਰ ਹੋ ਜਾਵੇ। ਐਂਡ ਹੀ ਵਾਸ ਆਲਸੋ ਵਰਕਿੰਗ ਐਟ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋਜ਼ ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਏਅਰਪੋਰਟ। ਮਨੀ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਨੇ W5 ਨੂੰ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਾਰ ਰੈੱਡ ਫਲੈਗਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਦੀ ਬੈਕਗਰਾਊਂਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਏ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸੈਂਸਿਟਿਵ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਪੋਜੀਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਬਣੀ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਉਹਦੀ। he was still having the access ਉਸ ਬੱਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ, ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨੂੰ 2025 ਫੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਸਾਰੇ ਰੈੱਡ ਫਲੈਗਸ ਆਏ। ਹੁਣ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਇੱਕ ਕਾਂਟ ਸੇ ਆਪਸ ਚ ਰਲੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ ਕਿ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਲੇ ਹੋਣਗੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਮੋਡਸ ਆਪਰੈਂਡੀ ਸਭ ਦੀ ਸੇਮ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸੋਰਸਿਸ ਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ had previously been kidnapped over an alleged drug debt, was shot at during a violent home invasion, and his sister-in-law was arrested in a drug fraud and theft investigation. ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਕਿਡਨੈਪ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ, ਉਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਡਨੈਪ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਚੁੱਕਾ। ਕਾਹਦੇ ਲਈ? ਇੱਕ ਕਥਿਤ ਡਰਗ ਡੈਟ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ। ਡਰੱਗਸ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਧਾਰੀ ਲਈ ਹੋਈ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਉਧਾਰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੇ ਕਰ ਸਕਿਆ, ਉਸ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਡਨੈਪ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ। ਇਹਦੇ ਹੋਮ ਇਨਵੇਜਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਦੇ ਗੋਲੀ ਵੱਜੀ ਸੀ, ਔਰ ਇਹਦੀ ਸਿਸਟਰ ਇਨ ਲਾਅ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਈ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਫਰਾਡ ਤੇ ਥੈਫਟ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ 'ਚ, ਚੋਰੀ, ਧੋਖਾਧੜੀ ਤੇ ਨਸ਼ੀਲੇ ਪਦਾਰਥ ਦੇ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹਦੀ ਸਿਸਟਰ ਇਨ ਲਾਅ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਅਰੈਸਟ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਮਨੀ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਦੀ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਖੁਦ ਕਿਡਨੈਪ ਹੋਇਆ, ਇਹ ਗੋਲੀ ਵੱਜੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੱਲਾਂ, ਆਸਟ੍ਰੇਲੀਆ ਫੜੇ ਜਾਣ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ। ਕਿੰਨੇ ਰੈੱਡ ਫਲੈਗਸ ਆ। ਔਰ ਹੈਰਾਨਗੀ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਰੋਲ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਹਾਇਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਡਰੱਗ ਟ੍ਰੇਡ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਥਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਇਹਦੇ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ। ਸੋ ਕੀ ਵੈਟਿੰਗ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਕੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਿਫਾਰਸ਼ਾਂ ਰੱਖਦੀਆਂ, ਕੀ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਹੈ? ਆਈ ਮੀਨ ਦਿਮਾਗ ਘੁੰਮ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਦਿਮਾਗ ਫਟਣ ਤੇ ਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਬਣਾਏ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਬਣ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਪਿਛਲੇ 15 ਸਾਲ ਤੋਂ ਕੀ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਬਣੇ ਆ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ। ਹਜੇ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਹੁਣ ਅਸੀਂ ਸੁਣ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਓ ਅਗਲੇ 10 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਔਰ ਸਾਡੀਆਂ ਆਰਮਡ ਫੋਰਸਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਖਬਰਾਂ ਆਉਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ। ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਬੰਦ ਕਰਕੇ ਭਰਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਨੋਰਮਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਥਿਤ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਛਿੱਕੇ ਟੰਗਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ, ਆਉਂਦੇ 10-15 ਸਾਲ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਨਿਕਲਣੀਆਂ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣੀਆਂ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਸਿਆਸਤਦਾਨ ਉਹ ਚੂਰਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੋਰ ਪਿਆ, ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹ ਚੂਰਨ ਚੱਟ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਇਸ਼ੂ ਤਾਂ ਹੈ। ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਨੂੰ W5 ਨੇ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਮਨੀ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਦੀ ਇੰਪਲੋਇਮੈਂਟ ਬਾਰੇ ਦੱਸੋ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਆਫਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਰੋਲ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਮਿਲਿਆ। ਉਹ ਅੱਗੋਂ ਕੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਐਜ਼ ਅ ਮੈਟਰ ਆਫ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਵਰਕਰਸ ਇਨ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਸੈਂਸਿਟਿਵ ਰੋਲਸ ਆਰ ਰਿਕੁਆਇਰਡ ਟੂ obtain and maintain a valid transportation security clearance issued by Transport Canada. We are not in a position to comment on individual employment matters. ਕਹਾਣੀ ਖਤਮ। ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਨੇ ਆਹ ਬਿਆਨ ਦੇ ਕੇ 2 ਲਾਈਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕਿ ਪਾਲਿਸੀ ਮੈਟਰ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਕਿ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਵਰਕਰਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਸੈਂਸਿਟਿਵ ਰੋਲਸ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇੱਕ ਵੈਲਿਡ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਸਰਟੀਫਿਕੇਟ ਲੈਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਕੋਲੋਂ। ਅਸੀਂ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲ ਇੰਪਲੋਇਮੈਂਟ ਮੈਟਰ ਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ। ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਸਕਦੇ? ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਵਾਬ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ EMPLOYEES ਨੂੰ ਤਤਕਾਲ ਪ੍ਰਭਾਵ ਤੋਂ ਕੱਢ ਦੇਣਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇ ਸਕਦੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਮਹਿਕਮੇ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਭਾਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿਓ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੋਲ ਕਰਕੇ ਦੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਰੂਲ ਜਿਹਾ ਹੀ ਬਣਾਇਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਕਿ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਬਾਹਰ ਕੱਢਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਜਿਹਦਾ ਹਰਜਾਨਾ ਅੱਜ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਭੁਗਤ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਡਰ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸ਼ਰਮ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ। ਹੁਣ W5 ਨੇ ਲਗਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਇਹ ਨਾਮ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ, ਅਦਰਵਾਈਜ਼ ਕਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ। ਕਿਸੇ ਇੱਕ ਸ਼ਹਿਰ ਦੇ ਛੋਟੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਅਖਬਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲੱਗ ਵੀ ਗਈ ਤਾਂ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਨਾ ਕੋਈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਰਿਸ਼ਤੇਦਾਰ ਹੀ ਹੋਵੇ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਹੇ ਭਾਜੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ, ਛੱਡੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾਓ ਜੋ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋ। ਇੱਥੇ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਲੜਕੀ ਔਰਤ, ਉਹ 108 ਕਿਲੋ ਮੈਥਮਫੈਟਾਮਾਈਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਫੜੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ। ਉਹ ਫੜੇ ਜਾਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ, ਚਾਰਜਿਸ ਲੱਗਣ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ, ਕੇਸ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਹੋਣ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਨੇ ਹਾਇਰ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ। ਉਹ ਸ਼ੋਅ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊਜ਼ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹ ਵਕੀਲਾਂ ਦੀ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ, ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਵਕੀਲਾਂ ਦੀ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਪੁੱਛ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਦੇ ਕੇਸ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਆ। ਪੁਲਿਸ ਨੂੰ ਕਹਿ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਅਫਸਰਸ ਦੀ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜੀ ਡਰੱਗਸ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਵੱਧ ਰਿਹਾ। ਔਰ ਖੁਦ ਉਹ ਫੜੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੋਂ US ਤੋਂ ਡਰੱਗ ਲਿਆਂਦੀ ਹੋਈ। ਵੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਸਿੰਗਰਸ ਨਾਲ ਜੈਜ਼ੀ ਬੀ ਨਾਲ ਗਾਣੇ ਗਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਹੌਸਲੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਖੁੱਲੇ ਹੋਏ ਆ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਪਾਲਿਸੀਜ਼ ਹੋਣ, ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਰਕਰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਦੱਸਣ ਹੀ ਨਾ ਕਿ ਦਰਅਸਲ ਮੈਟਰ ਹੈ ਕੀ ਹੈ, ਤਾਂ ਇਹੀ ਹਾਲ ਹੋਣੇ। ਉਸ ਰੇਡੀਓ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਨੇ ਜਿਹਨੇ ਹਾਇਰ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਖੁਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਪਤਾ ਸਾਡੀ ਕੁਲੀਗ ਹੈ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਖੁਦ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਪਤਾ ਇਸ ਗੱਲ ਦਾ। And it's not just only one radio station. She was working in a TV station as well. TV station है एक social media ਦਾ TV station so called. ਉੱਥੇ ਵੀ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੀ ਰਹੀ, ਬੜੀ soft spoken. ਲੇਕਿਨ that is what the modus operandi is. ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਅੰਦਰ ਵੜ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਹੋ, ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਵੀ ਹੋਏਗਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਫੜੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਇਹਦਾ ਕੇਸ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤੀ। ਹਾਇਰਿੰਗ ਕਰਨ ਲੱਗੇ ਕੀ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡਸ ਹੈ, ਆਹ ਸਟੈਂਡਰਡ ਹੈ ਦਿਸ, ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹ ਲਿਆਈ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਭਰਤੀ ਕਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਚੱਕੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਫਿਰ ਇੱਕ ਕੇਸ ਆਂਦਾ ਡੈਵਨ ਲॉयਡ ਮੈਕਲੀਨ ਦਾ, ਤੇ ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੈਟ ਫਿਊਲਰ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੇਲ ਭਰਦੇ ਜਹਾਜ਼ ਦਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਕਨਵਿਕਟ ਹੋਇਆ ਇਨ ਅ ਮੇਜਰ ਕੋਕੇਨ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕਿੰਗ ਕਨਸਪੀਰੇਸੀ ਕਨੈਕਟਡ ਟੂ ਦ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ। ਆ ਚੌਥੇ EMPLOYEE ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੋਕੇਨ ਦੀ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕਿੰਗ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਮਾਮਲੇ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੀ ਹੈ। ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਦੀ 2018 ਦੀ ਕਨਵਿਕਸ਼ਨ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਮੈਕਲੀਨ ਹੈਡ ਟਵਾਈਸ ਬੀਨ ਚਾਰਜ ਵਿਦ ਡਰਗ ਆਫੈਂਸਸ, 2 ਵਾਰ ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਉਹ ਚਾਰਜ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਮੈਕਲੀਨ। He had also been caught attempting to pass through Pearson security carrying an empty ammunition magazine and had been a victim in a shooting incident that left his girlfriend dead. ਲਓ ਕਰ ਲਓ ਗੱਲ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਵਾਲੇ ਏਰੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਉਹ ਖਾਲੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਐਮੂਨੀਸ਼ਨ ਮੈਗਜ਼ੀਨ ਹੈ, ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਵਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਦਸਤਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਖਾਲੀ, ਉਹ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਵੜਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ, ਫੜਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਔਰ ਇਦਾਂ ਹੀ he had been a victim in a shooting incident, ਕਿਤੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚਲੀਆਂ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਉਹਦੀ ਗਰਲਫ੍ਰੈਂਡ ਦੀ ਮੌਤ ਹੋ ਗਈ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਵੀ ਪੀੜਤ ਪੱਖ ਸੀ, ਯਾਨੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੋਲੀਆਂ ਚੱਲੀਆਂ ਸੀ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਕੁਛ ਹੋਣ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ he retained both his job and his airport clearance, security clearance. ਤੇ ਦੇਖੋ ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਬੈਕ ਕੌਣ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕੇਵਲ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਚੁੱਪ ਚੁਪੀਤੇ ਆਪਣਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਜਿਹਾ ਲੰਘਾਈਏ, ਅੱਗੇ ਜੌਬ ਮਿਲ ਜੀ, ਅੱਗੇ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਨਿਕਲ ਜੀ। ਹੋ ਸਕਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਈ ਲੋਕ ਐਸੇ ਹੋਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਪਰ ਵੀ ਬੈਠੇ ਹੋਣ, ਉਹ ਵੀ ਫਾਇਦਾ ਲੈ ਰਹੇ ਹੋਣ ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦਾ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਕਿਹਨੇ ਪੁੱਛਣਾ ਕਿਹਨੇ ਹੈ, ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਕੌਣ ਲਏਗਾ। That's the picture of Devon Lloyd McLean. ਹਾਂ, ਸਿਆਹ ਰੰਗ ਦਾ ਬੰਦਾ, ਬਲੈਕ ਕਮਿਊਨਿਟੀ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਡੈਵਨ ਲॉयਡ ਮੈਕਲੀਨ। ਜਦੋਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਦੇਣੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ, ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ ਅਲਟੀਮੇਟਲੀ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਲ ਫॉर ਅਪਰੂਵਿੰਗ ਐਂਡ ਰਿਵੋਕਿੰਗ, ਜਿਹਨੇ ਲੈਣੀ ਜਾਂ ਵਾਪਸ ਖੋਣੀ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਤੇ, ਕਿ ਦੱਸੋ ਭਾਈ ਉਹ EMPLOYEES ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੁਐਸਚਨੇਬਲ ਹਿਸਟਰੀਜ਼ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਤੰਦਾਂ ਜੁੜਦੀਆਂ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਉਹ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਆਪਣੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ ਲੈਂਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਔਰ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਮੇਨਟੇਨ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੇ। ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲਸ ਆਰ ਅਪਰੂਵਡ ਓਨਲੀ when Transport Canada is satisfied that the applicant does not present a risk to transportation security. Decision must be evidence-based, proportionate, and legally sound. They are based on information that partners can provide to Transport Canada and can meet the disclosure requirement to the applicant. Decision to grant, suspend, cancel, or deny are made with the parameters for which Transport Canada can make these decisions, assessing for risks to transportation security. Further, they are based on the information that law enforcement partners can share with Transport Canada. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ law enforcement partners ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ partners ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਸੁਰਤੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਦੇ ਆਧਾਰ ਤੇ ਸਾਰੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ। ਹੁਣ law enforcement ਕੌਣ ਹੈ? ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਏਜੰਸੀਜ਼ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਕੀ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਏਜੰਸੀਜ਼ ਕੋਲ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ? ਬੜੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਹੈਰਾਨਗੀ ਵਾਲੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਦੂਜੀ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਤੀਜੀ, ਇੰਨਾ ਉਲਝਾ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਦਾ ਗ੍ਰਾਫ, ਐਂਡ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਰੀਜ਼ਨ, ਆ ਸਾਡੇ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਊਅਰ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਚਾਚਾ ਚਤਰਾ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪਾਇਆ ਗਿਆ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪੀਪਲ ਵਿਦ 1 day old PR card are being hired in Canadian Army, Police and other major government role. Absolutely, ਇਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੀ ਗੱਲ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਸਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੁਝ ਲੋਕ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਜੇ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਆਏ, PR ਹੋਏ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਰਮ ਫੋਰਸਿਸ 'ਚ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ। ਇਹ ਪੂਰੀ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਆਈ ਬਾਹਰ ਕਿ ਆਰਮ ਫੋਰਸਿਸ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਰੱਖਿਆ ਗਿਆ, ਔਰ ਕਈ ਜਗ੍ਹਾ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੇਸਿਕ ਟ੍ਰੇਨਿੰਗ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਮੌਕੇ ਦਿੱਤੇ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਹਜੇ ਉਹ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਵੈਲਿਊਜ਼ ਬਾਰੇ ਸਮਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਸਕੇ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਐਕਸੈਸ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਆਰਮੀ ਦਾ, ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਆਰਮਡ ਫੋਰਸਿਸ ਦਾ। ਇਹੀ ਹਾਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਹੈ, ਇਹੀ ਹਾਲ ਪੁਲਿਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੈ। ਹਜੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਕੁਝ ਸਮਾਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਵੱਖ-ਵੱਖਰੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਤੋਂ ਆਏ ਹੈ, ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਤਾਂ ਜੈਲ ਇਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਏ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਕਲਚਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਸਿਸਟਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਹੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਭਰਤੀ ਫਟਾਫਟ ਕਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦਾ ਬੱਚਾ ਭਰਤੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਲੋਕ ਭਰਤੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ। ਭਰਤੀ ਕਿਉਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋ ਰਹੇ? ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਆਪਣੀ ਡਾਂਗ ਥੱਲੇ ਸੋਟਾ ਮਾਰਨਾ ਪੈਣਾ। ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਭਰਤੀ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਦੇਖ ਲਓ। ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਕੋਈ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੋਢਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਲੈਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ। ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੀ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੋਢਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਗੱਲ ਲੈਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ। ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਰਟੀਫਿਕੇਟ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੋਢਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਲੈਣ ਨੂੰ ਤਿਆਰ ਨਹੀਂ। ਤੁਸੀਂ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਲਾਅ ਇਨਫੋਰਸਮੈਂਟ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛ ਲਓ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੋਢਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਲੈਣੀ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਲੋਕ ਫਸਣਗੇ ਉਹ ਫਸਣਗੇ। ਡਰੱਗਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਚੱਲ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। Nobody is going to care for this thing. It's such a big shame for the politicians of Canada, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਾਕੀ ਦੇ ਅਜੀਬੋ ਗਰੀਬ ਜੇ ਰੌਲਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਬਹੁਤ ਛੇਤੀ ਟੱਪਦੇ ਆ, ਬਹੁਤ ਟੱਪਦੇ ਆ। ਉਹ ਏਦਾਂ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ ਫਲਾਣੇ ਮੁਲਕ 'ਚ ਆਹ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਜੀ, ਉੱਥੇ ਤੱਕ ਘਾਣ ਕਰਤਾ ਜੀ, ਉੱਥੇ ਤੱਕ ਢਿਮਕਾ ਕਰਤਾ ਜੀ। ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਭਾਈ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਲਕ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਕੇਨ ਦੀ ਸਮਗਲਿੰਗ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕੌਣ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ? ਸਰਕਾਰੀ ਮੁਲਾਜ਼ਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਔਰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ। ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਇੱਕ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰਾ ਲਗਾ ਰਿਹਾ, ਐਡੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਸ਼ਨ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਲਾਈ ਆ। ਔਰ ਮੇਰਾ ਇਹ ਸ਼ੌਕ ਹੈ, ਮੇਰਾ ਪੈਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ ਜਰਨਲਿਜ਼ਮ ਦਾ, ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਕਰਕੇ ਆ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੇ ਇੰਨਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਕ੍ਰੈਡਿਟ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ ਨਾ, W5 ਨੂੰ, CTV ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਨੂੰ, ਕਿ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ देयर ਆਰਟੀਕਲ and they have done a tremendous job, super job ਇਹਨੂੰ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕੱਢ ਕੇ ਤਾਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਕੁਛ ਨਾ ਕੁਛ, ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਤਾਂ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਏ ਨਾ, ਰਾਦਰ ਦੈਨ ਇੱਧਰ ਉੱਧਰ ਦੀਆਂ ਮਾਰਨਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਸਾਡੇ ਪੋਲੀਟੀਸ਼ੀਅਨ ਸੁੱਤੇ ਪਏ ਆ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਇਨਕੁਆਇਰੀਆਂ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕਰੋ ਉਹ ਕਰੋ, ਲਾਰੈਂਸ ਬਿਸ਼ਨੋਈ ਦਾ ਨਾਮ ਪਾ ਦਿਓ, ਫਲਾਣੇ ਦਾ। ਆ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਘਰ 'ਚ ਲਾਰੈਂਸ ਬਿਸ਼ਨੋਈ ਬੈਠੇ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਲਾਰੈਂਸ ਬਿਸ਼ਨੋਈ ਹੈ, ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਲਾਰੈਂਸ ਬਿਸ਼ਨੋਈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੀ ਕਰਨਾ? ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਪਬਲਿਕ ਇਨਕੁਆਇਰੀਆਂ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਮੰਗ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ ਦੂਜੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਲਕ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਕੋਕੇਨ ਦੀ ਸਮਗਲਿੰਗ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਤੁਹਾਡੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ EMPLOYEE ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਡਰੱਗ ਰਿੰਗ ਦਾ ਲੀਡਰ ਇੱਕ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿੰਨੇ ਸਾਲ, 15-20 ਸਾਲ, ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ। ਕਿਉਂ ਨਾ ਜ਼ਿੰਮੇਦਾਰ ਠਹਿਰਾਇਆ ਜਾਏ ਉਸ ਟਾਈਮ ਦੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਅਥਾਰਟੀ ਸੀਗੀਆਂ? ਕੌਣ ਕਹੂਗਾ, ਕੌਣ ਪੁੱਛੂਗਾ? ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇੱਥੇ ਤਾਂ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਲੈਣਾ ਦੇਣਾ, ਕੱਲੀਆਂ ਵੋਟਾਂ ਪਾਉਣ ਦਾ ਮਸਾਲਾ ਦਿਓ, ਚੂਰਨ ਉਹ ਦਿਓ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਚੱਟ ਕੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਕਹੇ ਓਹ ਵਾਹ ਸਵਾਦ ਆ ਗਿਆ। ਆਹ ਕੀ ਹੈ? ਅੱਛਾ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਏਦਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਭਾਈ, ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਹੈ? ਅਸੀਂ ਤਾਂ ਫਟਾਫਟ ਲੰਘ ਜਾਈਏ। ਹੁੰਦਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੀ ਹੈ? ਸਾਨੂੰ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਚੜਾ ਦਿਓ ਤੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਲਾ ਲਈਓ। ਲਾਈਨ 'ਚ ਲੱਗਣਾ ਪਵੇ ਤੇ ਓ ਮਾਈ ਗੋਡ, ਡਰਟੀ ਕੰਟਰੀ, ਓ ਮਾਈ ਗੋਡ, ਦਿਸ ਕੰਟਰੀ ਇਜ਼ ਡਰਟੀ। ਕੈਨੇਡਾ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਏਦਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਅਮਰੀਕਾ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਏਦਾਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਉਦੋਂ ਆਪਣੇ ਮੁਲਕਾਂ 'ਚ ਜਾ ਕੇ ਏਦਾਂ ਠੂਏ ਸੁੱਟਣੇ ਨਾਸਾਂ 'ਚੋਂ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੱਚਾਈ ਹੈ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਆਪ ਨੂੰ ਹੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ। ਜਦੋਂ ਪੜ੍ਹਨਾ ਨਹੀਂ, ਜਦੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਨਹੀਂ ਹਾਸਿਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਔਰ ਚੂਰਨ ਚੱਟੀ ਜਾਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ 2-3 ਲੋਕਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ। ਆਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦ ਟਰੂ ਪਿਕਚਰ ਆਫ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ ਸਿਸਟਮ, ਕਿ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ ਕਿਸ ਲੈਵਲ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੈ। ਐਂਡ ਇਟਸ ਨਾਟ ਕਰਪਸ਼ਨ, ਇਟਸ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ। ਕਿੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਹੋ ਰਿਹਾ। ਡਰੱਗ ਟ੍ਰੈਫਿਕਿੰਗ ਕਿੱਡੇ ਵੱਡੇ ਲੈਵਲ ਤੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਥੇ ਗਨਸ ਕਿੱਥੋਂ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ, ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਅੰਦਰ, ਸਮਗਲਿੰਗ ਕਿੱਦਾਂ ਹੁੰਦੀਆਂ? ਬਾਰਡਰ ਤੋਂ ਹੀ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ ਨਾ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਪਾਣੀ ਦਾ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਹੈ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ ਲੈਂਡ ਬਾਰਡਰ ਹੈ, ਚਾਹੇ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡਾ 에ਅਰ ਦੇ ਥਰੂ ਆਉਂਦੀਆਂ। ਕਿਸੇ ਨਾ ਕਿਸੇ ਥਰੂ ਤਾਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਨਾ, ਕਿਵੇਂ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ? ਇਹ ਸਵਾਲ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੁੱਛਣੇ। ਇਹ ਉਦੋਂ ਪੁੱਛਣਗੇ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਵਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ। ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਵਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੇ ਹੋ ਗਏ, ਜਦੋਂ ਆਮ ਜਨਤਾ ਉੱਠ ਗਈ, ਉਦੋਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਸਵਾਲਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਉਹ ਕਹਿਣਗੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਵੇਟ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਾਣਾ ਜੀ, ਆਹ ਬਿੱਲ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਪਾਉਂਗਾ। ਹਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਉਹ ਬਿੱਲ ਪਾਣੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਚੂਰਨ ਵਾਲੇ ਆ, ਚੂਰਨ ਬਿੱਲ, ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਬੇਵਕੂਫ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਵਾਲੇ। ਐਕਚੁਅਲ ਮੁੱਦਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਨੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ। ਸੋ ਟੋਰਾਂਟੋ ਪੀਅਰਸਨ ਇੰਟਰਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦਾ। ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਜੋ ਆਉਂਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹ ਅੱਗੋਂ ਯਕੀਨ ਕਰਕੇ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਲਾਅ ਐਨਫੋਰਸਮੈਂਟ ਏਜੰਸੀਜ਼ ਪਾਰਟਨਰ ਕੈਨ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਵਿਦ further they are based on the information that law enforcement partners can share with Transport Canada. RCMP ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਰਿਟਾਇਰਡ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਰ ਨੇ, ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਰ ਪੁਲਿਸਿਸ ਬੋਥੇਲੋ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਇਦਾਂ ਦਾ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਕੇਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਬੈਕਗਰਾਉਂਡ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ, ਜਿਹਨੂੰ SIBS ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਮ ਕੀਤਾ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਯੂਨਿਟ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਲ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ EMPLOYEES ਔਰ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਐਡਵਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰਨ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਕਿ ਵੈਦਰ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਵਾਪਸ ਲੈ ਲਏ ਜਾਣ ਉਹਨਾਂ EMPLOYEES ਦੇ ਕੋਲੋਂ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ EMPLOYEES ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਰਸ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਫਲੈਗ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ were often still permitted to maintain access to restricted areas, airport areas. Our job is to identify those potential corrupt employees that are enabling organized crime groups. ਸਾਡੀ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੌਬ ਇਹ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਆਇਡੈਂਟੀਫਾਈ ਕਰਨਾ। ਔਰ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ EMPLOYEES ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫਲੈਗ ਕੀਤੇ ਵੀ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਪਰਮਿਟ ਰਹਿੰਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾਤਰ, ਕਿ ਉਹ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਏਰੀਆਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪਾਬੰਦੀ ਵਾਲੇ ਏਰੀਆਜ਼ ਹੈ, ਰਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟਡ ਏਰੀਆਜ਼ ਹੈ, ਉਹਨਾਂ 'ਚ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਬਣੀ ਰਹੇ। When they get to us at our level, they are deemed as being potentially a risk to those prohibited areas. ਆਹ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਯੂਲਿਸਿਸ ਬੋਥੇਲੋ, RCMP ਦੇ ਰਿਟਾਇਰਡ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਰ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ CTV ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਣੀ ਇੰਟਰਵਿਊ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਹੈਰਾਨਗੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨਾਲ, ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਹੈਰਾਨਗੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਈ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੇਸਿਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ SIBS ਦੇ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਰ ਹੈ, ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਵਾਲੇ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇੱਥੇ ਦੀ ਫੁੱਲ ਫਾਰਮ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ SIBS ਦੀ, ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਇੰਟੈਲੀਜੈਂਸ ਬੈਕਗਰਾਉਂਡ ਸੈਕਸ਼ਨ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਪ੍ਰਿਪੇਅਰ ਕਰਦੇ ਡਿਟੇਲਡ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਆਊਟਲਾਈਨਿੰਗ ਕੰਸਰਨਸ ਐਂਡ ਪਾਸ them ਟੂ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ। ਕਿ ਉਹ ਤਾਂ ਇੱਕ ਆਊਟਲਾਈਨ ਬਣਾ ਕੇ ਕੰਸਰਨਸ ਦੀ ਦਿੰਦੇ, which ultimately decide whether airport employees keep their restricted credit cards. ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਚੱਕ ਕੇ ਫਿਰ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਪਾਤੀ। And there was a concerning number of employees who maintained clearance despite serious concerns raised by investigators. ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਗੰਭੀਰ ਸਮੱਸਿਆਵਾਂ, ਗੰਭੀਰ ਚਿੰਤਾਵਾਂ ਦੱਸਣ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ EMPLOYEES ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੋਲ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਰਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟਡ ਏਰੀਆ 'ਚ ਜਾਣ ਦੀ ਪਰਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਸੀਗੀ। ਸੋ ਕੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਰਸ ਦਾ ਮੋਰਾਲ ਰਹੂਗਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗੂਗਾ ਕਿ ਭਾਈ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਕਰੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ? ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਕਿ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਇਨਕੁਆਇਰੀ ਖੋਲ੍ਹਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ। ਇੱਥੇ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਚੱਲ ਰਿਹਾ, ਇਹਦੀ ਵੀ ਇਨਕੁਆਇਰੀ ਖੋਲ੍ਹਣੀ ਚਾਹੀਦੀ ਹੈ। ਜੋ ਇਹ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ ਆ, ਕੋਟ ਅਨਕੋਟ ਕੀ ਕਿਹਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ I was still seeing people there, I was still seeing people there who were targets from when I was investigating organized crime back in 2007, 2008, and still had passes and access to prohibited areas in critical infrastructure. ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੈਂ ਤਾਂ ਦੇਖਦਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਜਿਹੜੇ 2007, 2008 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਆਰਗੇਨਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਕ੍ਰਾਈਮ, ਉਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਾਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਟਾਰਗੇਟ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਪਾਸ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦੇ ਸੀ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਕੋਲ ਐਕਸੈਸ ਵੀ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੋਹਿਬਿਟਡ ਏਰੀਆਜ਼ ਜਾਣ ਦਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ when asked directly whether Transport Canada sometime allowed airport workers with organized crime connections to keep security clearance, ਤਾਂ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜੀ ਕਿ it happens, ਇਹ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਈ ਵਾਰੀ। If you want to associate with organized crime, if you want to engage in illicit activity, if you are violent, you can do many other things without having that restricted airside card. You can do many other things. If even one person associated to organized crime is enabling them behind the scenes in those prohibited areas, that's one too many. ये एक भी बंदा है, कहने भी बहुत 1000 flag, but approved anyway. WHO ਨੇ ਕਲੈਕਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਐਕਸਕਲੂਸਿਵ ਡਾਟਾ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਤੋਂ ਕਿ ਇਹ ਇਸ਼ੂ ਕਿੱਡਾ ਕੁ ਵੱਡਾ ਹੈ। 5 ਸਾਲ ਦੇ ਪੀਰੀਅਡ 'ਚ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਮੋਰ ਦੈਨ 125,000 ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸਿਸ ਵਰ ਅਪਰੂਵਡ ਅਕ੍ਰੋਸ ਕੈਨੇਡਾਜ਼ 4 ਲਾਰਜੈਸਟ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ। 1,25,000 ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸਿਸ ਅਪਰੂਵਡ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ 4 ਵੱਡੇ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟਸ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ, ਜਿਸ ਕੈਲਗਰੀ ਵਾਲਾ ਵੀ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਵਾਲਾ ਵੀ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ 7500 ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆਫ ਦੋਜ਼ EMPLOYEES ਵਰ ਫਲੈਗਡ, more than 7,500 of those employees were flagged for some type of security concern, but still received clearance allowing access to restricted airport areas. 7500 ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ 1.25 ਲੱਖ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ 7,500 more than 7,500 employees ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫਲੈਗ ਹੋਏ, ਉਹ ਫਲੈਗ ਹੋਣ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਇਹ ਐਕਸੈਸ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਫਿਰ ਅੱਗੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਟਰਾਂਸਪੋਰਟ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ would not disclose how many of those flagged employees were considered high risk or had alleged link to organized crime. Transport Canada disclose ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰੇਗਾ। ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਘਰ ਦਾ ਰਾਜ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਜੋ ਚਾਹਣ ਕਰ ਲੈਣ, ਔਰ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ W5 ਨੂੰ, ਉਹ 'ਚ ਉਹਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ they did note that adverse information is broad and that it refers to any information that domestic or foreign security partners provide to Transport Canada on any applicant. Not all adverse information necessarily leads to a refusal, suspension, or cancellation. For instance, a driving-related offense from over 20 years ago. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਆ ਪਾਤਾ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ ਜੇ ਕਿਸੇ ਦਾ 20 ਸਾਲ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਡਰਾਈਵਿੰਗ ਨਾਲ ਰਿਲੇਟਡ offense ਹੋਵੇ ਤਾਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਰਿਫਿਊਜ਼ਲ ਦਾ, ਕੈਂਸਲੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ, ਸਸਪੈਂਸ਼ਨ ਦਾ ਕਾਰਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਬਣ ਜਾਏ, ਐਡਵਰਸ ਉਹਦਾ ਉਹ ਤੇ ਕਾਰਨ ਬਣੇ। ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਰ ਰਿਟਾਇਰਡ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ even while working inside the system, he could not get answers about how many employees were categorized as a serious threat but granted security clearance. ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਅੰਦਰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹੋਏ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਪਤਾ ਇਸ ਚੀਜ਼ ਦਾ। ਇਨਵੈਸਟੀਗੇਟਰ ਕਹਿ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ 'ਚੋਂ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਇੰਪਲੋਈ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹਾਈ ਥ੍ਰੈਟ ਤੇ ਆ ਜਾਂ ਮੋਸਟ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਥ੍ਰੈਟ ਆ, ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸਿਕਿਉਰਿਟੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਤੁਸੀਂ ਰਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟਡ ਏਰੀਆ ਚਲ ਜਾਓ, ਇਹ ਕਲੀਅਰੈਂਸ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ। ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ I asked how many of those numbers were mission critical, in other words, enablers of organized crimes. Nobody can give me a straight answer. Insider corruption is essential to organized crime operations, moving drugs through airports. Without it, it doesn't exist. ਇਹਦੇ ਬਿਨਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ exist ਨਹੀਂ ਕਰਦੇ। Insider corruption is essential to organized crime operations, moving drugs through operations, through airports. ਜਦੋਂ ਪੁੱਛਿਆ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿੰਨੀ ਸੀਰੀਅਸ ਪ੍ਰੋਬਲਮ ਹੈ ਕੈਨੇਡੀਅਨ 에ਅਰਪੋਰਟ ਤੇ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ, ਤਾਂ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹੈਜ਼ੀਟੇਟ ਨਹੀਂ ਕੀਤਾ, ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇਟਸ ਹਿਊਜ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਹੈ, ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡੀ ਹੈ। ਸੋ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੋ ਕਿ ਆਹ EMPLOYEES ਔਰ ਆਹ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਸਿਟੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਦੇ W5 ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਇਟਸ ਅ ਬਿਗ ਸ਼ੇਮ ਫॉर ਆਰ ਲੀਡਰਸ, ਫॉर ਦੋਜ਼ ਅਥਾਰਟੀਜ਼, ਦੋਜ਼ ਆਰ ਰਿਸਪੌਂਸਿਬਲ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਸਾਰਾ ਧਰਮਦਾਰ ਸੁੱਟਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਕਿ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਲੋਕਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਸੇਫ ਰੱਖੋ, ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਨੂੰ ਸੇਫ ਰੱਖੋ। ਆਹ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਹਾਲਾਤ ਹੈ ਕੈਨੇਡਾ ਦੇ। ਔਰ ਇਹ ਟਰੂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਹੈ, ਇਟ ਇਜ਼ ਟਰੂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ। ਅਲਬਰਟਾ ਦੇ ਕੈਬਨਿਟ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਦੀ ਸਵੇਰਿੰਗ ਸੈਰੇਮਨੀ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟਸ ਗੋ ਟੂ ਅਲਬਰਟਾ, ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਸ ਵੇਲੇ ਅਲਬਰਟਾ ਦੇ ਲੈਫਟੀਨੈਂਟ ਗਵਰਨਰ ਸਲਮਾ ਲਖਾਨੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਅਲਬਰਟਾ ਦੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਸਹੁੰ ਚੁਕਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ। ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰੀਮੀਅਰ ਨੇ ਡੈਨੀਅਲ ਸਮਿਥ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੈਬਨਿਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰਸ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸ਼ਾਮਿਲ ਹੋਣਗੇ। ਕੌਣ ਕੌਣ ਆਪਾਂ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਅਲਬਰਟਾ ਦੀ ਕੈਬਨਿਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਹਾਸਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸਮਟਾਈਮ ਆਈ ਫੀਲ ਸਰਪ੍ਰਾਈਜ਼ ਕਿ ਜਿੱਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਇਹ ਆਈ ਹੈ ਉਹਨੇ ਹਿਲਾ ਕੇ ਰੱਖ ਦਿੱਤਾ। ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਮੈਂ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਤੇ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰ ਦਾਂਗਾ।
For the swearing in of the new cabinet. Her Honor, the Honorable Selma Lakhani, Lieutenant Governor of Alberta, will now bring remarks. Your Honor.
Thank you so much, Jeannie. As His Majesty the King's representative in Alberta and as a settler, I acknowledge all First Peoples who have called this place home for thousands of years and who welcomed us here to make our own lives. May we always dwell together on these lands with respect and understanding and a sincere commitment to walking the journey of reconciliation. And now I say reconciliation. And I also want to acknowledge the presence of my aide-de-camp for today, Captain BJ Pearson. BJ is a volunteer with the Office of the Lieutenant Governor, and I'd like to applaud his presence and the presence of every person in this room who volunteers their time. Because as we all know, volunteers are the backbone of our society, of our communities, and they make things happen. So big round of applause to all the volunteers in this room. So today, I want to say thank you to all the outgoing ministers, and I congratulate all of you who will be taking on new roles in cabinet, and I thank you for the valued service you have contributed to this province already. As you well know, the decisions you make in your new roles will impact the opportunities and the quality available to your quality of life available to your fellow Albertans. And you know too, this is no small matter. My own life experience has taught me that Alberta is a land of opportunity. We are fortunate to have at our disposal an enormous supply of natural resources as well as a population filled with creators, innovators, entrepreneurs, and mavericks whose talents continue to transform this province and guide us into the future. Challenges will undoubtedly confront us along the way, but our potential, both individually and collectively, is practically limitless. We must not lose sight of our goal, the desire to improve the lives of our fellow Albertans. For this reason, it is all the more important that our elected officials orient themselves around the basic principles of democracy, the rule of law, and good government that define our Canadian way of life. And I must say, we heard that beautiful rendition of O Canada. To me, when we say, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. What we're standing on guard for are our Canadian values. So I know that your duties might sometimes be overwhelming, but I know that you will perform them to the absolute best of your abilities. Luckily, you all have the support of your family and loved ones who are here with you today. To the family members and the loved ones, I would like to say that the encouragement you have provided has been key to your loved one's success, and your support will continue to be invaluable as they take on their new responsibilities. And I express my sincere gratitude to all of you. As His Majesty the King's representative in Alberta, I extend my best wishes to our ministers. May you enjoy nothing but success in your new roles. Thank you. I have a letter from the Premier recommending the members of Executive Council. I accept her recommendations. Premier, please now introduce the members of the Executive Council.
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, I would now ask the members swearing the oath of executive office to please step forward. That is the Honorable Justin Tyler Wright and the Honorable Tara Janitha Mary Sawyer.
I will now administer the oath of Executive Council to the new members. Members, please repeat, "So help me God," or "I affirm," at the close of the oath. Oath of members of the Executive Council. You, Justin Wright, and Tara Sawyer, do solemnly promise and swear that you will serve His Majesty truly and faithfully in the place of His council in this, His Majesty's province of Alberta. You will keep close and secret all such matters as shall be treated, debated, and resolved on in Executive Council without publishing or disclosing the same or any part thereof by word, writing, or any otherwise to any person out of the same council, but to such only as be of the council. And yet, if any matter so propounded, treated, and debated in any such Executive Council shall touch any particular person sworn of the same council upon any such matter as shall in any wise concern their loyalty and fidelity to the King's Majesty, you will in no wise open the same to them, but keep it secret as you would from any person until the King's Majesty's pleasure be known in that behalf. You will in all things to be moved, treated, and debated in any such Executive Council faithfully, honestly, and truly declare your mind and opinion to the honor and benefit of the King's Majesty and the good of his subjects, without partiality or exception of persons, in no wise forbearing so to do from any manner of respect, favor, love, meed, displeasure, or dread of any person or persons whatsoever. In general, you will be vigilant, diligent, and circumspect in all your doings touching the King's Majesty's affairs. All which matters and things you will faithfully observe and keep as a good counselor ought to do, to the utmost of your power, will, and discretion. So help you God, or I so affirm.
So help me God.
Members will now subscribe to the oath by signing the Executive Council roll book.
Your Honor, I will now call forward the Honorable Jason John Nixon to take the oath as President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance.
Please take the oath of office and subscribe to the same in the Executive Council roll book.
I, Jason John Nixon, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will duly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trust reposed in me as President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance for the province of Alberta. So help me God.
Charles III, by the grace of God, King of Canada, and his other realms and territories, head of the Commonwealth. To all to whom these presents shall come, greeting. Know ye that having confidence in the loyalty, integrity, and ability of the Honorable Jason John Nixon, ECA, of Mountain View County, in the province of Alberta, I, under and by virtue of the power in me vested in that behalf, do appoint the said Honorable Jason John Nixon, ECA, to be President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance for the province of Alberta, to have and to hold with all and every the powers, privileges, authority, and advantages to the said office of President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance by right and by law appertaining. In testimony whereof, I have caused the...
Just 1 minute. I think थोड़ा जिहा ਉਹਦੇ ਚ ਗੜਬੜ ਹੋਈ ਇੱਕ
this 21st day of May 2026, and in the 4th year of His Majesty's reign, by command.
The Honorable Jonathan Thomas Neudorf, please step forward to take the oath as Minister of Assisted Living and Social Services.
Please take the oath of office and subscribe to the same in the Executive Council roll book.
I, Jonathan Thomas Newdorf, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will duly and faithfully and to the best of my skill and knowledge execute the powers and trust reposed in me as Minister of Assisted Living and Social Services for the province of Alberta, so help me God.
The Honorable R.J. Sigurdsson, please step forward to take the oath as Minister of Affordability and Utilities.
Please take the oath of office and subscribe to the same in the Executive Council roll.
I, R.J. Sigurdsson, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will duly and faithfully, to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed to me as the Minister of Affordability and Utilities for the province of Alberta, so help me God.
The Honorable Tara Janitha Mary Sawyer, please step forward to take the oath as Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation.
Please take the oath of office and subscribe to the same in the Executive Council roll.
I, Tara Janitha Mary Sawyer, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will duly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation for the province of Alberta. So help me God.
The Honorable Adriana LaGrange, please step forward to take the oath as Minister of Hospital and Surgical Health Services.
Please take the oath of office and subscribe to the same in the Executive Council roll book.
I, Adriana LaGrange, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will duly and faithfully, and to the best of my skill and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as Minister of Hospital and Surgical Health Services for the province of Alberta, so help me God.
The Honorable Justin Tyler Wright, please step forward to take the oath as Minister of Primary and Preventative Health Services.
Please take the oath of office and subscribe to the same in the Executive Council roll book.
I, Justin Tyler Wright, do solemnly and sincerely promise and swear that I will duly and faithfully, and to the best of my skills and knowledge, execute the powers and trusts reposed in me as the Minister of Primary and Preventative Health Services for the province of Alberta. So help me God.
And Your Honor, these are the members of the Executive Council.
I would now like to ask the Honorable Premier of Alberta, the Honorable Danielle Smith, to bring remarks.
Your Honor, newly sworn ministers and honored guests, thank you for joining us today in recognition and celebration of the contributions that each of you have made and will continue to make in service of this province. As you know, the Honorable Matt Jones, who was serving our province as Minister of Hospital and Surgical Services, has announced he will not be seeking re-election and has stepped aside in his position in Cabinet. MLA Jones has served as MLA for Calgary Southeast since 2019 and also served as member of Cabinet for over 3 years. He served as Minister of Children and Family Services, Jobs, Economy and Trade, and most recently as Hospital and Surgical Health Services. I'd like to thank MLA Jones for his work in making childcare more accessible and affordable for Alberta families and on modernizing our acute care health system. MLA Jones will continue to serve his constituents as MLA for Calgary Southeast. The Honorable Nate Horner has also announced he won't be seeking re-election and has stepped aside as Alberta's President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance, so our government can prepare for the 2027 election. MLA Horner has served as MLA for Drumheller Stettler since 2019 and served as a member of Cabinet for nearly 5 years. He served as Minister of Rural Economic Development, Minister of Agriculture, and most recently Minister of Treasury Board and Finance. I thank him for his commitment to doubling the Heritage Savings Trust Fund and keeping our province's fiscal position strong. MLA Horner will also continue to serve as MLA for Drumheller Stettler. These changes pave the way for Her Honor, the Honorable Selma Lakhani, Lieutenant Governor of Alberta, to preside over the swearing in of new ministers today. President of Treasury Board and Minister of Finance, the Honorable Jason Nixon, Minister of Assisted Living and Social Services, the Honorable Nathan Neudorf, Minister of Affordability and Utilities, the Honorable RJ Sigurdsson, Minister of Agriculture and Irrigation, the Honorable Tara Sawyer, Minister of Hospital and Surgical Health Services, the Honorable Adriana LaGrange, Minister of Primary and Preventative Health Services, the Honorable Justin Wright. With that important step complete, our government is focused on continuing to deliver on the mandate given to us by Albertans. Since 2023, we have made significant progress, including helped create over 277,000 jobs, attracted billions of dollars in investment, strengthened Alberta's position as a reliable global energy supplier while advancing trade diversification and new export opportunities, improving Alberta's healthcare system by expanding continuing care spaces and helping to move patients out of hospital beds when they no longer require acute care. We are adding critical capacity to our acute care system by renovating and building space for hospitals and also building 8 new urgent care centers across the province. We're committed to delivering 50,000 additional surgeries to reduce wait times for Albertans, build 5 recovery communities, and 4 more are expected to open later this year, added more police officers to keep our streets safe, taking action to address the pressures caused by rapid population growth by taking more control over our province's immigration, invested billions of dollars in new schools, school modernizations, and classroom supports for Alberta students, launched 476 complexity teams in classrooms that need them the most, and of course implemented an income tax cut to save families up to $1,500 per year. Albertans also continue to pay the lowest taxes in Canada with lower income taxes, no PST, no payroll tax or health premium. And that is only a small part of the progress that our government has made to date. Albertans are trusting us, each of us in this room, to do that critical work. As a team, we will continue to govern for everyone in the province. We will build on a solid foundation of legislation, policies, and informed decision-making. Over the past 3 years, our government has taken meaningful action to grow Alberta's economy, create jobs, attract investments, strengthen our energy sector, and provide tax relief for Alberta families. At the same time, we've continued investing in safer communities, improved healthcare access, recovery-oriented supports, education infrastructure, and the critical services needed to support Alberta's rapidly growing population. With this team of ministers, we will stay focused on delivering on our commitments and ensuring Alberta remains forever strong and free. Thank you.
All rise. The departure of Vice President Party.
ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਰਿਲੀਜ਼ ਆ ਉਹ ਲਗਭਗ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਆ ਔਰ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਇੱਕ ਬੜੀ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਟਰੱਕਿੰਗ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਸ ਪਾਸੇ ਨੂੰ ਚੱਲਾਂਗੇ
This ceremony involves witnessing a new parliamentary secretary and the new chief government whip as they take their oath of confidentiality and allegiance. I would like to now welcome the Honourable Danielle Smith, Premier of Alberta, back to the podium.
Thank you. I want to take a moment to recognize Scott Cyr for his dedicated service to Albertans. I'm happy to announce Scott Cyr as Parliamentary Secretary for Transportation and Strategic Development. Since being elected a United Conservative MLA in 2023, Scott has brought a strong work ethic, thoughtful leadership, and a commitment to accountability and responsible government. He has served on several important legislative committees, including the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices, the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, and the Standing Committee on Resource Stewardship, and serves as Deputy Chair of the Standing Committee on Private Bills. On behalf of our government, I want to thank MLA Cyr for his continued service and dedicated to building a stronger Alberta. Thank you so much. I'd now like to ask Scott Joseph Cyr, MLA for Bonnyville, Cold Lake, St. Paul, to come forward to take the oath of confidentiality and allegiance. The Deputy Provincial Secretary and Deputy Minister of Justice, Malcolm Lavoie, will administer the oath.
I ask that Scott Joseph Cyr take the oath of confidentiality and allegiance and sign the same.
I, Scott Joseph Cyr, do solemnly swear that I will serve His Majesty truly and faithfully in His Majesty's province of Alberta, and that I will not, without due authorization, disclose or make known any matter or thing which comes to my knowledge by reason of my role as Parliamentary Secretary. In general, I will be vigilant, diligent, and circumspect in all of my doings touching on the King's Majesty's affairs, all which matters and things I will faithfully observe and keep to the utmost of my power, will, and discretion. So help me God.
Today, I'm also proud to recognize the service and leadership of Brandon Lunty and to announce his appointment as our new Chief Government Whip for our United Conservative Caucus. Since being elected in 2023 as the MLA for Leduc-Beaumont, Brandon has distinguished himself as a thoughtful, steady, and hardworking member of our government caucus. He's earned the respect of his colleagues through his professionalism, his integrity, and his commitment to public service. Over the past 3 years, Brandon has taken on several important leadership roles within the Legislative Assembly. He served as chair of the Standing Committee on Legislative Offices, helping to ensure transparency and accountability of Alberta's independent institutions. He also served as deputy chair of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts, where he worked diligently to strengthen oversight of government spending and to protect taxpayer dollars. In addition, Brandon has chaired both the Special Select Citizen Initiative Proposal Review Committee and the two special committee on electoral boundaries, two responsibilities that required fairness, collaboration, and careful attention to the voices of Albertans across the province. Those experiences have helped to prepare him well for this next chapter of service. The role of Chief Government Whip requires strong leadership, sound judgment, and the ability to bring people together to deliver results on behalf of Albertans and on behalf of our government. I want to thank Brandon Lunty for accepting this role. I would now like to ask Brandon Glenn Lunty, MLA for Leduc-Beaumont, to come forward to take the oath of confidentiality and allegiance. And again, the Deputy Provincial Secretary, Deputy Minister of Justice, Malcolm Lavoie, will administer the oath.
I ask that Brandon Glenn Lunty take the oath of confidentiality and allegiance and sign the same.
I, Brandon Glenn Lunty, do solemnly swear that I will serve His Majesty truly and faithfully in this His Majesty's province of Alberta. I will keep confidential all matters that are addressed, discussed, and decided at Cabinet and its committees, without publishing or disclosing them or any part of them verbally, in writing or otherwise to any person out of Cabinet or its committees. In general, I will be vigilant, diligent, and circumspect in all of my doings touching His Majesty's affairs. All which matters and things I will faithfully observe and keep to the utmost of my power, will, and discretion, so help me God.
Thank you, Premier. Congratulations once again to all the new ministers, Parliamentary Secretary Sear, and the new Chief Government Whip Lunty. This concludes our formal ceremony today. Please stay for reception in the Azure Room. Food and beverages will be available. Premier and her ministers will be available to you shortly. So with that, have a wonderful day. Thank you.
ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਆ ਵਾਲਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਵੈਂਟ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਖਤਮ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਅਲਬਰਟਾ ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਾਣਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਆਪਾਂ ਸਵੇਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ ਗ੍ਰੀਨ ਹਾਊਸ ਗੈਸ ਐਮਿਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ USA ਤੋਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ US ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਰਾਸ਼ਟਰਪਤੀ ਨੇ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਐਲਾਨ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ EPA ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਡਮਿਨਿਸਟ੍ਰੇਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਕੇ EPA ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਡਮਿਨਿਸਟ੍ਰੇਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਹੈਗੇ ਲੀ ਜ਼ੈਲਡਨ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਰਲ ਕੇ ਇੱਕ ਐਲਾਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਕੁਝ ਲਾਅ ਹੈ ਇੱਕ ਕਾਨੂੰਨ ਹੈ ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਰੋਲ ਬੈਕ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਉਹ ਕੀ ਹੈ ਕਹਾਣੀ ਉਹ ਸਾਰੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਲਾਈਮੇਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੀ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ ਔਰ ਸਿੱਧਾ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਚੱਲਦਾ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਜਿੱਥੋਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਉਣੀ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ
In a minute. Today is my honor to be discussing the taking of a very historic action to substantially lower costs for consumers, protect hundreds of thousands of jobs, and save Americans well over $2 billion a year by officially terminating the Biden administration's ridiculous regulations imposing costly requirements on refrigerators and air conditioners. It's ridiculous, unnecessary, and costly, and actually makes the machinery worse. I want to thank EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, Senators John Husted. John, thank you. I heard you're doing very well in your race, I hear. That's what the word is. And Ashley, I know you're doing very well also. Ashley Moody, Florida, great. As well as Representatives Stephanie Bice, Zach Nunn, and Craig Goldman. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you all. You look good. We're joined by Kroger CEO. That's a big one. Kroger, that's a big, I see those stores all over the place. Greg Foran. Where's Greg? Greg? Very good. You look like Central Casting. Just like you're supposed to look. Fairway Store CEO Reynolds Kramer.
Mr. President.
Okay. Hello, Reynolds.
Hello there.
Maybe I won't look around every time. Why Not Stop CEO and co-owner Ann Guthier. Ann? No, because it's Ann, I'm going to. Columbiana Foods co-owner Ron Graff Sr.
Right here. Right behind.
Hello, Ron. Neiman Foods President Richard Neiman.
Right here, sir.
Hi, Richard. Piggy, well, that's a nice, Piggly Wiggly franchise owner. And that's a big company, too. It's actually a cute name. Kevin McDaniel. Where's Kevin? How is that name playing? Good?
Piggly Wiggly, doing great.
Piggly Wiggly. I've heard that, actually. That's great. Franchise owner, Kevin. So you met Kevin. And Food Fresh owner, Michael Gay.
Right
Food
here.
Fresh? Hi, Michael. How are you, Michael? And this is a representative group of very large-scale retailers. Under the Biden administration, the so-called technology transition rule, which was crazy, forced companies to adopt specific high-cost refrigerants, massively driving up the price of transporting and storing refrigerants and various goods. Many grocery stores and restaurants had no choice but to replace their refrigerators entirely. They went out of business, half of them. And these costs rose. Americans faced higher grocery prices and reduced access to critical medical supplies. It was a very catastrophic thing that they did. At the same time, this rule also drove up the cost of living by forcing consumers to purchase higher cost residential air conditioning units. They went up very substantially in cost, and also they were going to be obsolete very quickly. It created national security risk by adding additional hurdles to the already complicated process of mess. Likewise, the so-called emissions rule imposed crippling leak repair requirements on virtually all existing large-scale refrigeration systems, hurting consumers and small businesses, making it almost impossible for many small businesses to even buy inferior equipment. And this is all across the country. The higher cost threatened thousands of jobs and was passed on in the form of higher prices and higher taxes. Today's reforms will deliver significant financial relief, saving American families and businesses more than $2.4 billion. Think of that, each year. Thanks to today's reforms, the American people have lower grocery prices, cheaper transportation of goods, a lower cost of air conditioning, at no detriment at all to our country. Zero, including environmental detriment. My administration's historic deregulatory agenda has already saved our country an estimated $1.2 trillion. That's been done over a relatively short period of time. 1.2 trillion with a T. We're committed to fixing and really completely ending Biden's disastrous regulatory policies and delivering financial relief to each and every American, which is what we're doing. This was a tremendous burden, a tremendous cost. These people had to live with it, not only refrigerants, but a lot more. And it was making the equipment unaffordable. And the actual benefit was nothing. It just made it worse, made life worse, and it made it worse, and it drove up costs tremendously. So now I'd like to ask Administrator Lee Zeldin, who's absolutely fantastic. He's doing an incredible job. We're proud of you, Lee. Really, the job you're doing is incredible. Followed by Greg, Kevin, and Michael. Is that okay? Lee, go ahead, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. President. As you know, many Americans were expressing a lot of frustration and anger of this rushed, frantic, reckless sprint by the Biden administration to phase out reliable equipment for grocery stores, for restaurants, and for homes. And the consequences, well, they've been devastating. And once again, the Trump administration is answering the call, which will lower the cost of living for hardworking American families. Now, look at this chart to your far right. Today's actions are saving over $2.4 billion for American families. It's safeguarding 350,000 jobs. Just at supermarkets alone, we're going to see a savings of $800 million, which Americans will be able to see when they go and buy their food. The Biden EPA face planted when trying to jam through their restrictions. Americans who wanted to be able to fix their equipment were instead being required to buy far more costly new equipment, and that just doesn't make any sense. Refrigeration trucks were being handed impossible restrictions to meet. And once again, here we are in the Oval Office. President Trump is righting another wrong. At the Trump EPA, we are proudly implementing President Trump's agenda every single day and delivering for the American people.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Lee. Look, on behalf of the Kroger Company, and we operate about 2,700 supermarkets, an orderly transition of equipment reduces both capital costs and operating costs. And at the end of the day, that's good for consumers because we're able to take that and put that into lowering prices, which is the key objectives that we have in our business. So thank you very much.
And you were able to save a lot of money and put it elsewhere by not having to do this ridiculous.
Exactly. So it allows us, instead of having to outlay more capital at a faster rate and more operating costs to change that equipment.
What you replace a refrigerator that's working perfectly, right?
Yeah. So that allows us, you know, obviously these things have a lifespan, but an orderly transition allows us to move through that in a way which keeps the price of groceries down. And that's something that we're, you know, desperately focusing on, Mr. President.
Great. Thank you very much.
I think a press conference ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਦੀ ਹੋਣੀ ਨਾ ਜਦੋਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਨੂੰ ਪੁੱਛੂਗਾ ਸਵਾਲ ਉਹ ਦੇਖਣ ਵਾਲਾ ਹੋਣਾ ਉਹਦੇ ਚੋਂ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਇਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਂ ਚਾਈਨਾ ਨਾਲ ਕੁਝ ਗੱਲਾਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆਉਣ
Alabama and Georgia. On behalf of NGA, the Piggly Wiggly family, which has about 250 stores in the Southeast, we want to thank President Trump for rolling this terrible Biden legislation back, because without it, there would have been a lot of independents out of business. And what people don't realize is it's just not a refrigerant change. It was a equipment change. And those equipment per store, you take a store, our stores run from 25 to 50,000 square feet. You could look for $800,000 to $1.5 million per store to do a change out. That would have
And
done.
the new equipment would not be as good as the old equipment.
No, absolutely not.
It would be inferior equipment because you weren't able to use a refrigerant.
It was thrown together too fast. The technology's not there yet. It's just way too fast. That's the problem. Good idea, but it's terrible. So you would have had all these independents go out of business. You'd had the independents out of business, and you would have seen grocery prices soar. That's what would have happened if this would have went through. President Trump, thank you very much. On behalf of every independent in the United States, we cannot thank you enough for what you've done for us. Thank you so much.
I mean, just the bottom line is, so you have great equipment that works incredibly, takes care of your meats and foods and everything else, beautiful refrigeration systems. Take it out and replace it with stuff that barely works, costs a fortune, and it's no good. Think of it. And everyone's going to go bankrupt because the equipment is much more expensive on top of everything else. So the big thing now, we got to get rid of the law that was signed quite a while ago and we have to get rid of that because ultimately we want to make it permanent. There's no negative impact by having a good system, but there's a tremendous impact. I think it's going to be bad because a lot of people said the other stuff doesn't cool your product. It's so crazy. Please.
Michael Gay, I have a single store, Food Fresh in Claxton, Georgia. And exactly, I mean, to echo everyone up here, these refrigeration costs, I'm the only store in a county of 10,000. I literally 2 years ago put in equipment that should have about 20 more years of useful life. And to replace literally every single piece of equipment in our store would have been unbelievably cost prohibitive, driving up costs as we fight every day to try to keep them as low as we can. And, you know, if that cost gets too high, especially attached to a regulation, do you have independent stores closed in neighborhoods that once I go away, you've created a food desert? So it's very beneficial that this happened today. It's much more complicated than anyone thinks. And to try to rush this through was just the wrong way to go. So we're very appreciative of you today.
Thank you. I have one grocer who's a friend of mine. He's pretty big. And he said, I'm going to go ahead of the schedule. And he actually replaced a lot of his equipment. He called me up. He said, this crap doesn't work. It doesn't cool the food. So you know about that, right? What a shame. Okay. Would anybody, Kevin, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, sir, that this is part of your overall deregulatory agenda. And the big number, 1.2 trillion, is the savings so far. But we're going to be hitting that every year. And we're rolling back stuff that everywhere we look, there's stuff that's as awful as this. And I think that really one of the leaders has been Lee, because the EPA has been a holdup for so many years. But Lee is just out there saving Americans money. And right now, again, if you look at that number, it's $14,000 per family. It's been saved and reduced costs because of your deregulatory.
Do we agree that Lee is an MVP candidate? MVP. No, he's done a great job, and he sees what's good, and he's a big environmentalist. I mean, he wants to make sure everything is good, but he also sees stupid things like this. Senator, would you like to each speak to this?
Well, Mr. President, I'd like to thank you for this because this hits our goal of trying to keep prices low for working families in America. Cost of food. I have the Graff family here right behind it. They operate 3 grocery stores in Columbiana County. They had already upgraded their refrigeration.
ਆਪਾਂ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਤੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਆਨੇ ਆ ਉਧਰੋਂ ਨਾਰਥ ਵੈਨਕੂਵਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਲੀਡਰ ਨੇ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰਟੀ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਫੈਡਰਲ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਲੀਡਰ ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ ਦੇ ਵਾਲੇ ਪਾਸੇ ਚੱਲਦੇ ਆ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਵਿਚ ਇਜ਼ way more important ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ
Previous conservative government cut taxes, balance budgets, deliver affordable homes, and crack down on crime and corruption. He shepherded the Accountability Act through Parliament to protect taxpayers against fraud, against waste, and against corruption. And when he was a housing minister, housing was affordable. The average house was around $450,000, and the average rent for a 1-bedroom apartment, something under $1,000 a month. People could afford homes in safe neighborhoods, and they could afford to put food on the table. As vice chair of the Commons Committee on Finance, he was the first major voice in Parliament to warn that massive spending, massive money printing was going to lead to inflation. Mark Carney, on the other hand, wrongfully predicted that prices were going to come down. Pierre also led the charge against the carbon tax, toughening laws to fight crime, banning drugs, and unlocking resources. Now, the Liberals claim that these were all their ideas, but it was this man who came up with the ideas. In the most recent election, we won more votes than any Conservative Party ever had before. We added 2.5 million voters to our voter base, and we did very well with young people and working Canadians. We're very proud of that, and we're only just beginning. Pierre has great ideas to make Canada stronger, more self-reliant, and more affordable for Canadians so that they can live in comfortable homes, in beautiful neighborhoods on safe streets. Ladies and gentlemen, Pierre Poilievre.
Thank you very much, Taika. What a beautiful day, minus the traffic. An incredible day here in beautiful British Columbia. Merci tout le monde d'être ici pour parler de la défense des propriétés, aussi pour parler de l'abordabilité, la sécurité et un Canada qui est plus autonome. C'est la raison pour laquelle nous sommes ici. I want to thank Taika Van Popta, not only a member of Parliament from our caucus, but the chair of our Property Rights Task Force, who will be helping to protect British Columbians against the recent threats to their homes. We've got Sukhman Gill, our member of Parliament from Abbotsford, South Langley, a farmer, a small businessman, an MP, Jeff Kibble, a naval veteran and a brilliant MP from Vancouver Island, and Stephen Curran, our candidate in North Vancouver, Capilano, very successful British Columbian who has a tremendous track record in the community, in business, as a family man, and as a future member of Parliament. And they all share in the Canadian promise, the promise that anyone from anywhere can achieve anything, that hard work comes with an affordable home and food, life on a safe street, home ownership, the ability to raise a family, live in security, and retire with peace of mind, all with a flag on the front porch representing our pride in our beautiful, affordable, safe, and strong future. That promise is broken after 11 years of Liberal government. The cost of homes, food, and fuel are all skyrocketing. Crime is out of control. Immigration is broken, and our economy is weak, shrinking, and overly dependent on the U.S. Now, Mark Carney promised that he would reverse everything that he had said and that his party had done in the preceding 10 years when he ran in the last election. But we're now in the second year of Mark Carney Liberals, and we see that all of these promises were an illusion. Nothing has changed. Everything is worse. More costs, more crime, more corruption. Mark Carney is just another Liberal. People are paying record amounts for gas. Sure, there's a war in Iran. Of course there is. But that doesn't explain why prices are 13% higher in Canada than in the United States, where they, of course, pay the same global prices, meaning we pay 22 cents a liter equivalent more than American consumers pay. And why is it that gas prices are about 50 cents per liter higher than they were under Stephen Harper when the global oil price was the exact same $100 it is today, and when there were also wars in Iraq, Syria, and Ukraine? Why are they so much higher now under the Liberals? Well, because Mark Carney has given us a weak dollar, among the weakest in Canadian history, and his taxes drive up the cost at the pump. And that's why Conservatives today are renewing our call to get rid of all fuel taxes for the rest of the year. Get rid of the GST, the fuel standard tax, and of course the excise tax through to January 1st, saving you 25 cents a liter, $20 a fill-up, and $1,200 between now and Christmas. And Statistics Canada pointed out, the rise in energy prices is a major contributor to last month's increase in inflation, and Canadians see that at the grocery store, with food prices now rising twice as fast as when Mark Carney took office. Mothers have to turn back items at the checkout because their bank accounts have emptied before their grocery card has. That is hard, it is humiliating, and it should never happen in Canada. A quarter of our children go to school hungry every single day, according to this government's own data. Canadians see the results also in a weak overall economy. Liberal taxes have driven away investment, jobs, and opportunity. In fact, in the first 3 months of 2026, venture capital investment in growth stage companies was zero. Now, the Liberals love to brag about foreign direct investment. Foreign direct investment? According to Statistics Canada, that increase is exactly the result of one thing: American companies buying out Canadian companies. Not new investment in new activities, simply taking ownership over Canadian assets. They get the control and the ownership, not investment. For every dollar of foreign investment in Canada coming in, $2 have left. That's the largest capital exodus in Canadian history, and it's on top of the $1 trillion of net investment that has left since Liberals took office. Stats Canada reports that 112,000 Canadians have lost their jobs since the beginning of this year. Unemployment is now 6.9%, a third higher than in the US and the second highest in the G7. No wonder the Office of the Superintendent of Bankruptcies found that in the first 3 months of 2026, the number of Canadians needing to reorganize their finances to avoid bankruptcy has gone up by 8%. In fact, it's the highest level since 2009 in the middle of the Great Global Recession. And no wonder CMHC says that mortgage delinquencies have reached the highest level since COVID. The streets are also overrun with crime and drugs as Carney has kept all of Trudeau's Trudeau's soft on crime laws. Yes, he's made announcements that he will change those things, but none of those changes have actually passed through the Liberal-dominated Senate. It was all an illusion. He's not changed a single word of the criminal code. Shootings and extortions take over Surrey. Another shooting yesterday in Newton. People are afraid to go outside. More people still are actually leaving Canada. After a year of Carney Liberals, it has been more costs, more corruption, but also more crime, more chaos, more disorder, and more drugs. Mark Carney is just another Liberal. And now here in British Columbia, people are facing a new threat to home ownership. This goes beyond prices, jobs, and mortgages. It goes to the foundation of our economy, private property rights. Last August, the BC Supreme Court ruled in the Cowichan Tribes versus Canada, a federal lawsuit involving the federal government, that Aboriginal title takes priority over land owned fee simple. That includes the legal term for home ownership and small business title. And it ensures that Aboriginal title will take precedence over small business owners and homeowners. The ruling covers 800 acres of Richmond worth $1 billion, but has an impact right across British Columbia because almost all of the province is under some sort of claim. And if this precedent holds up, then all of British Columbians may face the loss of their title. Hardworking British Columbians saved up, made a down payment, paid mortgages and property taxes, and now they live in fear that they could lose their homes. Many of our treasured retirees who just want peace of mind so that they can enjoy the retirement they earned now fear they could lose their most valuable material asset, their home. And where is the federal prime minister in this federal lawsuit? Again, the Cowichan case was not directed at the government of British Columbia, but at the government of Canada. And he leads that government. He also leads the government that negotiated agreements with First Nations that did not protect property rights. And despite the illusions and words, he has kept in place instructions banning federal lawyers from fighting for property rights and putting property rights first in disputes with other claims. Carney sets federal policies. So when Mark Carney says he believes property rights are fundamental, British Columbians ask, why won't he defend them? Why has he kept litigation guideline 14 in the Attorney General of Canada's directive on civil litigation involving Indigenous people? That guideline stops federal lawyers from arguing that fee simple property rights takes precedence over all other claims. This is a Liberal directive brought in by this federal Liberal government in 2019. Mr. Carney has kept it in place. Then in February, the Carney Liberals signed the Musqueam Rights Recognition Agreement with no public scrutiny or consultation. That agreement recognizes Aboriginal rights and title over 533,000 hectares of Metro Vancouver, Burnaby, Richmond, Delta, and in fact, the parts of Richmond that are already affected by the Cowichan ruling. It creates the framework for future land governance and economic matters, but it does not protect private property rights of homeowners. That's why Conservatives have put forward a motion in the House of Commons calling on the Liberal government to do four reasonable things to defend your property. First, it calls on the Prime Minister to instruct federal lawyers to argue in court that private property rights take priority over all other claims. That includes reversing litigation Guideline 14 that currently bans lawyers from doing so. Second, it requires explicit property protections in all future federal agreements with First Nations so homeowners and businesses can take comfort in knowing their title is firm. Third, it requires the Prime Minister personally publish a plan within 30 days to protect Canadians affected by property rights risks after Cowichan and Musqueam. It has been almost a year since this started, and we've seen nothing but words from Mark Carney. Fourth, appoint a special committee to study every legal, constitutional, and political step that Parliament can and should take to protect private property rights in Canada. These are reasonable steps. They are all within the power of the federal government, and they are urgently needed. Yesterday, we began running a radio ad campaign to increase support for our federal conservative motion protecting property rights. Contact your member of Parliament and tell them to vote yes for property rights on Monday in the House of Commons, because BC homeowners cannot take Liberal sound bites to the bank. They cannot use Carney's words as collateral, and they cannot protect their homes with another photo op, another promise, or another Liberal illusion. If Mark Carney really believes private property is fundamental, if it is not just an illusion, then he should act accordingly and vote for our motion. He can defend owners, he can put property rights first, and he can work with us to restore the promise of Canada, a country that is affordable at home, safe at home, and strong at home. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll now take questions.
What's unique about British Columbia is that we haven't had land cession treaties like in the prairies, for example. In the prairies, you have treaties where the First Nations ceded claims on large parts of lands in exchange for other things, the land that they now do control, financial compensation, and other concessions. Those treaties did not happen, at least not on the same scale in British Columbia. And as a result, you have a lot of claims with no cession whatsoever. And that's why British Columbia is unusually threatened by this ruling, although there are other parts of the country where this precedent could spill over. In places where there are not land cession treaties, in Ontario and parts of Quebec and Atlantic Canada, you might also see risks. But right now, British Columbia really is ground zero. And in this province, you have basically every square inch of the province that is claimed by one or another First Nation group. So if you take the Cowichan ruling and apply the precedent province-wide, you could see basically every major British Columbia community threatened with the loss of home ownership that we now face in Richmond.
Hi, Daria Zardo with Global News. On that strain, what's your reaction to the Supreme Court of Canada agreeing to hear the BC government's appeal of the ruling to incorporate UNDRIP into BC laws?
Well, did you want to, you were saying something, do you want to jump in this one? I'm just going to bring forward my lawyer here. This is, he's the chair of our property rights task force. Go ahead.
Did I believe you're referring to the
billing by the hour, by the
No.
way? Okay, all right.
No, free today. I believe you're referring to the Gitskala case, which came as quite a surprise out of the Court of Appeal to David Eby when he discovered that the court actually put teeth into the DRIPA legislation. I think that was a big surprise to David Eby. He tried to backpedal from that and he ran into trouble with his own caucus. So I believe that that decision from the Court of Appeal was wrongly decided. I'm very happy that the Supreme Court of Canada has given leave to hear it. And I'm sure that many people right across the country are going to be very interested in the outcome of that decision. Thank you.
And I would just add that Conservatives voted against UNDRIP. We think that it creates bad legal framework that could potentially risk resource development, home building, and maybe even home ownership. So these bills that Liberals and NDP governments have passed are now bringing serious risk to our economy and to our people, and it's time to reverse course. Thank you.
Hi, Leanne Young from CBC. So do you think Premier Daniel Smith should call a referendum on Alberta's place in Canada? And in that vein, as an Alberta MP, what action will you try to take to keep Alberta within Canada in the face of a referendum?
So I'm a strong Canadian federalist, a proud Albertan, and a proud Canadian. I want a strong Alberta within a united Canada. And all conservatives will be campaigning for Canadian unity in Alberta, and potentially, we hope not, but potentially in Quebec as well, if the separatists win there. We believe that Alberta deserves a fair deal in this country, which means that we unblock the resources, we allow the oil and gas sector to grow, we get the federal government off the backs and out of the way of Alberta workers and small businesses so the province can prosper, reverse the gun grab and other unnecessary federal Liberal irritants, but all for the purpose of making our country more united, more affordable, and more strong. It is the job of the Prime Minister of Canada to unite the country. And as Prime Minister in waiting, I will begin that work myself. I will be campaigning across the province of Alberta, encouraging Albertans to stay as part of the Canadian family and encouraging nationwide unity for all Canadians.
Just in French as well, please.
Merci beaucoup. Tout d'abord, le Parti conservateur et moi supportons un Canada uni. On veut un Alberta qui est fort dans un Canada uni. Nous voulons que les Albertains puissent accomplir leur potentiel en débloquant les ressources naturelles, en enlevant les coûts et les obstacles du gouvernement fédéral, des autres politiques qui dérangent des Albertains, comme le repris des armes d'épaule. Et nous allons continuer de se battre pour les intérêts des Albertains en ces questions. En même temps, nous reconnaissons que la responsabilité principale de n'importe quel premier ministre, c'est d'unir le pays. Et moi, en tant que Premier ministre futur, je vais commencer ce travail dès aujourd'hui. Les conservateurs vont faire campagne pour convaincre les Albertains de rester au Canada, d'unir notre pays. Nous allons faire la même chose au Québec si le PQ gagne des élections et tient un référendum. Nous allons encourager les Québécois de rester unis ici au Canada. On veut un pays qui est uni, qui est abordable, qui est sécuritaire. And if I can be nostalgic for just a moment, I just want to recognize that it was only about 10 years ago, under a conservative government, where there was absolutely no separation movement whatsoever in Alberta. That's right. And the PQ and the BQ, the two separatist parties in Quebec, they didn't even exist anymore. They have been wiped off the electoral map. And it was thought that separatism was a thing of the past in Canada. I want to thank Prime Minister Harper for uniting the country in that way, because it is the job of a Prime Minister to unite. And it's worth asking how the current Prime Minister is doing in that regard, given the situation in both Quebec and in Alberta. But as for me, I know where I stand. I stand for a united country, and we're going to campaign every day and every way to unite this country around hope. Thank you.
Hey, Mr. Poilievre, Kevin Chirac, CTV News. As I'm sure you're well aware, Indigenous rights and DRIPA has become a political flashpoint in BC over the past few months or so. Virtually all of the BC Conservative leadership candidates say their number one priority is to repeal DRIPA. Premier David Eby has gone back and forth on amending DRIPA, and has resulted in a response from First Nations groups, including threats of lawsuits and protests for major projects. So I'm wondering, with this motion that you're set to introduce on Monday, how do you think that'll impact government and Indigenous relations?
Well, my motion would improve Indigenous relations by bringing clarity that homeowners are protected. Quite frankly, it's time for Mark Carney to step up. The Cowichan decision came from a federal lawsuit. And it was the federal government, this federal liberal government, that directed its lawyers not to defend property rights in that case. A decision that the judge recognized when she rendered her judgment. So it's time for Mark Carney to stop hiding. This is a federal issue. He has done absolutely nothing in the nearly 1 year that has passed since this ruling came down. We're telling him, Mark Carney, if you are serious about defending property rights, then prove it. Change your directives to direct lawyers at a federal level to fight for property rights first. Make a commitment that you won't sign any more agreements that do not explicitly defend property rights, and publish a plan to protect British Columbia homeowners and small businesses from the risk of property loss within 30 days. It's time for leadership, and Conservatives are providing that leadership.
Hi, Ms. Poilievre. I'm a reporter from the Canadian Press. Since you made the call to drop fuel taxes in April, prices have skyrocketed and would have eaten up the drop in taxes. And why do you think dropping taxes would help? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, we said we should get rid of all taxes. The Liberals have only gotten rid of a third of the tax for a third of the year. But you're wondering why prices keep rising. Well, in part because we have such a weak dollar. Oil is a globally priced commodity, and it's denominated in US dollars. This morning, the Canadian dollar is at just 72 cents. And this is because of the weak economy that Mark Carney has delivered. We've got basically the weakest economy in the G7, and that gives you a weak dollar. When you have a weak dollar, everything costs more for customers, particularly fuel and food. And what are Canadians struggling with right now? Fuel and food. We need a strong dollar with low taxes and more energy production, and that's what Conservatives will fight for.
Thank you very much. This concludes today's press conference.
All right, thank you very much.
So sorry,
yes.
I have another question
All right,
about
we'll
the
let her
mining
in.
rights. Sorry to be aggressive. The Supreme Court of Canada has agreed to hear a mining rights appeal today in BC. And is there anything I wonder the federal government can do in that case, given that it's the provincial government legislation that's the basis of this? Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear the mid part, dude. Which appeal are we referring to now?
The
Same one.
Yes, the human rights appeal, the Each-Gather Nation appeal today. Yeah.
Right. Do you want to add anything on that? Any more than you already have? Do you want to get in on that one? Okay, Takeo, get in there.
So thank you. The same case we're talking about, I believe, the Gitskala case, where the BC Court of Appeal had said that the duty to consult starts with the initial mining claims, not final decisions. And that came as a big surprise to David Eby. That's not what he had expected his own legislation would be interpreted to say. So I think that the BC Court of Appeal got it wrong. I'm just going to repeat myself, and I'm very pleased that it's going to the Supreme Court of Canada, and we're hoping for a better outcome. Whether the federal government should intervene on that, I don't know. We'll leave that up to the Justice Department, but certainly a consideration, because this decision coming out of the Supreme Court of Canada will affect all of Canada. Thank you.
Excellent. All right, I think we're done. All right, thanks everyone.
ਸੋ ਇਹਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਖਤਮ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਪੀਅਰ ਪੋਲੀਏਵ ਦੀ ਪ੍ਰੋਪਰਟੀ ਰਾਈਟਸ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਬੋਲ ਰਹੇ ਸੀ। ਕਾਫੀ ਮੌਕਿਆਂ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪ੍ਰਾਈਮ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਮਾਰਕ ਕਾਰਨੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਖਿੱਚਿਆ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਨਿਖੇਧੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਈ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਕੀਤੀ ਹੈ। ਹੁਣ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਗੱਲ ਕਰਨੀ ਮਿਨੀਸੋਟਾ ਤੋਂ ਖਬਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਖਬਰ ਹੈ। ਮਿਨੀਸੋਟਾ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਦੇ ਅਸਿਸਟੈਂਟ ਅਟਾਰਨੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਨੇ ਨੈਸ਼ਨਲ ਫਰਾਡ ਇਨਫੋਰਸਮੈਂਟ ਡਿਵੀਜ਼ਨ ਦੇ, ਉੱਥੋਂ ਹੀ ਖਬਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਪੁੱਲ ਦੈਟ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਫॉर ਯੂ ਫਸਟ। ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਅੱਜ ਬੜੀ ਵੱਡੀ ਗਿਣਤੀ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ 15 ਡਿਫੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਫਰਾਡ ਸਕੀਮ ਦੇ ਕਰਕੇ ਚਾਰजेस ਲਾਏ ਆ। ਫਰਾਡ ਸਕੀਮ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹੋਏ ਚਾਰजेस ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਮਿਨੀਸੋਟਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਾਏ ਆ। It's a big news. The Department of Justice है ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਉਹ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਕਰਦਾ। ਕਈ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਐਕਟਿੰਗ ਅਟਾਰਨੀ ਜਨਰਲ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਔਰ ਹਿਊਮਨ ਸਰਵਿਸ ਸੈਕਟਰੀ ਰੋਬਰਟ ਐਫ ਕੈਨੇਡੀ ਜੂਨੀਅਰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮੇਜਰ ਲਾਅ ਇਨਫੋਰਸਮੈਂਟ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫਰਾਡ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹ 'ਚ 2 ਲੋਕ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦਾ ਜ਼ਿਕਰ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਔਰ ਨਾਲ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਹੀ ਕੁਝ ਵੱਡੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਅੱਜ ਅਸੀਂ 15 ਡਿਫੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਕ੍ਰਿਮੀਨਲ ਚਾਰजेस ਲਾਏ ਆ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਨੇ $90 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ $90 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਟੈਕਸ ਪੇਅਰਸ ਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਫਰਾਡ ਸਕੀਮਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਟਾਰਗੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ। ਇੱਕ ਇਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ। ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਐਕਸ਼ਨ ਲਿਆ। US ਦਾ ਡਿਪਾਰਟਮੈਂਟ ਆਫ ਜਸਟਿਸ ਉਹ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦੇ ਰਿਹਾ।
Good morning to you all. My name is Colin McDonald, Assistant Attorney General for the National Fraud Enforcement Division at the Department of Justice. I am joined today by a lineup of committed public servants who are devoted to protecting the financial security of America. Today, we are announcing criminal charges against 15 defendants in Minnesota for fraud schemes that targeted over $90 million in taxpayer dollars. Let me be clear up front about something. This is not the end of our work in Minnesota. This is not the end of the beginning of our work in Minnesota. This is the beginning of our work in Minnesota. The fraud here in Minnesota is shocking. Our cases today involve 7 different state-managed Medicaid programs that have been systematically pilfered by fraudsters who treated Minnesota-run programs as their personal piggy bank. One of the programs has been completely shut down because there's no money left. It's all gone. That was Minnesota's state-run Housing Stabilization Services Program, designed to help the homeless find and maintain housing. It was estimated in 2020 that it would cost only about $2.5 million a year to fund this program, but it ended up costing almost 50 times that much, over $104 million by 2024 due to fraud. And because of all the fraud, Minnesota had to shut the program down in 2025 And now these services no longer exist for these vulnerable homeless populations. The same trends exist for other Minnesota-run taxpayer-funded programs. An autism program that cost the taxpayer $600,000 just 6 years ago skyrocketed to over $400 million. And to be sure, that number is not driven by supply and demand. It is not driven by healthcare or charity. It is fraud. To tackle this crisis, and it is a crisis in Minnesota, earlier this year, the Department of Justice surged 11 strike force prosecutors from across the country to be here on the ground fighting the rampant fraud targeting our taxpayer-funded programs. And large numbers of agents from our partners at the FBI, HHS-OIG, HSI, IRSCI, and others joined our prosecutors to rapidly unmask fraudulent actors in Minnesota. These agents and prosecutors have been working around the clock to root out the criminals stealing taxpayer dollars, and I am proud of all they accomplished in such a short time. Their hard work made today possible. Make no mistake, today's charges are unprecedented. They include the highest loss amount ever charged in a Medicaid case in Minnesota and the largest autism fraud scheme ever charged by the Department of Justice. The common theme throughout these cases is fraudsters exploiting vulnerable programs and vulnerable people to enrich themselves, no matter the consequences to the programs or to the people. For example, one defendant is charged with defrauding the Integrated Community Supports Medicaid program. This program is designed to help individuals with disabilities live independently. One patient was supposed to be receiving 24-hour care through this program, but he was actually being serviced by a fraudster and received no services. This patient was later found dead. Meanwhile, the architect of this fraud scheme was billing Medicaid as if he was providing care to this patient. The defendant even submitted a claim of over $400 for services he never provided the day before this man died. In another example, 2 defendants have been charged for defrauding a program designed to offer medical services to those with autism spectrum disorder. As alleged, the defendants paid kickbacks to parents who brought their children to autism centers, diagnosed children with autism regardless of medical necessity, and billed for autism services that were never actually provided. In one final example, 2 defendants have been charged in an over $22 million fraud scheme involving the Individualized Home Supports Program. This program was meant to support disabled individuals who wanted to live in their own homes. Instead, these disabled individuals were used like lottery tickets by these defendants to generate millions of dollars, which these defendants used to expand their real estate holdings, purchase luxury vehicles, and splurge on expensive jewelry. We will not, full stop, tolerate this greed and deceit. We will not let fraudsters bankrupt Medicare and Medicaid the same way that they bankrupted the Housing Stabilization Services Program. As mentioned, this is just the beginning. With the support of President Trump, Vice President Vance, Acting Attorney General Blanche, Chairman Ferguson and the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force, Secretary Kennedy, Dr. Oz and his team, and the entire federal fraud-fighting apparatus, the Department of Justice will continue expanding our reach across the country to pursue all fraud, no matter how large, no matter how small, no matter how hard. Since April 1st, DOJ's Fraud Division has announced over 450 fraud enforcement actions nationwide, representing billions of taxpayer dollars. And this week already, we're delivering results coast to coast with a trial conviction in Brooklyn involving a $40 million drug distribution and fraud scheme, and a trial conviction in Los Angeles involving a $40 million Botox injection fraud scheme. To expand our reach, we are announcing today the expansion of the healthcare fraud Midwest Strike Force to Minnesota and the hiring of 15 additional prosecutors dedicated to combating Medicaid fraud nationwide. These additional resources will ensure that the DOJ's fraud division will be better equipped to stop fraud and hold criminals accountable. My message to the Minnesota community and to all of America is this: if you see something that seems too good to be true, tell us. In some areas, such as in the daycare prosecutions we announced today, a culture of fraud has taken root, where child care centers even offer kickbacks to parents to enroll their children. If something sounds good to be true, it is. Do the right thing, speak out, help us win the fight against fraud. And now my message to the fraudsters is this: eat, drink, and be merry today, because your days of frolicking and freedom are numbered. We are doing everything we can to find you. And when we do, we will prosecute you, and we will claw back every dollar you have stolen from the American people. We will not rest until every fraudster knows that the cost of stealing from the American people is far higher than any scheme is worth. Thank you all for being here. I'll now turn the podium over to Secretary Kennedy.
Thank you, Colin. Hey, everybody. I want to start. I thought I was going to have a slide here. I want to call your attention to this, which is in your, okay, here it is, which is in your packet. This was the cost of the early intervention and development program in 2020. It was $38.1 million. This is what we expected to be paying every year. Instead, this year it hit $442 million. And that is, I'm showing you that because that's the magnitude of the fraud and the damage that we're talking about today. And I want to thank Todd Blanche, who couldn't be here today, Colin McDonald, and everyone at the Department of Justice for leading this effort. I want to thank also the FBI, who you're going to hear from in a little while, the HHS Office of Inspector General, CMS, and especially Dr. Oz, the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force, and Vice President Vance, and the investigators and law enforcement personnel whose relentless work made today's action possible. Today's arrests represent the largest autism fraud bust in American history. This was not a paperwork error. It was not a technical violation. This was organized threat, organized theft that exploited the most vulnerable children in America, deceived families, stole taxpayer dollars meant to help children with autism access legitimate care and support. Investigators uncovered brazen schemes that billed taxpayers for non-existent services, fraudulent diagnoses, and fake care, while criminals enrich themselves at public expense. Every fraudulent autism diagnosis steals time, care, and resources from the children for whom this program was denied and who desperately need this care. Families with autistic children already face enormous challenges navigating therapies, specialists, and support systems. Fraud makes those barriers even steeper. America is facing a real autism crisis. Today, approximately 1 in every 31 children is diagnosed with autism spectrum disorder. Medicaid finances a significant share of autism-related services nationwide, and spending has risen dramatically over the last decade, and a lot of that spending is because of fraud. When criminals exploit these programs, taxpayers lose billions, and vulnerable children lose their access to care. Healthcare fraud now costs the United States tens of billions of dollars every year. Some estimates place the broader cost of healthcare fraud and improper payments at $100 billion annually. That fraud drives up healthcare costs for all Americans. It weakens public trust. It drains taxpayer resources and threatens the long-term stability of both Medicaid and Medicare. If we fail to confront the fraud aggressively, these programs will not survive for future generations in the form Americans rely upon them today. Under the leadership of President Trump and Vice President Vance, this administration is carrying out the most aggressive anti-fraud effort in American history. And I want to be clear, this is an extraordinary bust today, because these kind of operations usually take many years, sometimes a decade. This was executed with a precision and speed that is unprecedented in the history of law enforcement. And it's unprecedented now, but under Vice President Vance's leadership and President Trump's direction, we are going to normalize this speed. We're restoring accountability, strengthening oversight, prosecuting criminal networks, and protecting the integrity of our public health systems. We will not allow criminals to treat children as billing opportunities while American taxpayers foot the bill. This administration will continue rooting out fraud because every stolen dollar is a dollar taken from a child, a parent, a senior of a family who desperately needs help. We're going to protect these programs and protect vulnerable children and restore integrity to American healthcare system. And now I want to introduce the United States Attorney Rosen.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and my thanks, where did he go, to Colin McDonald, who has led the Department of Justice's national fraud prosecution effort with a tenacity and an effectiveness that is really inspiring to all of us who are on the team. Here in Minnesota, we have the unfortunate distinction of bringing to being the place that brought to national attention the fraud committed against governments across the United States, governments that turned the other way either deliberately or negligently while it was happening under their noses. The numbers that we have here in Minnesota are enormous, but I'm happy to tell you that we have more prosecutors prosecuting fraud, more law enforcement resources investigating the fraud, and we are identifying and investigating and prosecuting fraud at a pace that is unprecedented here in this state. I am happy to report to you all, although I imagine many of you know that just a short time ago this morning, Amy Bach, cornerstone operator in the Feeding Our Future fraud, was sentenced by Judge Brazel to 500 months in prison. That's 41.6 years. While Feeding Our Future, while that fraud in and of itself was breathtaking, the truth is Feeding Our Future is only a start, and we believe it's only a small fraction of the fraud that is actually ongoing here in the state of Minnesota. And I can say so, Secretary Kennedy and Dr. Oz, it's my pledge to you that we're going to do our best to deter future thefts from your department and from your agency, to recover as much of the losses as we possibly can, and to put the thieves here in Minnesota into prison. And with that, I give you Chairman Ferguson.
Good afternoon. When President Trump said he wanted an all-of-government approach to fighting fraud, he meant it. He wants us to stop fraud by preventing money from going out the door, and he wants fraudsters swiftly brought to justice. And that's why he created the Anti-Fraud Task Force and put President Vance, or Vice President Vance, in charge of it to coordinate both arms of the anti-fraud campaign. Today is about bringing justice to the fraudsters at an unprecedented pace, and the whole country owes tremendous gratitude to the Acting Attorney General, to Assistant Attorney General Colin McDonald, to the U.S. Attorney Rosen, to the Deputy FBI Director Rhea for today's indictments, and also to the Healthcare Fraud Strike Force that was sent here in Minnesota. And I just want to reiterate what was said earlier, having met some of the prosecutors today. The work done at the speed at which it was done is unprecedented. And because of Attorney General Blanche and Colin McDonald, this is going to become the new norm for American fraud prosecutions. We saw last week an example of keeping money in the agency thanks to Administrator Oz and Kim Brandt. The task force helped keep billions of dollars in HHS rather than going out the door to fund fraud. And this week, the other arm of the pincher becomes apparent, with fraudsters who took money from the American people getting their just desserts. That is all about restoring deterrence. And restoring deterrence is important for two reasons. First, this is how we have to save these programs. Fraud is going to bleed our social programs dry. All of these programs are made possible by the most generous country in the world and the most generous people in the world, Americans, turning over trillions of their hard-earned dollars to fund social programs to help their families, their friends, and their neighbors through hard times. If fraudsters get to siphon off that money and put it into their own pockets, these programs, like Secretary Kennedy just said, will not survive in the form to which we are all accustomed. And Americans who've paid in, expecting these programs to be around in the future, will have doubts about whether they will be. So stopping fraud is how we save these programs. And no matter what your party identity is, that has to be one of our goals, saving programs by stopping fraud. The second reason that deterrence is so important is that all of our programs are built for a high trust society. We didn't set up these programs with layers and layers and layers of anti-fraud redundancy because we set it up for a people who are accustomed to be able to trust their neighbors, their families, and their friends to do the right thing, to be honest, and not to try to bilk their fellow Americans by raiding these programs. It's become clear that that social trust has been diminished and that people have taken advantage of these programs. Deterrence is how we restore social trust. It's how we have Americans believing in one another again, believing in their government, believing in these programs, and that social trust is necessary for the entire American experiment to work. Like the Assistant Attorney General said, today's work is just the beginning. The Vice President, at President Trump's direction, is working incredibly hard every day to fight fraud in every agency, and DOJ to stop the fraud after it happens, arrest and prosecute the fraudsters. And I think today makes very clear to every fraudster, if you somehow get money that goes out the door that doesn't belong to you, the FBI is going to find you, put you in handcuffs, and prosecutors are going to throw you in jail. Again, I'm very grateful to the acting Attorney General and his incredible team, including the strike force that sent prosecutors from all over the country to achieve today's results. President Trump promised justice, and today DOJ is delivering. With that, I'll turn it over to Administrator Oz.
Thank you, Andrew. I want us to think back to what life looked like here in Minnesota a year ago, because that's when we started hearing there were concerns in this state about programs that had been built to provide services that historically had been given by families to their family members who are struggling. Kim Brandt, who's standing behind me, received a phone call, and her team began to work with Minnesota, trying to understand some concerns that were raised, suspicious billing that didn't seem to make a lot of sense. But Minnesota, Department of Health here, said they had it handled. They were going to take care of it. And we didn't hear back from them until the last week of August at a conference, at an event around that conference. There was a comment made by someone who worked in that organization here in Minnesota that they actually didn't have it handled, and there were significant problems that had gotten so out of hand that panic was setting in. And it was at that point that we re-engaged the process and realized that there were programs that had been created here with massive spending that had increased so rapidly that there's no way to save the program. The Housing Stabilization Program, which takes care of people who are struggling with homelessness or substance abuse and many other reasons why they may need housing, especially in a place like Minnesota where in the cold that can be lethal, needed that program to survive. We are all up here because we love these programs. Medicaid is the fundamental payer of last resort for our most needy, most vulnerable citizens. And when we're unable to keep these programs alive because of fraudsters, it hurts all of us deeply. And that's what happened here in Minnesota. Housing Stabilization Program, which had gone from a tiny little program to over $100 million of spending just to find someone on the streets a place to stay, which had been doubling in its expenditures annually, was shut down. Now, these are not the outcomes that we desire, but when you have to force a shutdown, it's an issue. Now, along that way, Nick, stand up. Nick Shirley, I just noticed standing there, came and started doing videos. I want to call out the folks who are angry and frustrated about this. Thank you, Nick. Who want to, perhaps if you want to serve, come join us. But if you can't serve, do what you can to shine a light on these cases. And with lots of folks beginning to tell us more and more of the different clues that we were able to put into a larger quilt to understand the magnitude of the catastrophe happening here in Minneapolis and in Minnesota in general, we began to take action. Now, I want to point out that a lot of this started during COVID. If you're asking how and why, COVID led to a general abandonment of principles around protecting these programs. The corruption that ensued grew rapidly. Total Medicaid spending has increased by 50%. Since the start of COVID, 50% increase. Spending on prescription medications quadrupled in the last 6 years. Now, the president can work hard, and he has, to deal with fraud, and he made the most favored nation drug pricing a reality because it's going to save the American people $600 billion. But you cannot keep up with fraud if we're not actually getting it at the root cause of it, which is when states do not police their own systems. And so because COVID caused a lack of oversight, and because agencies like mine were gutted in their ability to provide program integrity, we have allowed this monstrous, outrageous increase in spending, which does not benefit anybody, to increase. The 15 arrests today, netting $90 million, is a very important symbol because it's a shot across the bow. And we've all going to say this in our different ways, but I'm telling you, if you're a fraudster, do not walk away from this press conference. Run. Because we are coming after you. We have lots of weapons to be able to use in order to accomplish that. The kinds of reprehensible behavior that we've identified with individuals bribing parents to lie that their children have autism, will carry that diagnosis for the rest of their lives. As a physician, that bothers me to my core. Not only are we selling our licenses as doctors when we allow this to happen, we're selling our souls, and there were doctors involved in some of these issues as well. It's rampant failure of this program is addressable, but we've got to be able to deal with it from within. There's a whistleblower. Her first name is Faye. She's on Capitol Hill today testifying, I believe. But she's spoken to me about the fact that there was a general fear within the health agency here of being called the racist. A fear that you'd be politically inappropriate, politically incorrect, and that's fear is what stifled much of the action that should have taken years ago and taken place in an effort to prevent why we're here today. But we will keep coming back and we will keep helping. So let me announce a few things that we are doing specifically on the Secretary Kennedy's leadership at HHS within CMS. We have deferred, as many of you know, $350 million to the state of Minnesota based on two sequential reports from the state of its spending over the last 2 quarters. This is all, again, money that we are going to defer because our job is to protect the federal taxpayer. And as Minnesota is able to justify some of these expenses, we will discuss these. We've also asked for a revalidation of all of the high-risk providers. Again, these are providers providing services for the kinds of things like driving someone to the office or carrying the groceries upstairs, things that, again, your family would often do for you. These of the 5,600 people who are being revalidated, the state has told us as recently as May 7th that only 40% have responded, rather 40% have not responded, or their responses are clearly inadequate. We believe that by the end of this month, which is the deadline, that half of these providers may no longer be allowed to provide services. That is a lot of people doing things to other human beings that are not supposed to have been able to do them. Again, that is the humanitarian risk that we're facing. We're here to fix these problems. We love these programs, but we're going to crush the fraudsters who threaten with corruption the foundation of the social safety that we have built in this wonderful nation over the last 60 years since the foundation of Medicaid and Medicare. We're going to make as many visits as we need to Minnesota. I've been here. I'll come back. So is everyone else on this panel. And my colleagues at OIG, DOJ, FBI, and many others share our passion. Chris, to the FBI.
All right. Thank you, Administrator Oz, and thank you to the fine men and women behind me who made this day possible. I also want to specifically thank Acting Deputy Attorney General Colin McDonald. I want to thank Secretary Kennedy. I want to thank FTC Commissioner and his White House Task Force on Fraud, Commissioner Ferguson, obviously Administrator Oz, who you just heard from, and of course, none of this would be possible without U.S. Attorney Rosen. Before I begin my crux of my remarks, I need your help. On the screen, you will see a subject. Depicted on the screen here of an individual who was a target of the investigation this morning. That individual is currently on the run after having jumped out of a fourth story balcony. I want you to get a good look at him right now. You'll see him. You'll see him running here. He is currently on the run. We need your help. If you recognize this individual, if you know this individual, if you can provide any information related to this individual, I would encourage you to call 1-800 call FBI, CALL FBI, or go to the internet at www.tips.fbi.gov or call your local law enforcement. Obviously, this morning, our partners have gone into a lot of the details of today's charges, so I'll try not to repeat what was already said. What I would like to do, however, is speak briefly about the FBI's work in this particular fraud space. The Bureau, as you know, is one of the primary agencies responsible for investigating and rooting out healthcare fraud, with jurisdiction over both federal health insurance programs and private insurance plans. At any given time, we're running roughly 3,300 investigations related to healthcare fraud across the country. And unlike some of our work in, say, the violent crime space or the national security space, this work doesn't always get the same amount of attention or national headlines as some of those other threats we work. But let me be clear. This work is just as crucial, just as important, because healthcare fraud is not a victimless crime. It targets our most vulnerable population demographic. It costs our country hundreds of billions of dollars each year, as you heard from the folks behind me. And that drives up the cost of healthcare for everyone sitting in this room. It's not lost on me, and it should not be lost on any of you or anybody in the public, that every single dollar stolen through these schemes is a dollar that came from the pocket of hardworking American taxpayers. And each of those dollars were meant to help somebody in true need, not to line the pockets of shameless crooks filing false claims. Unfortunately, too often here in Minnesota lately, fraudsters have turned government programs into their own personal ATMs. What is even more troubling is these programs are meant to help our most vulnerable population demographic, the sick, the elderly, the disabled, and the unprivileged. That's why, starting last December, the FBI has surged personnel and resources here in Minneapolis, and across the country for that matter, to help in these efforts. These charges we're announcing today are a direct result of those efforts. These cases are often complex and take a lot of time and effort to investigate. Simply stated, they can take years to come to fruition. Fortunately, at the FBI, we have dedicated teams working healthcare fraud in each of our 56 field offices, not just Minneapolis. We've also got specialized teams of agents, intelligence analysts, data scientists, and forensic accountants that we deploy to support these cases, just like we deployed here in Minneapolis. So I want to personally thank our hardworking team here in Minneapolis under the leadership of SAC Chris Dotson, our financial crimes team at headquarters, and all the FBI personnel who've been part of our work here to get the results for the American people. I told you I wasn't going to repeat what was said earlier, but I'm going to repeat this because I think this is important. The speed, precision, and effort that the folks behind me and their collective agencies have shown in the last several months is truly unprecedented. In my 23 years in the FBI, I've never seen a healthcare fraud case of this breadth, depth, and scale come to fruition so quickly. It's historic, and everyone who worked this case should be extremely proud of what you accomplished in a very short amount of time. The next step, as the acting Deputy Attorney General said, is we're going to normalize that speed for cases in the future. Obviously, none of this is possible without our partner agencies represented here today, behind me, and so many others who couldn't be here today. These fraud investigations truly are a team effort, and thanks to our teamwork, these criminals will now face justice. As I close, I want to send a message to anyone still defrauding the good citizens of Minneapolis, the good citizens of the state of Minnesota, and the good citizens of the United States of America. No matter how many shell companies you have, no matter how clever or how brazen your schemes are, if you steal money from taxpayers and people in need, the FBI and our partners will pursue you relentlessly. We will find you and ensure you feel the power of American justice. Thank you.
We'll take a few questions. Yes, sir.
बहुत बड़ी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस है बहुत सारी एजेंसीज बहुत सारी एजेंसीज शामिल हैं इच
I'm not going to talk about that. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
These prosecutions are vital, and it started here, and going back to 2022 when the prosecution started. So they're vital. The question I have is, what's the plan to go after the leadership that enabled this, the whistleblowers, going back to 2019, who's had their careers ruined, they were state employees here, who raised this, and the administration has known about it, the government did, and have enabled it. So what's the plan to go after that?
Yeah, it's a very important question. The answer that I would give you is that the Department of Justice and our partners here on this stage, we are intent on building a fraud fighting apparatus that's capable of reaching the full spectrum of fraud that we see wherever it is, and that there's no fraud that's too big for this team to solve. And we are intent in going wherever the facts require us to go and charge whoever we need to charge for those who are within the chain of criminal culpability. Anyone within the chain of criminal culpability, we are interested in finding you and prosecuting you. Those outside of the chain of criminal culpability, we are not. But it takes investigation, takes hard work, takes the agents and prosecutors working together to find the exact boundaries of those within the chain of criminal culpability, and that's what's underway.
But just a tiny follow-up, is it your view that those who enabled this are a part of this criminal enterprise?
I would hate to get ahead of any facts, of any investigatory findings. As I mentioned before, we are intent in uncovering and unmasking anyone involved in these schemes, including obstructing investigations into these schemes. That is our focus in this effort. Yes, sir.
You mentioned a new Medicaid fraud task force to be created here in Minneapolis. Can you explain what that entails and how it'll function and what will be different than what currently exists?
Yeah, so we're doing two things. One is we are adding strike force prosecutors to our Midwest healthcare strike force team. That will be to put additional prosecutors on the ground here in Minnesota in a dedicated fashion to work for the American people right here from Minnesota. Our healthcare fraud strike force team, their work returns $106 for every dollar we spend. The ROI is 106 to 1 for the work of these healthcare strike force prosecutors. So that's what we're doing there. The second thing is to build out a completely new Medicaid strike force team. We're going to start with 15 attorneys. Those are going to be deployable across the entirety of the United States to enter the places where Medicaid fraud is of utmost concern. That includes Minnesota. It includes California. It includes other places. But we're forming that team so that we can deploy them to the hot spots and make sure that we can reach the fraudsters across the country. Yes, sir.
With criticism of the Minnesota state governments over how this has all been handled, the Attorney General here in the state has said that his team was involved in the investigations and the charges that you described today. So can you talk about collaboration with Minnesota? And on top of that, is the federal government satisfied with what the state has done in this past legislative session to move forward with tackling fraud?
I'll start by saying that to make this work happen and to do it really well requires very good partnerships with local law enforcement, with local prosecutors. That's what will really solve this national problem, is people setting aside ego and agenda and deciding, you know what, we're actually going to do the right thing. That's what is going to be required across the country for this to work. Has the cooperation from the Minnesota individuals met that standard? No, it has not. It's fallen significantly short of the standard that we are seeking to set in terms of what a strong state and federal partnership looks like.
What about most recent investigation?
Yes, sir.
I'm wondering within the recent raids, first off, Paul Bloom with Fox Channel 9 here in town. I'm just wondering, within the recent raids, do you continue to see ongoing fraud being committed? Or are these, obviously these charges go back several years. I mean, are the crooks still trying to get away with these schemes?
Yes, what we're seeing is these schemes are active, they are ongoing, and they frequently metastasize. When law enforcement shines a microscope on one area, they shift to another area. What we're seeing is that a lot of these fraudsters will actually cross-pollinate between different programs. They might be simultaneously defrauding a USDA program, Feeding Our Futures, for instance, while also simultaneously defrauding Medicaid. The fraudsters are agnostic as to whose money or what program they are defrauding. They just want our money. And so, yes, we are seeing that the fraud is ongoing, and we are interested in rooting it out.
Did the suspect in the ICS case be indicted? Last I heard, he fled the country. Is that still active?
So we are working rapidly to bring into custody everyone who is facing charges and who faces arrest warrants. I don't want to speak more specifically to any operational updates in that regard. But we are actively tracking that situation and others to make sure that folks are held accountable for the charges that have been brought. Yes. The man in this video, he is a charged defendant named Mohammed Omar. Mohammed Omar is the man in this video. He is charged, one of the 15 defendants charged in the fraud cases that we have brought today. And I would encourage the public to help turn this man in to face justice for the fraud that he has perpetrated, and now to face the additional charges for seeking to flee from law enforcement and seeking to obstruct justice by virtue of his conduct today. Yes, sir.
Question for Dr. Oz.
Yes.
Are you satisfied with how the state government here is responding to what you want to see in order to lift those suspensions of the Medicaid reimbursements?
Not yet. If they had satisfied our needs, we would have released the money. So we're still waiting for the state to go through the multiple documents that were initially sent to us as part of our review of the last quarter of last year and the fiscal year. So last quarter of last year and the first quarter of this year, to identify the many areas where there's variability. Again, what we look for very specifically, and you would do the same thing. If your normal bill is $100 and then all of a sudden it's $500, someone needs to ask what happened. Sometimes there's a reason for that. But as Secretary Kennedy pointed out, and again, it's an all-government approach. So we have Treasury also helping us, looking at numbers. We have OIG and DOJ giving us support. Jake Foster is here, who runs the health group there. They do a lot of heavy lifting together with our CPI unit that Kim Brandt behind me runs to make sure that we're actually looking for all the variability. But we are able to identify enough concerns that it's caused us to defer $350 million to Minnesota. And as you know, we deferred last week with the announcement with the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force with Vice President Vance that we are also deferring $1.34 billion to the state of California for the exact same kinds of problems with the documents that we're seeing.
Is it a lack of cooperation here, or are they just slow rolling this?
You know, I'm a heart surgeon. When you go out and talk to the family, the motivation is nice to hear, but you want the result. Is the patient alive? Is the bleeding stopped? We need actual numbers and factual written responses to the many areas that we've pointed to as evidence that that these documents are not satisfactory. Again, our job is to make sure that your tax dollars and tax dollars of other Americans coming to the federal government are appropriately spent. I did not go into this job that the president appointed me to stop people who need money from getting money. We just don't want the money stolen from people. I mean, this gentleman, this picture, he's one of the reasons that the housing stabilization program in this fine state is shut down. So all the people in Minnesota who actually might need those help, you know, the folks that we always feel badly by when we're driving by and we see them homeless, especially when it's cold outside, or they're obviously strung out on drugs, those people need our help. Because of that man, they're not going to get the help anymore. And the state shut down the program. We helped, but the state shut down. They knew it was unfixable.
A couple more questions. Yes, sir.
Hi, thank you. My name is Aaron Johnson. I'm a community-based independent journalist. I'm a victim of HSS fraud. And I'm just wondering, you know, I hear all these plans to prevent it. Is there any course of action? Is there a plan to compensate victims like myself for damages? I've been housed by a single mother for the last several years until just this month I finally got help from a different program. There are people who lost a family member. Is there any plan to compensate people for damages?
So, sir, first let me say that I am hugely sympathetic to you and to anyone else who has suffered harm or injury by virtue of fraudsters taking advantage of you and exploiting you. There are recently the president issued an executive order that relates to the establishment of a fund for victims of fraud. President Trump announced that around 60 days ago, and we are actively engaged in the development of a whistleblower program that will allow people to come forward to report fraud and to ensure that people both have their voices heard when they have been damaged by fraudulent conduct, and also have a chance to see some of the money that has been stolen from them be recovered. That is a focus of President Trump's administration and a tasking that he has given to the anti-fraud task force to consummate and seek to implement.
Is there a timeline to get funds back into the hands of legitimate providers? I know a lot around the state are still waiting for those funds to get unfrozen.
So that might be a question for the administrator.
Just to put numbers out there, the state has a several billion-dollar rainy day fund. So when we defer $350 million, we're not taking money out of the pockets of anybody. The money exists within the state of Minnesota. And that's why we want everyone in Minnesota to know that they are safe. And legitimate providers are our biggest allies. The people that we call to find out where the problems are folks who are actually working in these businesses who see the fraud, and they went into these jobs because they love these people and they love these professions, and they're not allowed to compete because fraudsters who have no cost of goods sold make a lot of money, and they scale up quickly and they take over like pariahs the entire system. So our biggest allies are part of the community that we want to keep supporting. It is our hope that the state of Minnesota is able to reply to the questions that we have asked. It was $250 million in the first deferment. It was $100 million in second deferment. So there tends to be a trend. We'll see if it continues. Is when we get the responses that the federal government needs and requires, and you would desire us to do if you're taxpayers, which hopefully most of you are, then you'd agree with us. That's the right time to let the money go. I am very sorry that you were caught up in this, but this is an important story that you're sharing. We didn't talk about it in much detail, but there was a man who passed away, and as was discussed by Colin, there were bills sent to the government for monitoring a dead person. I mean, I thought I'd heard it all because we're selling insurance policies through brokers to dead people, and quite a few times, unfortunately. I've never heard of us being billed for someone who died who was supposed to be monitored. But that's how egregious this has become.
Yes, ma'am.
I was wondering if you talk, this might be more of an admin question, but when you look across the country and we're talking about normalizing the speed of these cases, are you finding that U.S. attorneys' offices either don't have the knowledge of technology or experience to get these cases off the ground as quickly as the administration would like? And how do you, in your position, make sure that all of the U.S. attorneys' offices across the country have the education, the tools that they need to bring these cases forward quickly?
The U.S. attorneys' offices are proving that they are the best that America has to offer when it comes to prosecutors and capabilities to bring investigations, to move them forward rapidly. What you see today is the result of the collaboration between the U.S. Attorney's Office here and our healthcare strike force team. Prosecutors across the country are equipped, they are resourced, and they are ready to implement the type of speed that we've seen here and to replicate that across the country. Yes, sir.
There was a pretty well-publicized exodus of prosecutors from the DOJ office a few months ago. It's hard to know how that exodus impacted this work.
I would start by saying that the work of this office in the last 5 months has been historic, both on the reactive cases that this office successfully brought to bear, but also the fraud cases that you're seeing here, bringing to fruition charges at a rate never before seen. Mr. Rosen might be able to speak with even greater specificity, but I would say that the U.S. Attorney's Office here is in fantastic hands. The leadership here has cast a vision of one that is making sure that the public is safe and secure and that taxpayer money stays in the taxpayer's pocket. And that's due to the fantastic leadership of U.S. Attorney Rosen. We'll do one final question. Yes, sir.
Max Estruck, Minnesota Reformer. President Trump has granted clemency to numerous individuals who have stolen hundreds of millions of dollars in Medicaid funds. Can we expect Amy Bach or any of these folks to be shown the same mercy in the future?
I'll take a different question as the final question. Yes, sir.
In December, U.S. Attorney Joe Thompson estimated the fraud at, I believe it was $9 billion over, I think it was 14 different programs. Several weeks later, Governor Walz slammed that as hyperbole. I'm wondering if you could clarify if the number is in fact 9 billion or it's
Yeah.
grown.
So I don't have the exact number because what I do is I look at individual people committing individual crimes. And at the end of all of our work, we'll tally it all up and we'll tell you exactly how much was stolen from the American people. We're focused on individual defendants. The fraud is enormous. I wouldn't be surprised if that number is accurate or even small. But today, the collection of cases reaches 90 million in intended loss from the pockets of the taxpayer. And like I said, we're just getting going. This is not the end of the beginning. This is the beginning. Thank you all.
ਸੋ ਇਹ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਵੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਇਹ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਕੇਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਯੂਐਸ ਦਾ ਜੇਕਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਦੇਖੀਏ ਕਿ ਫਰਾਡ ਦੇ ਲਿਹਾਜ਼ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ 15 ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹ ਇੰਡਾਈਟ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ 90 ਮਿਲੀਅਨ ਡਾਲਰ ਤੋਂ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾ ਫਰਾਡ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਗਿਆ ਮਿਨੀਸੋਟਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈਲਥ ਕੇਅਰ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਹੋਇਆ ਪਰ ਇਹ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੈਡੀਕੇਡ ਫਰਾਡ 2 ਲਾਰਜੈਸਟ ਮੈਡੀਕੇਡ ਫਰਾਡ ਕੇਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਹੈ ਡਿਸਟ੍ਰਿਕਟ 'ਚ ਦਰਜ ਕੀਤੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਜਿਸ 'ਚ 7 ਐਡੀਸ਼ਨਲ ਮੈਡੀਕੇਡ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਡਾ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਦਾ ਆਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਿਆ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਫਰਾਡ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਆਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬੱਚੇ ਜੂਝ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਐਕਸਪਲੋਇਟ ਕਿਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਫਿਰ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਡਿਫੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਇਸ ਫਰਾਡ ਦੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਖਾਸ ਤੌਰ ਤੇ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਠੱਗ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਹਾਊਸਿੰਗ ਸਟੈਬਲਾਈਜੇਸ਼ਨ ਸਰਵਿਸਿਜ਼ ਚਾਈਲਡ ਕੇਅਰ ਮੈਡੀਕੇਡ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ IHS ਜਿਹਨੂੰ ਇੰਡੀਵਿਜੂਅਲਾਈਜ਼ਡ ਹੋਮ ਸਰਵਿਸਿਜ਼ ਕਿਹਾ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਔਰ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਟਾਰਗੇਟ ਕੀਤਾ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਕੇਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਡਿਫੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹਨੇ ਡਿਵੈਲਪ ਕੀਤੀ ਇੱਕ ਸਕੀਮ which was worth more than $40 million to target the early intensive development and behavioral intervention ਜਿਹੜੀ BI behavioral intervention ਇਸ ਸਕੂਲਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਕਰਾਈ ਜਾਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਐਂਡ autism healthcare program ਜਿਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਿਕਬੈਕਸ ਪੇਰੈਂਟਸ ਨੂੰ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫਰਾਡਲੈਂਟਲੀ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਯੂਜ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਸੀ ਆਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਸੈਂਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਬੱਚਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਮੈਡੀਕਲ ਨੈਸੈਸਿਟੀ ਦੇ ਬਾਵਜੂਦ ਡਾਇਗਨੋਜ਼ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਆਟਿਜ਼ਮ ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਦੇ ਥੋੜੇ ਜਿਹੇ ਪੈਸੇ ਵਾਪਸ ਕੀਤੇ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਉਹ ਸਰਵਿਸਿਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਬਿਲਿੰਗ ਦੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਪਾ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹ ਐਕਚੁਅਲ ਸਰਵਿਸਿਜ਼ ਦਿੱਤੀਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਸੀ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੋ ਇਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਦੀਆਂ ਫਰਾਡ ਦੀਆਂ ਗਤੀਵਿਧੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਜਾਂਦੀਆਂ ਸੀ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਤਸਵੀਰਾਂ ਵੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਦਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਆਪਣੇ ਲਾਈਵ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਅਦਾਰੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕੀਤੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਲੇਕਿਨ ਜ਼ਿਆਦਾਤਰ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈਆਂ ਸੋ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਵੀ ਆਰ ਗੋਇੰਗ ਬੈਕ ਟੂ ਦ US ਪ੍ਰੈਜ਼ੀਡੈਂਟ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦਾ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਜਾਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਵਾਈਟ ਹਾਊਸ ਤੋਂ ਕੀਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਥੋੜੀ ਜਿਹੀ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਆਪਾਂ ਉੱਥੇ ਦੀ ਸੁਣਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕਾਫੀ ਈਰਾਨ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਔਰ ਕੁਝ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪਰਸਨਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵਿਸ਼ੇ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਬੇਟੇ ਦੀ ਸ਼ਾਦੀ ਦੀ ਰਿਸੈਪਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਇੱਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਕੁਝ ਸਵਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਨੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਪੁੱਛੇ ਗਏ ਆ ਤੇ ਕੁਝ ਆਪਾਂ ਉਹ ਸੁਣਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ ਅੱਗੇ ਵਧਾਵਾਂਗੇ ਔਰ ਗੱਲਬਾਤ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਾਰੀ ਰਹੇਗੀ ਇਹ ਬਹੁਤ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਖਬਰ ਸੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆਈ ਸੀ
wasting a lot of food product because it doesn't cool the food properly. And it's actually a bad thing. And the bad thing is more expensive than what they already have. And in many cases, they just put it in, they just put in the other apparatus. And a lot of people have said they've spent money recently to do it. And then this rule came up out of nowhere.
Yep,
and the stuff they just put in, they have to change. I'd be all for changing if it was good, even if it was a little bit good. But this is actually bad.
Yeah, do you not have any environmental concerns though with this?
No, there is no environmental concern. And Lee covered that really well. There's no environmental concern. It's not going to have any impact on the environment.
Mr. President, with many Americans concerned about affordability ahead of the midterms, there is some backlash among Senate Republicans to some of the other priorities. The ballroom and the anti-weaponization fund. You clearly still have a stronghold on the Republican Party. Your candidates did very well this week during the primaries. But are you losing control
My
of the Senate?
candidates did well. Not all candidates did well.
But are you losing control of the Senate, sir? Are you losing control of the Senate Republicans?
I don't know. I really don't know. I can tell you, I only do what's right. I don't need money for the ballroom. You know, I'm making a gift of the ballroom. This is the biggest misreporting that I've ever seen. The ballroom is being built. It'll cost, it was going to be 200 million. I've doubled the size of it because we need it. And it's being done in conjunction with the military and with the, very much in conjunction with the military and Secret Service. We're on time, on budget. It's going beautifully. Have all the money I need. We're making a gift to the United States. They came along and they said, we want to make it the White House overall, more secure. And I understand that. Not for me, because I'll be gone, you know, I'll be gone and you'll have somebody else in for hopefully hundreds of years. But that's what they're doing it for. The ballroom is paid for. It's a gift. I mean, I want to make it clear because so many people say, I thought you were giving this away. And all of a sudden, the money that they're spending is for security, having to do maybe around the ballroom and other parts of the house. But this is not for the ballroom. The ballroom is being a tremendous amount of what's being done with respect to the ballroom is for national security, including, as an example, a drone port on top of which was top secret until litigation made it less than top secret. But we have a drone port. We have the glass that's 4 inches thick, bulletproof glass. We have bulletproof walls. We have things. You need a place like this. But this is being made as a gift from me and other people that are great patriots that spend a lot of money. We're building what will be the finest ballroom anywhere in the world. If they want to spend money on securing the White House, I think it would be very, very much a good expenditure. But the ballroom is being built.
Well, what if Congress doesn't sign off on the security money, sir?
Then the White House won't be a very secure place.
And then regarding Cuba, there was an aircraft carrier that just arrived there this week, this aircraft carrier. Are you sending that there to intimidate the Cuban government?
No, not at all. The Cuba, look, it's a failed country. Everybody knows it. They don't have electricity. They don't have money. They don't have really anything. They don't have food. And we're going to help them along. And we're going to help them because number one, I want to help them. I don't want to on a humanitarian basis, but we have the Cuban American population, much of it living in Miami and Florida. That's a great group of people, amazing group of people, industrious, they're great Americans. They've wanted this to happen. They want to go back to their country. They want to help their country. I hope they're going to stay here, but they want to go back. They want to invest in their country and, you know, see if they can bring it back. Other presidents have looked at this for 50, 60 years doing something, and it looks like I'll be the one that does it. So we'd be happy to do it. We want to open it up to Cuban Americans where they can go back and help.
The CDC released a report this morning, their report on the last election on why you won and Democrats lost. One thing that it mentions is how they failed to reach Middle America, Southern Americans. Do you think they've learned lessons from that election, and have you seen that report?
I think the elections are so rigged, and we have to do something about it, and we're going to do something about it. But we cannot continue to have, and frankly, the Senate and the House, they ought to get together and they ought to pass the Save America Act so that you have voter ID, and it's so important. You have proof of citizenship, little thing like proof of citizenship, and also mail-in voting, which is so crooked. So in Maryland, as you probably saw, they had 500,000 mail-in votes that were corrupt. They were corrupt. They said the printer made a mistake. Don't believe that. And they got caught with 500,000 mail-in ballots that were corrupt. We got to stop it. We have a country that has a very corrupt. We have more corrupt elections than third world countries have. And we ought to get smart. Pass the Save America Act. That'll be a long way. You have voter ID, voter identification. The Democrats don't want to pass. Now, I'll tell you what, the Democrat voters do want to pass, 87%. But the Democrat politicians don't want to pass. And the reason is they'd never be elected again because with their policy of open borders, transgender for everyone, I call it transgender mutilization of your children for everybody, men playing in women's sports, all of the stuff that they do, high taxes. They want a tax hike. They voted in favor of high taxes. They voted against a tax cut. They voted in favor of men playing in women's sports. I don't know what these people are thinking. The only way they can win is to cheat, and that's what they want to do. And we ought to pass the Save America Act. Yeah, please.
Yes, Mr. President, I have two questions for you. One of them, which you love. First about the ballroom and the second about Iran. First, I'm curious, what is the stone that you're going to be using? And I ask that for a reason, because I live in Stafford County, and you know a lot about history and stuff like that. So you know the stone that was quarried for the Capitol and the White House is from Stafford County. They still have quarries, so hint, down there. Just
We're using
curious.
marbles and granite.
Okay.
Mostly marbles and granite.
All right, excellent. And then my second question is, the Vice President mentioned the other day there would be accommodations, they were willing to make accommodations with the Iranian deal. Could you kind of expand on those possible accommodations? Does that include?
When you say combination of what?
Accommodations, he's talking about accommodations as far as making the deal going. Would that include
I can't tell you.
proxies?
Right now, we're negotiating, and we'll see. But either we're going to get it one way or the other. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. You know, when people hear it, because oftentimes they won't put up the second part of the sentence having to do with, I'll say, this is more important than anything that we have to talk about. And usually they'll cut it off, the fake news. I said, because this is the nuclearization of a country that some people would say is somewhat crazy, and we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all it is. We can't let it. You will have a nuclear war in the Middle East, and that war will come here. That war will go to Europe. We cannot let that happen, and it won't happen. It's not going to happen. That's more important than anything else. We can't. I can think of nothing that's more important than the fact that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon, and we won't. Yeah, Jeff.
Following up on that, sir, Iran is negotiating with Oman to set up a formalization of charging tolls in the Strait of Hormuz. Is that acceptable to you?
Well, we're looking at it. We hear about it. They've negotiated. They've had a relationship with them before, and we'll see. We have total control of the Strait of Hormuz, as you know, with our blockade. The blockade's been 100% effective. Nobody's been able to get through. It's like a steel wall. It's our Navy. We have the greatest military anywhere in the world. We wiped out their Navy. We not wiped out their air. I think they're down to about, I would say we knocked out 85% of their missile capacity. It's very hard for them now to build missiles, to build drones. We have great drone technology, anti-drone technology now that frankly, we didn't have even 2 months ago. We have unbelievable drone technology, both for making them and also for knocking them down. But look, we're going to either make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon, or we're going to have to do something very drastic. And the people of the country, I believe when it's put to the people of our country, they will all agree that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear
How do
weapon.
you want
Yes.
things to end up?
Yeah,
Just let me just one follow up on that. How do you want things to end up with the Strait of Hormuz, though? Would you like them to have
We
control
want it
of that?
open. We want it free. We don't want tolls. It's international. It's an international waterway. They're not charging tolls. Right now, they are losing $500 million a day is what it's projected. I don't know, it sounds like a lot of money, but whether it's 500 or 200 or 300, they're losing a lot of money. There hasn't been a ship that's been able to get through without our approval. And the Navy has done an amazing job. And no ship is going to Iran, as you know. No ship is going to, or out of Iran without our approval.
Can they keep their highly enriched uranium?
No, we get the highly enriched. We will get it. We don't need it. We don't want it. We'll probably destroy it after we get it, but we're not going to let them have it. Okay?
Mr. President, I have two questions. First on deregulation, second on the Supreme Court. You, coming from business, you've seen the effects of unnecessary red tape to your business. Do you believe that given the amount of deregulatory actions taken along with this, the limit of endangerment finding, CAFE standards, tax cuts, tariffs, do you believe that you've made the United States the most pro-business, pro-investment country in the world?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, because we are, for every one new regulation that we had, we're getting rid of 20 to 30 to 40, and now it's actually at even a number. In my first term, for every regulation that was added, we got rid of a minimum of 10. And I understand, Lee, that it's up to 43 or 44 right now. So if we add a regulation, we get rid of 43, 44. We're making it a much more pro-business, pro-people. You know, regulations are very costly for the people. They're bad for everybody. They're bad for jobs, bad for everything. And we have, as of today, we have more people working in the United States than at any time in the history of our country. To me, it's one of my favorite stats. But we have more people today working in the United States than at any time in the history. And this is with the Iran conflict. That'll end soon, very soon. And when it ends, your gasoline prices will go down lower than they were before. You know, I left Iowa a few months ago, and gasoline was at $1.85 a gallon. That's right. And we'll be hitting numbers like that again.
Mr. President, on the Supreme Court.
We'll be hitting them in a much nicer way, by the way. We will be hitting them, and we will have a country that will not have a nuclear weapon. Yeah, Daniel?
So why has today's executive?
Supreme Court, sir, we're still waiting for the decision on birthright citizenship. You attended the oral arguments of that. Can you just explain what's at stake with that decision, sir?
It's a big decision that we're waiting for from the Supreme Court. We had a terrible tariff decision. They cost our country a fortune. They said do it a different way. We're doing it a different way, but we're going to most likely have to pay back $149 billion. All they had to do is put a little sentence in there, half a sentence, saying that any monies paid don't have to be paid back. You know, you're talking about the people in many cases that hate our country. Give them back money. It was a terrible decision. And it's not going to affect because we do the tariffs a different way. The tariffs are what's bringing in all of this money. It's really made our country rich, modernly rich. Now we have another one coming up, which is birthright citizenship. And we're the only country in the world that has it. You step into our country and you're all of a sudden a citizen. You come in a certain way. This was not meant for Chinese billionaires to have their children become citizens of our country. This was meant, or other rich people, poor people. This was meant for the babies of slaves. This was signed right after the Civil War. You look at the dates alone, immediately after. This was having to do with the babies of slaves. And people have used it. And if this is allowed to stand, it will be a disaster economically for our country. And you'll have 25% of the people coming into our country coming in through birthright citizenship. And we won't have any control. This decision by the Supreme Court is a very big one. They'll probably rule against me because they seem to like doing that. You know, frankly, I'm not happy with some of the decisions. Look at NIL. Look what they've done. Look what the courts have done to college sports. They're destroying college sports. They're destroying universities. But birthright citizens, a big deal. And literally, if that's allowed to stand, and again, this was a civil war. This was right after the Civil War. And it has to do with the babies of slaves. It doesn't have to do with the babies of very rich people coming into the country. One of them came in with 57 children. Okay, 57 children. They're using the system, and it's usually people that hate our country, if you want to know the truth. Birthright citizen is done by no other country in the world the way we're doing it. We're a laughing stock. And if the Supreme Court approves that decision, they've done a great disservice to the United States of America, just like they did a great disservice by costing us $149 billion on tariffs by saying, do it a different way. Get the same result, do it a different way. We should have won that decision. We had a very strong, very powerful dissent. We had 3 dissents. So it wasn't like a unanimous decision by any means. We had very powerful dissents. When you read that dissent, people that read that dissent say, you really should have won this case. We should have won that case on tariffs. That case cost our country $149 million. It goes to people that hate our country. So now we have another one coming up, birthright citizenship. It would be a disgrace. It would be a disgrace if the Supreme Court of the United States allows that to happen. Remember what I said, 20 to 25% of the people coming into our country will come in through birthright citizenship. They'll become citizens through birthright citizenship, and it'll cost us numbers that are, I don't even think they're doable. And it's all up to a couple of people. And I hope they do what's right. Birthright citizenship is a disgrace. The fact that, look at the people that are bringing the suit. Study the people that are bringing the suit. These are not people that love our country, I can tell you that.
Mr. President, why has today's executive order on AI been postponed?
Because I didn't like certain aspects of it. I postponed it. I think it gets in the way of We're leading China, we're leading everybody, and I don't want to do anything that's going to get in the way of that lead. We have a very substantial on AI. It's causing tremendous good, and it's also bringing in a lot of jobs, tremendous numbers of jobs. Again, we have more people working right now than we've ever had. I really thought that could have been a blocker, and I want to make sure that it's not.
Mr. President, with President Xi last week, did you discuss AI safeguards? In China last week with President Xi,
Yes.
did you discuss AI
I did.
safeguards?
I discussed it. And he acknowledges how well we're doing. We're doing well. He's doing, it's the two of us. The two countries are fighting for it. Other countries are way behind, way behind. They're fighting for it. They want it. Everybody wants it, but they're way behind. But I didn't want to do it. I postponed that meeting. It was a press conference. It was a signing, actually, because I didn't like what I was seeing.
Mr. President, a few moments ago, the Commission of Fine Arts approved your design, the design for your arch. Do you think you need congressional?
Well, that's good news. I finally get good news from them.
Do you think you need
What was the
congressional
vote? Do you know what the vote was? What was the vote?
I'm just seeing the headline here. I don't have the exact vote. but-
So we're building what's called the Triumphal Arch, right opposite the Arlington Memorial Bridge, right by Arlington Cemetery. It's beautiful. It's the Arc de Triomphe would be the one that you would probably know in Paris. It's one of the most beautiful. It's a very similar size, slightly larger. We have to do slightly larger. It doesn't have to be a lot larger. Otherwise, you'd all be disappointed in me. But it's even far more beautiful. And I think that the Arc de Triomphe is beautiful. It's a couple of 100 years old, but I think it's beautiful. And some arcs go back over 1,000 years. And it's called a triumphal arch. It's usually done for victories in war and things. There are 59 of them in the world. And some are really beautiful. And we're the only major, Washington, D.C., which should be number one. We're the only important and major city that doesn't have one. We don't have a triumphal arch. So it was meant to be built for many years. The circle going up to the bridge, it was, people pass that circle, they say, why isn't something built here? And so that's very good. We just got approval from Fine Arts. That's fantastic.
Right, but you need Congress to sign off on it.
No, we don't. No, we're doing it. It's the land is owned by the Interior Department. We don't need anything from Congress.
Are you
Mr.
attending
President, back on that.
your son's wedding this weekend, by the way?
He'd like me to go, but it's going to be just a small little private affair, and I'm going to try and make it. I'm in the midst. I said, this is not good timing for me. I have a thing called Iran and other things. That's one I can't win on. If I do attend, I get killed. If I don't attend, I get killed. By the fake news, of course, I'm talking about. No, but he's got a very person who I've known for a long time, and hopefully they're going to have a great marriage.
Mr. President, to add to the art, I just actually passed by it on my way here, saw that the pink flags, and there's just geese that are there all the time. So that's perfect. How long will that take? And also, I have to say, I have to pass along something for my mother. She drove in with me. She was amazed by all the people she was seeing on the streets here in DC. She doesn't get in here as much. But she was noticing how clean and beautiful it was, so I'm passing it along.
That's right. Well, that's what I do. Clean. Take a look outside. We had a broken path. It was so terrible coming into the White House. It was slate. Slate's a roofing material. It's not a walking material, but the slate was all broken and chipped and terrible. And I put down a new granite floor and paid for it myself, by the way. But I put down a nice new granite floor. It looks beautiful. It's actually getting rave reviews. It's beautiful. It's a terrible having people walking up to the White House and they're walking over broken tiles and broken floors. So now we just finished. It's going to be finished when the moldings are put on, but you might take a look at it. I don't know if you've seen it, but it's beautiful.
It's very beautiful.
Of other things we're doing while you're at it, we have 31 fountains in Washington. Of the 31, not one worked. Now we have 21 working and the others are going to be fixed. And people are calling and saying, it's amazing what's happened, the fountains, and they're working top level. And my most exciting is the reflecting pool between the Washington Monument and the Washington Monument Lincoln Memorial. It's 2,500 feet long by almost 200 feet wide. It's a massive structure, if you think of it. It's taller than the tallest building in the world. If you sat the building down, the tallest building in the world would not reach the end of it. It's a very big thing. It hasn't worked properly since it was built in 1922. President Obama and Biden spent hundreds of millions of dollars trying to fix it. They didn't, of course, they couldn't do that. They didn't fix it. It was a mess. So mostly they turned it off, collecting garbage. It looked horrible. And we are very close to getting it finished. And when it's finished, it'll be beautiful. It'll be blue water, dark blue. We call it American flag blue because that's the name of the color that we chose. American flag blue. Can't do better than that. It's a rich, dark blue. And it'll be, I think, very reflective, very, very good. Big project. I decided to do a much bigger job. I was going to just get it open, but I said, let's do it right. Let's get it open and let's have it be good because President Obama, President Biden spent hundreds of millions of dollars, much more than 100 million, but hundreds of millions. It never worked. In fact, when they finished it, it was much worse than it was before. It leaked at a higher level. They would have to fill it up every single day with water. The whole thing was ridiculous. So they ended up turning it off and it became like a garbage dump. Well, it's pretty close to finished. So they had estimates of $350 million to fix it. I'll be doing it for a tiny fraction of that. A bigger job than I originally thought I'd do it for $2 or $3 million, just do a base. But now we're fixing up the exterior of it. We're doing so we'll probably be in there for less than $20 million. And the estimate was going to be using a different method, 350. It was going to take 4 years, 350 million. I'll be doing it in basically a couple of months for less than $20 million. That includes all of the exterior base, which I never included in my original numbers. When I went there last week, I saw the exterior was in very bad shape as well as the interior. So I said, we're going to fix that too. The stone, it's going to be beautiful. When that's done, you might see it. It's probably 3/4 done. We have rain delays. We get a lot of delays, but that will be something special. The reflecting pool in front of the Lincoln and Washington monuments. I think it's going to be incredible. It's largely done. If you want to go see it, you can see it before we put the water in. The key is to have it done before July 4th. We want to see if we can have it done before July 4th. But we have about 20 or 21 of the water features in Washington open. And I can say we top of the line. They look better than they did the day they were built. Some of them have been closed for 25, 30 years. There's been no water for 25 or 30 years. And they're really beautiful. Some of the fountains are as beautiful as I've ever seen. And you probably see them. And in addition to that, you brought up something. Washington, D.C. is now a safe city. We had a city that was one of the most unsafe cities anywhere in the country. And now it's considered a very safe city. Restaurants are opening. Restaurants were closing. You couldn't go to a restaurant. The restaurants were closing all over because of the danger from during the Biden administration. Now you have restaurants opening, it's thriving, and it was very nice that you said that. I like this reporter. No, it's nice. We have a vibrant city again. People are going out. I have a lot of people in the White House. Every time I see somebody, they thank me, and I know immediately what. They thank me for making the city safe. They walk to work now. Before that, they'd take Uber or something, and they felt unsafe even in Uber. You know, we moved over 5,000 people out of the city, career criminals that came in through the open borders and other reasons. And we moved over 5,000. And an interesting statistic is that 2% of the population creates 91% of the crime. And the reason I like that is that you can handle 2% of the population. Mr. Kroger, I see you have stores in Washington? You see a big difference?
We do.
Well, you said the right thing. Could you imagine? That would have been the end of Kroger. All right, okay, we'll do one or two more. Yeah, please.
Do you think Democrats are genuine in their focus on affordability, especially after they delivered 40-year high inflation last time they were in power? And then, or do you think they're using it or focusing on it as a means to try and win midterms and begin the impeachment process?
Look, the Democrats had the highest inflation in the history of our country. 48 years, they say, but the history of our country. They had the highest inflation that we've ever had. When I inherited it, I inherited very high prices. And from day one, they said, affordability. Affordability is a word, because they're good at that. They're good at words, but I'm good at words too. But they hit me with affordability. I'd just gotten there. They hit me with eggs. We had a news conference on my third day, and they said, egg prices are through the roof. I said, I just got here. Tell me about eggs. And we got the prices down, way down, actually lower than it was 4 years before. But we've gotten everything. The thing that we have now, the only thing that's really of great concern, two things. Beef is coming down. And the reason is they put restrictions on beef under the Biden administration, and it takes a while to settle that, but prices are down. But the big thing is, of course, energy. We had the energy way down, but I had to do a journey to Iran. I had to say, we just hit the best markets. By the way, the stock market today is at the highest it's ever been. And we've had 59 of them, 59 days out of a very short period of time where the stock market hit all-time highs. So we have an all-time high stock market. We have all-time high job numbers. We have 401ks just hit the highest number they've ever been. So many of you have 401ks. That means you're richer than you've ever been. And we're doing really well. But they came up with this word, affordability. But it's them that caused the problem. And they use that word, Senator, they use that word right from the beginning. I was in one day, and I heard somebody on television say, affordability. And I inherited this mess from them. But we've got it in great shape. The country's doing well. We're respected all over the world. This country is respected. We're the hottest country. We were a dead country 2 years ago. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. So I think most of you appreciate that. Some of you don't. Yeah, please.
Washington Times. If the Supreme Court doesn't rule in your favor on birthright citizenship, are there any other avenues that your administration has explored to remedy this? And did you talk with President Xi about Chinese foreign nationals taking advantage of birth tourism here in this country and how they get compatible?
Well, that's a great question. No, if the Supreme Court hurts our country by ruling against us on birthright citizenship, that would be just between that and tariffs, what damage they've done, what damage they've done. Again, they could have said, which they said, do the tariffs a different way. But they could have said the money taken in, hundreds of billions of dollars, $149 billion we have to pay back. Kevin understands that better than anybody. All they had to do is say, any money taken in, because they agree you could do it a different way. Any money, this is a better way. But the other way is a very secure way. And maybe in many ways it's a stronger way. They could have said any money taken in thus far does not have to be paid back to, in many cases, the enemy, people that don't like our country. Or it was a half a sentence. The Supreme Court could have saved us $149 billion with a half a sentence. But they chose not to do that. Now they have a ruling which is a much bigger ruling, actually, birthright citizenship. The cost, forgetting about the fact that it's wrong, the cost of birthright citizenship is barely not affordable by our country. It's going to cost hundreds of billions of dollars. And it's in their hands. What can I tell you? It's a common sense ruling. It's common sense. It was exact timing. And it's about the babies of slaves. Thank you for that question.
Thank you, Mr. President. So do you think if Democrats were to take control of Congress again, they would immediately begin the impeachment process?
I think if Democrats took control of the Congress, I think that, and let's say took control of the country, I think that this country's finished. These people are sick. They suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, but really they have bad policy. They have horrible policy. They cheat on elections. They get elected by cheating on elections. But you would have 2 states added. They'll terminate the filibuster immediately. Republicans should do that. They'll terminate the filibuster. You'll have Washington, D.C., and you'll have Puerto Rico as a state, which will be a disaster, which would be 4 Senate seats. tremendous numbers of electoral college votes, you will have that's really bad, but you will have the destruction of our country. They want to go to 21 Supreme Court judges. That's their perfect number. They talk about 13, but they want to go to 21 Supreme Court judges. If they get in power, I think this country would be maybe finished. If I didn't win the election, I'll say this, we've become the hottest country anywhere in the world. We were a dead country 2 years ago. If I didn't win this election, we would have been a country that was essentially, I don't even know that we would have been a country any longer. They were destroying our country. They were letting hundreds of thousands, millions of people pour through our southern border, criminals, people from jails, people from mental institutions, drug dealers and drug addicts. They were sending everybody, countries were sending everybody that they didn't want by the millions, 25 million people. If I didn't win this election, I believe our country would have been finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, guys.
ਸੋ ਇਸ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਪ੍ਰੈਸ ਕਾਨਫਰੰਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਖਤਮ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਹੁਣ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਲੈਣਾ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਹੋਏਗੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਸਾਰਿਆਂ ਦਾ ਬਹੁਤ ਬਹੁਤ ਸ਼ੁਕਰੀਆ ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਫॉर ਜੁਆਇਨਿੰਗ ਐਂਡ ਮਾਈ ਹੰਬਲ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਟੂ ਆਲ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਟੂ ਕਾਈਂਡਲੀ ਲਾਈਕ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਐਂਡ ਸਬਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ ਤਾਂ ਕਿ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨਸ ਨੇ ਇਸੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਦੁਨੀਆ ਭਰ ਤੋਂ ਆਉਣ ਵਾਲੀਆਂ ਇੰਪੋਰਟੈਂਟ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਉਹ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀਆਂ ਕਰਦਾ ਰਹਾਂ ਪਰ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਮੈਂ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਦੇਣੀ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਕੁਝ ਸੋਸ਼ਲ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਆਊਟਲੈਟਸ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੰਡੀਪੈਂਡੈਂਟ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਆਊਟਲੈਟਸ ਆ ਉਹ ਕਲੇਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਡਰਾਫਟ ਹੈ ਯੂਐਸ ਔਰ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਮਝੌਤੇ ਵਾਲਾ ਅਗਰੀਮੈਂਟ ਵਾਲਾ ਉਹ ਲਗਭਗ ਪੂਰਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਐਂਡ ਹੋਪਫੁਲੀ ਉਹ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੇਲੇ ਵੀ ਅਨਾਉਂਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਈ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਸ਼ਰਤਾਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦਿਖਾਈਆਂ ਜਾ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਕਿ ਉਹ ਕਲੇਮ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਈ ਤਰ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੀਆਂ ਸ਼ਰਤਾਂ ਬਟ ਅਜੇ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਦੇਰ ਕੋਈ ਕਲੈਰਿਟੀ ਉਸ ਮਾਮਲੇ 'ਚ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਉਂਦੀ I'm not going to share that information until unless ਕੋਈ concrete ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਜਾਏ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਇਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਬਾਰ-ਬਾਰ ਸਾਰੇ ਲਿਖ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਰਿਪੋਰਟ ਕਰ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਅਗਰੀਮੈਂਟ ਤੇ ਪਹੁੰਚ ਗਏ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਦੀ ਮੈਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਗਤੀਵਿਧੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਅਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਐਸੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਇਹ ਜ਼ਰੂਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ 31 ਵੈਸਲਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਅਲਾਓ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਨਹੀਂ ਅਲਾਓ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ 31 ਵੈਸਲਸ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਉਹ ਅਲਾਓ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਸਟ੍ਰੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਨੂੰ ਪਾਰ ਕਰਨ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਇਹ IRGC ਦੀ ਨੇਵੀ ਦਾ ਦਾਅਵਾ ਹੈ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਐਸਾ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਦਾ ਕਹਿਣਾ ਕਿ ਐਸਾ ਕੁਝ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ IRGC ਹੈ that's directly from the IRNA Islamic Republic News Agency ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਪੇਜ ਤੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਈਰਾਨ ਦੀ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਹੈ ਹੁਣ ਤੋਂ ਥੋੜੀ ਦੇਰ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ 31 vessels allowed to pass through Strait of Hormuz in 24 hours ਇਹ IRGC ਦੀ ਨੇਵੀ ਦੇ ਹਵਾਲੇ ਤੋਂ ਖਬਰ ਲੱਗੀ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ the Navy of the Islamic Revolution Guard Corps has announced that 31 vessels were permitted to pass through the Strait of Hormuz over the past 24 hours with the coordination of IRGC Navy. ਇਹ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਡੋਨਲਡ ਟਰੰਪ ਨੇ ਕਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਸਾਡੇ ਹੱਥ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਸਭ ਕੁਝ ਅਸੀਂ ਕੰਟਰੋਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਦੂਸਰੀ ਗੱਲ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਕੋਈ ਫੈਸਲਾ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਬਹੁਤ ਛੇਤੀ ਉਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਸਕਦੀ ਹੈ ਐਸੀ ਅਜੇ ਤੱਕ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮਿਡਲ ਈਸਟਰਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਉੱਥੇ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਦਿਖ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਵੀ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਤੇ ਇਰਾਨੀਅਨ ਮੀਡੀਆ ਜਿਹਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ 31 ਵੈਸਲਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਦੈਟ ਵਿਦ ਯੂ ਐਜ਼ ਵੈਲ ਪਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਵੀਡੀਓ ਜਾਰੀ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ
حمل و نقل دریایی از مدیران شرکت‌های کشتی ایرانی تا بیمه‌گران از سنگاپور تا لندن
ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਵੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੀ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਰਿਪੋਰਟਰ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਇਹੀ ਦਿਖਾ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੱਸ ਰਹੇ ਆ ਕਿ 31 ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੈਸਲਸ ਨੇ ਉਹ ਸਟੇਟ ਆਫ ਹਾਰਮੂਜ਼ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਲੰਘਾਈਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ। ਇਹ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਫਾਰਸ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਏਜੰਸੀ ਵਾਲੇ ਆ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਕੁਝ ਹੋਰ ਚੀਜ਼ਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਪਤਾ ਲੱਗ ਰਹੀਆਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝ ਪਾਉਂਦੇ ਹਾਂ। ਅੱਛਾ, ਇੱਕ ਖਬਰ ਹੋਰ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਉਹ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਦਾ। ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ BC ਦੀ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਹੈ, ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਆਫ BC, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ MLA ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਰੀ ਤੋਂ ਮਿਸਟਰ ਮਨਦੀਪ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ just one second, ਮਨਦੀਪ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇੱਕ ਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਕੰਜ਼ਰਵੇਟਿਵ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਆਫ BC ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਰੀ ਤੋਂ MLA ਆ ਮਨਦੀਪ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ, ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ BC ਲੈਜਿਸਲੇਚਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਹੋਇਆ ਸੀ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉੱਥੇ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ 1984 ਦੇ ਦੌਰਾਨ, ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਕਿ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਕ ਬਿੱਲ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕਰਨਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਐਜ਼ ਜੈਨੋਸਾਈਡ ਡਿਕਲੇਅਰ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਏ ਬ੍ਰਿਟਿਸ਼ ਕੋਲੰਬੀਆ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਲੈਜਿਸਲੇਚਰ ਆ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਹੁਣ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਪਾਸ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਯੂਨੈਨਿਮਸ ਕੰਸੈਂਟ ਦੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਾਸ ਕਰਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਟਰਾਈ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ ਉਹ ਡਿਫੀਟ ਹੋ ਗਈ। ਉਹਨੂੰ 1 BC ਜਿਹੜੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਹੈ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਇੱਕ MLA ਨੇ, ਲੀਡਰ ਨੇ ਇਨਫੈਕਟ ਡੈਲਸ ਬੋਡੀ, ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਹੋਰ MLA ਨੇ ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹਦੀ ਵਿਰੋਧਤਾ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਉਹ ਆਪਣੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਵੋਟ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਸੋ ਉਹ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਯੂਨੈਨਿਮਸ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਪਾਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ। ਹੁਣ ਮੰਨਿਆ ਜਾ ਰਿਹਾ ਕਿ MLA ਮਨਦੀਪ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ ਨੂੰ ਉਹਨੇ ਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਨੂੰ ਲੈ ਕੇ ਆਰਗੂ ਕਰਨਾ ਪਏਗਾ। ਅੱਜ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਦੋਂ ਇਹ ਪੇਸ਼ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਸ਼ੋ ਯੂ ਅੱਜ ਦੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ BC ਲੈਜਿਸਲੇਚਰ ਤੋਂ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ।
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise to recognize members of the Sikh community gathered at Shri Guru Nanak Gurdwara Sahib in Surrey, including families connected to Tarn Sahib and Babakara Sahib. The lives and sacrifices of Guru Arjan Dev Ji and Guru Tegh Bahadur Ji teach us to stand with truth, courage and justice even during hard times. This week also marks the 112th anniversary of the Guru Nanak Jahaj, an important part of British Columbia history. This story connected to Vancouver reminds us that it is important to remember history, honesty, and respectfully. As June starts, many Sikh families across British Columbia remember the painful event of June 1984 for many people. This time to bring memories of loss, pain, and suffering that still affect families today. Public institutions must remember history with honesty, respect, and dignity. Sikh British Columbians have contributed greatly to this province through business, farming, transportation, education, public service, and community leadership. Movement like this remind all members of this house for every political party about this importance of truth, remembrance, and respect for democratic institutions. May this assembly continue to honor history with truth, remember the past with dignity, and support equality with honesty and integrity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The statement ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ
Member for Coquitlam Lardwell.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ
I welcome
ਸਟੇਟਮੈਂਟ
to the
ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ
House.
ਉਹ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਗਈ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹ ਹੁਣ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ ਜਾ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਦਿੱਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਸ਼ਾਇਦ ਉਹ ਪਾਸ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੋਇਆ। ਇੱਕ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਫਿਲਹਾਲ ਦੱਸੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਚੱਲ ਕੇ ਹੋਰ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਕਨਫਰਮ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦਾ। ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਇਹ ਦੱਸਿਆ ਕਿ ਡੈਲਸ ਬਰੋਡੀ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਆ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਹੈ ਵੋਟ ਪਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ, ਬਟ ਆਈਲ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਜੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ, ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬਿੱਲ C9 ਦੇ ਉੱਤੇ ਹੀ ਅੱਜ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਹੋਈ ਹੈ, ਜਿਹੜੀ ਮੇਰੇ ਸਾਹਮਣੇ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ।
Reports progress and ask leaves to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Later.
So ordered. Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order on parliament language from the Minister of Education and Child Care. Calling my motion on Sikh genocide and human rights gross, which is racist. I ask for an apologize to the all Sikh community and in the gallery, all Sikh community, and that the minister retract.
Minister of Education.
Thank you, Chair. And first off, absolutely, I want to clarify the comment. It was inappropriate that I called the leader of the opposition gross. I do withdraw that comment.
Members,
And I
let's hear.
apologize to anyone in the gallery if there was any offense, but I do withdraw the comment to the leader of the opposition, calling him gross. I apologize.
Thank you. Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take great exception with the comments. The member from Surrey North stood in this House to put a motion forward on Sikh genocide, which the government had a prerogative to nay, and they did. That is their right to do, to deny him that, which they took. But the Minister of Education...
Let me just go back and check ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਉਹ ਕਿੱਥੇ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਕਿਵੇਂ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਜਿਹੜਾ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਆਫ ਆਰਡਰ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਰ ਰਹੇ ਆ, let me just get some information. So ਖੈਰ ਉਹਦੀ
On the amendment to clause 2.
I don't know.
I vote nay.
Thank you, members. Madam Clerk, to collect online.
Emily Banman,
I vote nay.
Emily Bangu,
I vote nay.
Emily Chapman,
I vote nay.
This is
Emily
regarding the,
Davis,
I think different
I vote nay.
bills.
Emily
9
Dew.
ਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਖਿਆਲ ਨਾਲ।
I vote nay. Minister Callon,
I vote aye.
Minister Kang,
I vote aye.
Minister Lore,
ਇਹਨੂੰ ਥੋੜਾ ਜਿਹਾ
I vote aye.
ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਹੁਣ ਤੱਕ ਹੋ ਚੁੱਕਾ ਹੈ।
Thank you, Chair. I move that the committee rise, report progress, and ask leave to sit again.
Members, you've heard the question. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed say nay. This committee sits adjourned.
ਇਹ 'ਚ ਅੱਗੇ ਕੀ ਹੋਇਆ ਦੇਖਦੇ ਹਾਂ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਜਾ ਕੇ
Again, Government House Leader.
ਇੱਥੋਂ ਦੁਬਾਰਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ ਸ਼ੁਰੂ ਹੁੰਦੀ ਹੈ ਜਦੋਂ ਸਪੀਕਰ ਆ ਜਾਂਦੇ ਆ। ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਪ੍ਰੀਮੀਅਰ ਉੱਥੋਂ ਨਿਕਲ ਗਏ ਆ। Going from the far left corner. Attorney General is leaving and Speaker Raj Chauhan ਜਿਹੜੇ enter ਕਰਦੇ ਆ।
Committee Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Committee on Bill 9 reports progress and asks leave to sit again.
When shall the committee sit again, Government House Leader?
Later.
So ordered. Member for Surrey North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order on parliament language from the Minister of Education and Child Care. Calling my motion on Sikh genocide and human rights gross, which is racist. I ask for an apologize to the all Sikh community and in the gallery, all Sikh community, and that the minister
ਇਹ ਆਲਰੇਡੀ
retract.
ਆਪਾਂ ਗੱਲ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸੁਣੀ ਹੈ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ
Minister
ਵੱਲੋਂ
of
ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਹੈ,
Education.
ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਿਤੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ
Government House Leader.
ਜਿੱਥੇ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਜੇ ਉੱਥੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਨੇ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖਣਾ ਚਾਹੁੰਦਾ ਕਿ ਮਿਨਿਸਟਰ ਆਫ ਐਜੂਕੇਸ਼ਨ ਨੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਕਿਹੜੀ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਸੀ। ਹਾਲਾਂਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਕਿਤੇ ਦਿਖ ਨਹੀਂ ਰਹੀ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਮਾਫੀ ਉਹਦੇ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮੰਗੀ ਹੈ, ਬਟ ਆਈ ਜਸਟ ਵਾਂਟ ਟੂ ਚੈੱਕ ਕਿ ਕਿਹੜੇ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਤੇ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਹੈ ਜਾਂ ਕਿਸ ਕੰਟੈਕਸਟ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕਹੀ ਸੀ। ਸੋ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੁਝ ਥਾਵਾਂ ਐਸੀਆਂ ਜਿੱਥੇ ਆਵਾਜ਼ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਉਹ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਈ।
If there was any offense, but I do withdraw the comment to the leader of the opposition, calling him gross. I apologize.
Thank you.
ਮਾਫੀ ਮੰਗੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ।
Leader of the official opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I take great exception with the comments. The member from Surrey North stood in this House to put a motion forward on Sikh genocide, which the government had a prerogative to nay, and they did. That is their right to do, to deny him that, which they took. But the Minister of Education does not have a right to come into this House and determine that motion to be gross. Mr. Speaker, I believe that she needs to apologize, not just in this House, but outside to that entire community, which...
The minister stood up and she has already apologized and withdrawn her remark. Thank you. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. In this chamber, I call committee supply estimates the Minister of Finance. And in Section 8 of the Douglas Fir Room, I call committee stage on Bill 9, the Freedom of Information and Privacy
ਸਰਕਾਰ
Act.
ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ ਨਾਲ ਕਹਿੰਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੈਰੋਗੇਟਿਵ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਨਾ ਕਰਨ ਦਾ, ਸੋ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਕੀਤਾ ਗਿਆ। ਆ ਇੱਕ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਆਈ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਤੋਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਮੇਰੇ ਕੋਲ ਹੋਰ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਇਸ ਮੈਟਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਜੇ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ। ਜਿੰਨੀ ਕੁ ਮੈਂ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਇਕੱਠੀ ਕਰ ਸਕਿਆ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲੀ ਹੈ, ਬਟ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਮਿਲ ਰਹੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਵਿੱਚ ਇੱਕ ਜਰਨਲਿਸਟ ਨੇ ਲਿਖਿਆ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਐਨਡੀਪੀ ਦੇ ਇੱਕ ਐਮਐਲਏ ਔਰ ਇੱਕ ਡੈਲਸ ਬਰੋਡੀ ਦੇ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਨਾ ਕੀਤੀ ਗਈ। ਸੋ ਮੈਂ ਦੇਖ ਰਿਹਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਪੁਆਇੰਟ ਆਫ ਆਰਡਰ ਜਾਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਵੋਟਿੰਗ ਤੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਸੀਡਿੰਗਸ ਅੱਜ ਹੋਈਆਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਕਿਸੇ ਕਿਸਮ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ, ਉਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਅਜੇ ਕੁਛ ਨਹੀਂ ਦੇਖਿਆ। ਪਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਮੈਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਸੁਣਾਈ ਹੈ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚੋਂ ਇਹ ਸਾਂਝ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਪਾਈ ਗਈ ਹੈ। ਲੈਟ ਮੀ ਜਸਟ ਚੈੱਕ ਸਰਟਨ ਅਦਰ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜੇ ਸਰੀ ਨਾਰਥ ਤੋਂ ਐਮਐਲਏ ਮਨਦੀਪ ਧਾਲੀਵਾਲ, ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਇੰਟਰੋਡਿਊਸ ਕੀਤਾ ਜਾਣਾ ਸੀ ਅੱਜ, ਉਹ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਫਾਰਮਲੀ ਰੈਕੋਗਨਾਈਜ਼ ਕਰੋ 1984 ਦੇ ਸਿੱਖ ਜੈਨੋਸਾਈਡ ਨੂੰ। ਔਰ ਇਹ 'ਚ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਦਾ ਮੋਸ਼ਨ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਸੀ ਉਹ ਕਹਿੰਦਾ ਸੀ ਕਿ ਸਟੇਟ ਸਪਾਂਸਰਡ ਵਾਇਲੈਂਸ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਉਹ ਸਿੱਖਾਂ ਦੇ ਖਿਲਾਫ ਇੰਡੀਆ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਹੋਈ 1984 ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ। ਇਹ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਵੱਲੋਂ ਗੱਲ ਕਹੀ ਗਈ ਸੀ। ਸ਼ਾਮ ਤੱਕ ਜੇ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਕੋਈ ਹੋਰ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਮਿਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਤਾਂ ਆਪਾਂ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਵਾਲੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ 'ਚ ਉਸ ਦੇ ਬਾਰੇ ਵੀ ਚਰਚਾ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਆ ਕਰ ਲਾਂਗੇ। ਹਜੇ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਕੁ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਵਿਧਾਨ ਸਭਾ ਦੀ ਕਾਰਵਾਈ 'ਚ ਆਈ ਆ ਉਹ ਲਾਈਵ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਮੈਂ ਸਾਂਝੀ ਕਰਤੀ। ਉਸ ਤੋਂ ਅੱਗੇ ਕੋਈ ਇਨਫੋਰਮੇਸ਼ਨ ਅਜੇ ਹੈ ਨਹੀਂ ਆ। ਬਾਕੀ ਹੋਰ ਕੁਝ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀਆਂ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਵੱਖੋ ਵੱਖਰੇ ਤਰੀਕੇ ਨਾਲ ਆ ਰਹੀਆਂ, ਲੇਕਿਨ ਆਈ ਥਿੰਕ ਦਿਸ ਇਜ਼ ਦਾ ਟਾਈਮ ਮੈਂ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ ਇਜਾਜ਼ਤ ਲਵਾਂ ਔਰ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਸ਼ਾਮ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰੋਗਰਾਮ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਮੁਲਾਕਾਤ ਹੋਏਗੀ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ ਐਂਡ ਵਾਂਸ ਅਗੇਨ ਮਾਈ ਹੰਬਲ ਰਿਕੁਐਸਟ ਟੂ ਆਲ ਆਫ ਯੂ ਕਾਈਂਡਲੀ ਲਾਈਕ ਸ਼ੇਅਰ ਐਂਡ ਸਬਸਕ੍ਰਾਈਬ ਨਿਊਜ਼ ਡਰਬੀ, ਚਾਹੇ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਇਹਨੂੰ YouTube ਤੇ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, X ਤੇ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, Instagram ਤੇ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ, Facebook ਤੇ ਦੇਖ ਰਹੇ ਹੋ। ਥੈਂਕ ਯੂ ਸੋ ਮਚ।